Raider Nation, we are live. Day 2, round 2, round 3, NFL Draft. And today's show is presented by Prize Picks. Coming up here on today's show, we got 60 minutes until day 2 gets underway. And all the picks that are going to be going down today for Raider fans, eyes are going to be on pick 36 in round 2. Eyes are going to be on pick 67 in round 3. But here's the thing. I think that we're going to see some trades for the silver and black today. If you're fired up for day 2, give me some 2s down below. I know that we figured that we were going to have Fernando Mendoza be our brand new quarterback. And yesterday, just got done watching him in his presser. He is an outstanding human being, and I am fired up to be able to have him a part of this organization. But we knew 15 was going to be number 1 overall. Now it's how do we take what we knew? How do we add on it? How do we build around Mendoza? How do we build around Clint Kubiak? How do we build around this defense? And that's what I want to talk about leading up to the NFL Draft today. I'm going to tell you players that I want the Raiders to target, both in round 2 and in round 3. I'm going to be answering questions for the next 57 minutes, 37 seconds. Just like yesterday, we gave away a little over, I think we almost gave away almost $4,000 yesterday in total winnings here on the Raiders Report. And if you want that opportunity to put some money in your pocket today, hey, let's get after it again today, man. $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365 is how you're going to do it. I'm fired up for right now. I'm fired up to be a Raider. I'm excited to see what day 2 brings because this is where, in my mind, we really separate ourselves for what we're trying to do. I want a starter today. I want multiple starters today, quite frankly. I don't care if we got to find a defensive tackle, if we got to find a wide receiver, a free safety. We'll kind of get into some of the things that I'm hearing in just a moment. But I got to know from all of y'all, if you haven't already voted yet, at the live poll that you see at the very top of your screen, who do you want the Raiders to draft at pick 36? Is there a Kayden McDonald? 45% of the votes are right there. Denzel Boston, 38% of the votes are right there. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, 12 votes right there, 5% other. I will just go and say this. If it was up to me, I've done a lot of mock drafts. I've listened to what all these guys here at Chat Sports have had to say about what their team's thinking about. And I believe when you think about how this board is going to end up falling, I could see a run at defensive tackles because I want the silver and black to take a DT that instantly helps out this roster in the first year in 2026. In my personal opinion, I think you got to be looking at defensive tackles here at pick 36. And then if you want to trade back up, in the 50s, maybe in the 40s to try to go get a receiver, maybe a free safety. You have the picks not only today, but also you have the picks tomorrow, 7 in total, that if there's a guy that you want, you go get that guy. But I expect at least 2 starters added to this roster today. I'm looking at Kayden McDonald. I'm looking at Christen Miller. I'm looking at Denzel Boston, and I'm looking at Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Those are the 4 players that I would look at. And truthfully, if I had to do a show on the Raiders drafted Emmanuel, the Raiders drafted Kayden, the Raiders drafted any of the names that I just mentioned, I would be really excited about it because that's going to be a good fit for this team. Now, first off, let's talk about McDonald because I'm telling you all this right now. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and there is a lot of smoke around the Ohio State defensive tackle who is elite against the run. 9 tackles for loss in 2025. Wasn't even a starter on that Buckeyes team. And then guess what? He found an opportunity to get in that starting lineup, made everybody else around him better. Yes, there's a lot of talent, obviously, on that Ohio State defense, but what the Raiders need is that big boy in the interior to plug up some of those holes to make Maxx Crosby better, to make Kwity Paye better, to make Malcolm Koonce, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, all of those guys a whole lot better. Let's look at another dude that I am starting to really like the more and more I think about his overall fit. Not a lot of these defensive tackles are great at getting after the quarterback. I do think Miller might actually be better than most of these other players here. Kayden McDonald's better against the run. Miller, to me, is the one that's better at getting after the quarterback, but still really reliable in that running game. But what I love about him is the hustle ability. This guy's got a motor. I just recently saw an interview, Miller basically being like, hey, I want the Raiders to come get me. And I know that Miller would be fired up for the opportunity to be a Raider, to play with some of these old Georgia Bulldogs. But if you want somebody that's a tough player, going to take on some double teams, lots of SEC experience, if you want yourself a dog, Christen Miller is a dog. I got 2 more players here that I'm looking at for the Raiders at pick number 36. Yesterday, Mendoza was number 1. Today, we're still talking about number one, and it's the number one fantasy sports app out there, and it's Prize Picks. And I'm telling you this right now, it's simple, it's easy, and I can't wait to show y'all the lineup that I got cooked up for today, because today's going to be not only a fun day for football, today's also going to be a fun day for basketball. The Lakers are playing. Are we going to be watching some Lakers games? The Celtics? Where's my guy SamoanRaider at? Sign up for Prize Picks with code HMA. Get $50 in lineups instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today with the link that's going to be down in the comments and going to be in the description of the program. If you use code HMA, you're going to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Friendly reminder, if anybody out there wants to follow me on Prize Picks, I'm at MitchellRenz365. If you don't know that I'm at MitchellRenz365, then hello, you're watching the Raiders Report. My name's Mitchell Renz, and you can follow me at MitchellRenz365. So this is my $15 to pay, $56.25 lineup. And I'm going Mendoza, right? 15 Mendoza. We're all in on Mendoza. So give me the more on Jason Tatum. Give me the more on Jaylen Brown. The reason why I have fallen in love with the points, rebounds, and assists is because if you're watching a game, I want excitement. I want something that I know I can root for and I know that I can see. And to me, this is like if you've ever been in like a fantasy football league where you score a lot of points. Those leagues to me are fun because you're constantly scoring. And Prize Picks and points, rebounds, and assists, same exact thing. It's exciting. I know what I'm watching for. I know what I'm looking for. And every single time when I sit back and I watch those games, it makes me enjoy them that much more. So again, shout out to today's presenting sponsor, Prize Picks. And if you want to pick more, you can pick less. You can get $50 instantly in lineups when you use code HMA. You got to use, though, $5. We got almost 1,000 people here in the building. And if you haven't already, please hit that like button. Believe it or not, it does help us out a lot. Big Raz, Yoda Jenkins, what up, Move? What up, diehard Raider fan 365? Are y'all ready to get this party started? If you've never partied in Oakland, we're going to party Oakland style. We're going to party Raiders Report style, and we're also going to be able to break down, give you guys the best analysis humanly possible here around the silver and black. Give me Cam Chancellor 2.0 and McNeil Warren. We need that thumper who can tackle. I actually don't know if I would compare him to Cam Chancellor because I think Cam Chancellor was a little bit thicker. I actually think Jeremy Chin is closer to a Cam Chancellor recommendation. But to me, the guy that I look at with Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and I was literally just talking about him with our Seahawks guy. Who's the Seahawks dude that they just drafted last year? Yeah, Nick Eamon-Warry. I don't know if he's that type of player because Nick Eamon-Warry is an alien in terms of athletic ability, but you need to be able to have a safety that can roam, that can do a bunch of different things, come up there, lay the wood, be a bunch of different stuff. Also, NFL rumors are circulating. According to Jordan Schultz, the Giants have engaged in trade conversations involving defensive end Kevon Thibodeau after they just selected Arvell Reese. Could we see a trade? We saw lots and lots of trades yesterday, and you know what? We got ourselves our first bang. Raider Sancho bang! Let's get the party started, Sancho. I'm ready to bang. Feels good to lock in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Much love to the nation, and can I get a Raiders? You know what, Sancho? Let's roll through the deals that we got here on the program. And if you don't know the Raiders Report, I'm always going to give you deals. You can look at me as a restaurant. You can look at me as a bartender. I'm probably your restaurant bartender for all things Raiders. And here's the point, blank simple thing. When you walk into a restaurant, when you walk into a bar, they're going to give you a menu. I'm going to do the exact same thing. You don't got to buy from the menu. If you want to sit back, you want to comment, you want to hit the like button, you want to listen for free, you absolutely have the ability to do it. If you want to get after it with Rest of Raider Nation, let's get after it here a little bit. Every 500 likes that we get, we're going to spin the wheel. The wheel spin today is how I think that we're going to have some fun. If you want to get in our Mendoza raffle, yesterday I wore a special Mendoza shirt, and I don't know if y'all heard Mendoza say today that we're going to pass the torch. I only have 100 of these available. I have reserved one for today's show, and if you send in a $10 super chat, you're going to have the opportunity to go home with that Mendoza shirt. If you want to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. The more people that get in, the more opportunities that you're going to have to put some extra cash in your pocket. And then anything that's red, anything that's 100 above, oh, you already know. We banging, y'all. We banging, y'all. Let's roll through some super chats. Let's talk about what the silver and black could do on day 2 because the draft does start here in 48 minutes, and I believe the picks in round 2 are 7 minutes.
Oh.
I believe that they are 7 minutes. I think it's because it goes less and less and less. It's like 7 minutes, and then it's 5 minutes, and then there's 4 minutes. But that's tomorrow. The other times change. Sherlock, I think defense is the move. To be real with you, Sherlock, I kind of agree with you. I see the Raiders going defensive tackle. And I respect the Raiders. I respect their process. But I also have had conversations with Spytech. And I know the way that Spytech values a football team. And I know that he values the trenches a lot. And I do think when you consider the fact that we lost out on Wilkins, we thought that we were going to have Wilkins, that this is a team that needs that big boy on the interior there. And there's just so much smoke right now around the defensive tackle position. There's so much smoke around Miller, but especially Kayden McDonald to the silver and black. If I'm going to move my chips anywhere, that's where I'm moving my chips for the Raiders and their selection today at pick number 36. I got some people already here getting in the duck race, which I love to see, and I'm going to try to do my best to keep this up to date because what I know is when this show gets going, it makes it a little bit more difficult for me to keep up track. So Richard Engel, Johnny Roman, you're from yesterday. Angela Sherlock, shout out to Raiders Sancho, today's MVP. And then I also see George Dixon getting it in. Mega Cooler, let's continue building this team the right way. Defensive tackles and safeties, let's go Raider Nation. I like the idea of going best player available. I also like going after what I believe is our biggest need. And I know I talked a lot about wide receivers. I want the Raiders to look at wide receivers, but I just think because of how the draft went yesterday and how cheap some of these trades ultimately are, if you're able to move back up into maybe like the 40-50 range, maybe you're able to move back up into the 60 range, take some of those fourth rounders, come on down, and let's go get some other starters here. I expect the Raiders today to definitely get 2 starters, but I expect the Raiders to make 3 selections. I expect them to make the pick at 36, but then I really could see the Raiders getting creative here and trying to go out and get after a few different people. Like imagine, let's say you select Kayden McDonald at number 36, and then what happens if you were to trade back up into the, like 48, 48-9 range, go get yourself Germie Bernard, you lose out on a 6th-round pick, but that's okay because you're going out and getting another really talented player. I'm excited for it today because it's the unknown. And the unknown is, I feel like what we deal with a lot here with the nation. What up, Jansen? Trade 36 and a 5th for 33 to ensure McDonald. I don't really see why you would do that. I don't really think that that's necessary. And I say that, I know the Raiders really like Kayden McDonald, but, they also really like Christen Miller. And if McDonald's the first one to go off the board today, then maybe that could potentially be it. But if they're like, hey, we need to have Kayden, and if all of it cost you was a 5th-round pick, I actually think it might be less than that because the New York Jets yesterday traded up a 179 to move up 3 picks in the 3rd round. So, I almost wonder, could it be a 6th-round pick? And that's where this draft today is going to be really, really interesting. I mean, look at this deal. Jets 30, the 49ers got 33 and 179. So, essentially, you moved up 3 spots, and all you had to do was give up a 5th-round pick. I don't really know exactly what the price tags are going to be looking like on some trades, but because yesterday was the way that it was, I expect a very, very active day today for all the NFL. What up, Zook? We need Kayden McDonald, a.k.a. the McPounder. Oh, my goodness. I love that. The McPounder is unbelievable.
His nickname is I think it's McDouble or something like that.
McDouble?
Mick something because of his last name, but it's like Mick.
I love it. I think that's a really, really great. I mean, honestly, I kind of like that a lot.
Yeah,
though.
I think it is the McPounder.
Have you ever seen, we were just talking about this the other day, one of our guys who said that he gets a McGangbang where I forget what you do, but you combine something.
It's a single, just like a single burger, and then a McChicken.
Well, you know how we do alley-oops? I'll say this. If we get Kayden McDonald today, we're going to be doing some McGangbang. So it's if somebody bangs, somebody's got to gangbang it. And we need another one back to back.
I will not be doing that.
No McGangbangs today? Oh, man, I'm in. Zook, shout out to you. You're also in for the shot to win the Fernando Mendoza shirt. Rich Moreno! Bang! Raiders! Just a shout out to my Raider family, my Raider Nation, and I hope when people watch this show, when you see Super Chats, Venmos, they don't go into my pocket. They always go back in investing, back into the Raiders Report, going back into Chat Sports to getting you guys the best content humanly possible. Our team has grown. I think our coverage has grown, and this has been an unbelievable journey that I know I personally have been on. I got y'all's back, and, today I got asked to do a news show. Shout out to News Nation for inviting me on, but the reason why that they invited me on was because they saw how emotional and how excited we got about Fernando Mendoza, and I flat out told the people that I was talking to, like, we got each other's back. Raider Nation is an absolute family, and we're going to keep growing this thing. If you're new to this show, if you don't know it, hit that subscribe button. Watch the program today. Watch the program tomorrow. If you still don't like it, the cool part is it's 100% free and you can unsubscribe. But I guarantee you this, you're going to love the Raiders community that we have here if you bleed silver and black. I think that people are really going to start getting to know each other more and more and more that this show grows. Also, confidently, there's not a better team on planet Earth that covers the silver and black. It's no disrespect. There's a lot of other people that do, and I understand it, but there's a reason why we're the number one most watched Raiders show, and we've been the number one most watched Raiders show for the last 8 years. That dynasty, it's going to continue, and it's only going to get stronger. So, Fernando Mendoza, he's a Las Vegas Raider. How are we going to add on to that? When the Raiders make their selection at pick 36, I'm going to make a video on it. To make sure that you don't miss it, hit that subscribe button. If the Raiders make a trade, we're going to talk about it. If the Raiders end up making a selection at pick 67, I don't care what the Raiders do today, we will make a video on it. To make sure that you don't miss it, because I know that not everybody's going to be able to hang out with me all day. If you are hanging out with me all day, type me down below. But to make sure that you don't miss anything around silver and black, hit that subscribe button. Mitch, should we make a trade with 40-nothings for 33, give them 36, 143? Well, we don't have 143, but I think you mean 134 because you switched them up. I actually don't think that we need to give up that much. Again, I'm looking at value, and if the first round was the way that the first round was being valued, then there's a part of me that wonders, can you just give up a 6th-round pick? But if we had to give up 175, and if we really, truly wanted Kayden McDonald, again, I'm not going to be upset about it. Do I think that we need to do it? No, because in my mind, I'm okay. Kayden McDonald, Christen Miller, Denzel Boston, Emmanuel Warren. But if this organization is going, we need a defensive tackle here at pick 36, if they need a tackle, or if they need a DT, that's where I think that you're going to see Miller's number 2, and I think Lee Hunter's number 3 to them on that board. Shep, Mitch, give me Chase Bisontis. If the Raiders are to go with offensive guard from Texas A&M, Chase Bisontis, who they had a top 30 visit with, I actually think it's probably if he slides down the draft a little bit more. I don't see the Raiders going with an offensive lineman at pick 36. I think I've been very prominent on that. I know a lot of other NFL analysts around the league that have done mocks have often mocked an offensive lineman to the Raiders on day 2. I don't see it happening. I've done mocks where I've done that before, obviously, but to me, with the Raiders, if you're in that Chase Bisontis range, I kind of want to see him in that 50 to 60 range, and maybe you give up some late round picks to get back up into the 50s and go get a guy that you like a lot. PG, will Big McDonald had a farm at 36? There's a chance. Again, I really, really believe, this is interesting. Rumor coming in, 3 names that come off fast tonight. Denzel Boston, Kayden McDonald, Carson Beck. According to rumors circulating right now from Matt Miller, he's here in Denzel Boston, Kayden McDonald, Carson Beck. I will almost guarantee this. Christen Miller and Kayden McDonald will not get past 36. One of those two will not. I'm very confident the Raiders are going to go with the defensive tackle at one of those 2 positions. If they don't, hey, I'll be surprised just like some of y'all, and I can't wait to see what Spytech and this team decides to cook up today. Yesterday was an A+. We got our guy. So excited about today. I already see 5 guys on the board that can be an A or A+ grade. Let's do it today. Get our guys. Let's go Raiders. Paul Diamond, you're entered in for a shot to win our special Mendoza torch shirt. And if you didn't see it yesterday, we will be able to show you guys from time to time today because we had a lot of people get them. We only made 100 of them. There's a limited edition amount of those shirts. So if you want to get your hands on any of them, it's chatsports.com/RR shop. And I heard Mendoza say he's going to be carrying the torch. Well, I hope that he's carrying the Raiders torch. I hope that we get to some Super Bowl wins because ultimately that's why you're the number 1 overall pick. You're the number 1 overall pick to be a winner, right? Like, you're the number 1 overall pick to bring Super Bowls, championships to this organization. And that's obviously the hope. So if anybody wants to get their hands on one of these bad boys, chatsports.com/torch takes you directly to that link. Also, chatsports.com/RRshop. You got to put something else before we go right to that. Can't go back to back. So shout out to Arborough. Shout out to Elite. Shout out to Big Raz, diehard Raider fan 365. Shout out to each and every one of y'all for pulling up today here on the Raiders Report. Friendly reminder that we are going to be going over everything that the Raiders could do. Round 2, round 3 here on the Raiders Report. Raider born 66. I already love the attitude of the Raiders in 2026. With Kubiak setting the tone at first minicamp by removing the shield, making players earn it. Love it. I do. I respect the fact that Clint Kubiak is doing that because I respect the fact that I do want players to earn the shield. I do want players to want to be Raiders because it is something that, JPJ said it a few years ago. I'm playing for the team on the front to bless the name on the back. And that's the mentality that this Raiders team needs to be able to have going forward. I know that none of y'all ever see the bottom half of me here, but I do promise there's a lot more to me underneath my nipple. Sometimes I think sometimes I would argue my best qualities are from my belly button down. And the reason why that I say that those are my best qualities is because I'm always rocking chubby shorts. Make sure that you use promo code CHATSPORTS because, fellas, springtime is here. I wear shorts all the time. I walk into work. I like thighs out, skies out mentality. And at the end of the day, your wardrobe, it deserves a springtime upgrade. So to sweeten the deal for a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, at chubbyshorts.com. Experience unmatched comfort and style with Chubby's. Pair the original stretch shorts with Chubby's lineup of Friday shirts. Last time I checked, it's Friday, gotta get down on Friday. I promise I won't sing for the rest of the show. And come on, y'all. This wouldn't be a true ad read if we didn't mention Chubby's classic line swim collection with absolutely the best men's swimwear. Whether you're squeezing out as many beach days as possible or swimming laps at the gym, our ultra vibrant trunks built with a quick drying 4-way stretch fabric are the best damn swim trunks humankind has ever created. So for a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off with code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com. That's 20% off your order with code CHATSPORTS. Give your thighs the VIP treatment that they deserve with Chubby's. Support the Raiders Report and make sure that you tell them that Mitchell Renz from Chat Sports ended up sending you. Let's go to David from the UK. This is always one of my favorite things to do when I do this show because I remember when I used to live in Germany how difficult it was to find good draft coverage. And I didn't have cable, so I was looking around. It's one of the reasons truly why I do YouTube videos now. So wherever you're watching from, let me know. If you're from the USA, give me a USA. If you're from the UK, tell Martin I say hello. I don't care where you're watching from right now. If you're from Germany, Auf Wiedersehen. Ich sprich ein bisschen Deutsch. That's probably just about everything you're going to get. Kind of like Fernando Mendoza. Fernando Mendoza understands Spanish, struggles speaking it. I actually understand quite a bit of German, but I struggle a little bit speaking it. Let me know where we're from because we say it's Raider Nation. There's only one nation, and we know that we spread far and wide, and I always love seeing it, whether you're from Mexico, whether you're from Canada, though. Canada, you guys are probably still upset about how the hockey game went. Wherever you're watching from right now, let me know. Shout out to Big Raz. Shout out to Alan in Nevada, USA from Jurassic Raider. I love that name. Big Raz. Shout out to the USA, the Republic of Texas from Honcho. That's how you know somebody's from Texas. I've never met the most prideful people in the U.S. for their state. It's Texas, I would say.
I mean, 100%.
I don't know if it's close.
It's not close at all. I mean, I was talking to one of my friends, and it's like being from Florida. A lot of people love Florida.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Texas, but Texas is at a different level.
Oh, dude, my wife.
It's Texas or nothing.
My wife, when it comes to anything Texas related, it's kind of the way that I am with Raiders related. It's like, I know I'm a big I'll buy things based on need, not really want. The only time I really buy things that I want are kind of like Raider stuff. I'm like, oh shit, that's a dope Raiders hat. I'm gonna get that. And then I'm like, oh, I get it. For her, that's Texas stuff. She's like, oh, that's a Texas keychain. I'm like, why do we have keychains? I don't even Do we even use them? I don't know. We got 1,500 people here in the building right now. And a reminder, the draft will get started here as soon as that timer hits 0. And then the Raiders will be on the clock at pick number 36. The reason why they are not the first pick in today's draft is because of the win that they had against the Kansas City Chiefs. So because they beat the Chiefs, they're the 4th pick in round 2. 3rd pick in round 3, 2nd pick in round 4, and then they're the 1st pick essentially everywhere else for the remainder of the NFL draft. So let me know where y'all are watching from. Let's keep moving through some of these super chats. Again, I want y'all to ask me anything in regards to the Raiders. We will talk about some day 2 draft targets here that I want the silver and black to look at because there's a lot of needs that we still have. Elias, no chance for the McCoy at 36. That's good value. I guess I don't. Oh, Jermon McCoy. So, again, Jermon McCoy is a great player, but it's the medicals, the reasons why he's fallen. If you could guarantee, like, would you draft Jermon McCoy if you knew he's only going to play, let's say, 5 years in the NFL? Because that's kind of the concern right now with some of these NFL teams, that it's not just a knee injury that he tore the ACL, because 2024 Jermon McCoy, I think he might have actually been better than Mansour Delane, who went number 6 overall. The problem is it's the medical red flags, and there's a lot of teams that will not take McCoy because they don't feel that he has a long career because of the knee issues and the degenerative, I believe is the exact terminology of, he's going to break down, and there's going to be teams that they go, sure, he's unbelievably talented, but if we don't know if he's going to be able to play after his first rookie contract, is that somebody that you want to invest in? To me, I don't think that that's a player that the Raiders are going to invest in, but clearly, Tom, he thinks that he's one of the best players on the board, and if you're just looking at talent and talent alone, if you could turn the injuries off, yeah, Jermon McCoy's no doubt talented. But, watch out for D'Angelo Ponce, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. The Raiders had a top 30 visit with Colton Hood. Then Cassius Howell. I know we don't really need edges, but TJ Parker, Howell, if you can get after the quarterback, that's always going to be valuable. Denzel, Boston, Kayden McDonald, 2 of the top names, and right now the top vote getters in that poll at the very top of the screen. And then you look at Jacob Rodriguez, CJ Allen. I don't really think that we need linebackers because we got Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker in free agency. Keontae Scott, Avieon Terrell. Scott is more of a nickel safety hybrid, does a lot of different things. And then from these other players here on the best available, watch out for Christen Miller to the Raiders. Had the opportunity to speak to Brandon Cisse at the Combine. He loved being able to work with Joe DeCamillis, our brand new special teams coach. And Cisse, who knows, maybe he could outbeat and be better than Darian Porter, but I have talked to people that think Cisse is a corner and a safety hybrid in the NFL. Let's go to George Dixon. We need a free safety. Who's your top available? I would say the top available free safety. Again, top available free safety, probably A.J. Halsey, because I don't look at Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as being a true free safety. I look at him as being a athletic freak that you can use and just use him as a Swiss Army knife, kind of the way that Baltimore uses Kyle Hamilton and kind of the way that Seattle uses, I'm forgetting his name again, Nick Eamon-Wari. Holy cow, I'm driving myself nuts. But they just use them as just Swiss Army knives, just really, really good athletes. Bud Clark, Zakee Wheatley are also 2 players that I do like a lot, but you could probably get those guys in round 3. And if I'm the Raiders, I really actually don't know if I'm going to go safety at pick 36 because I like going DT, and then you can build that secondary a little bit later on, because if you invest in your front, that's going to help out your secondary, where if you invest in your secondary, you don't invest in your front, that's not going to help out your secondary. George, I hear you though. Smitty, I don't know how to add the 1 cent. You're good, bro. But we need that shirt. Mitch, you got me. Yes, you're good. If you send in $9.99, if it's yellow, if it's yellow or above, you're good.
And it's also, I think, depending if you're watching on the phone, phone only does $9.99 and like $20.99 or $19.99 or whatever.
Yeah, you're
so
good.
You're good.
Anyway, you can feel the culture change. This year is gonna be special. I hope that it's special. I always tell myself I'm not going to get overexcited. I'm not going to get overhyped. And then we do our Madden season, and the Raiders go 10-7, 9-8, and we're like, we're so back. But this year does feel different, Schmitty. And I know that I'm not the only one that does truly feel that way. I will say this. I just got a text message from one of my guys and said there is a chance that the Raiders could trade up and try to go get Kayden McDonald. So that's going to be something to look out for. Again, I don't know what it would cost exactly, but if they feel like McDonald's going to be a pick very early and they don't know if he's going to go to them, I just be on the lookout for it. It could definitely happen. Wild one, don't talk about your legs or David Zahn may become a model for Chubbies. Wide receiver or defensive line, which would you go with? I'm going to go DT. And I'm going to go defensive tackle because I like the value of wide receivers that you're going to be able to get. Like, imagine being able to get a Zachariah Branch, a Ted Hurst, maybe even Elijah Sarratt a little bit later on in round 3. Like, that's really good value to me. On the other hand, you look at the defensive tackles, and it's not that I don't like a Domonique Orange, but Domonique Orange and Kayden McDonald is such a big difference. Same with Christen Miller compared to, these guys like Zach. Don't get me wrong, Zachariah Branch and Denzel Boston's a big difference. Zachariah Branch and Germie Bernard's a big difference, but just if you told me we got Kayden McDonald and then if we were able to trade back up and go get a Germie Bernard, I personally would like that a lot more than getting a Denzel Boston and then trading up for a guy like Lee Hunter. It's just, we're going to mix and match. I like the value of wide receivers. I think wide receiver is a little bit deeper than defensive tackle, and because there seems to be early reports that there's going to be a run at DT, it's it's something that if you want a defensive tackle, you better go get one here at 36. June, thoughts on Jacob Rodriguez? I love Jacob Rodriguez, the player, but to me, if there's one thing that's just really confusing to me, I've seen fans mock Rodriguez to the Raiders, and I don't get why you would take a player at 36 that he's going to start if you go 4-3. Like, he'll be that other starting linebacker out there on the field, but at the same time, I do think that they're going to run predominantly 3-4, and I just don't think he's going to play over Nakobe. I don't think he's going to play over Quay Walker. I think you're pretty set at that linebacker position, and if you want to add another linebacker, I would add somebody on day 3, somebody like an Aiden Fisher, let's say, from Indiana that
Jimmy
can help
Rolder.
you. Jim, say it again.
Jimmy Rolder.
Jimmy Rolder from Michigan, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You can add him, put him in on special teams
guy.
And, that's the value. Like, I'm looking at linebackers that help us out for depth, sure, but also that can really help us out on special teams, like Cody Lindenberg, Shea Gualobi. Those are going to be special teams guys for this organization. So I love the player in Jacob Rodriguez. I don't think it makes any sense for the Raiders to take him at 36. So, based on some rumors, he could be off the board at 35 to the Buffalo Bills. Seeing some stuff there.
I would hate that.
You would?
I want him on the Bucks.
Oh, fair enough. We got June. It looks like we're actually all caught up here on all the Super Chats. So, friendly reminder, if anybody out there wants to get in our duck race, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I just saw LA.
If I'm like, well, I don't really know how to spell Mitchell, or I don't really know how to use it.
Fair.
Do you know how to use your camera?
If you know how to use your camera, this is what's known as a QR code. Also, this is how you spell Mitchell Renz 365. If you're like, what is a QR code? Oh, Dad, you ready? Get out your camera. Act like you're going to take a picture of me. Hover over that. A link's going to pop up. You click on that link, and it's going to take you right to Venmo. If you're like, what's Venmo? We're opening up a whole nother can of worms here. Free app to be able to send money. I love being able to use Venmo. Not a sponsor, but if they ever wanted to, I would love to have them here. But I use this to always send money to my mom and my dad. They don't live where I live, so it just makes it a little bit easier for me, and I've used it for, God, I don't even know how long. But if you want a chance to win some money, this is how you get in our 50-50 raffle. It's at Mitchell Renz 365, $20 Venmo if you want to get in for a shot to win a little bit of the money.
You want to look at these?
I do want to look at these. So what we can do real quick here is we can roll through the draft yesterday in case you missed it. And then what I want to get into is I just want to talk about some other potential players that the Raiders could look at in round 2 and then round 3. Obviously, it started with Fernando Mendoza. Jeremiah Love was a really interesting pick by Arizona. I don't agree with that one at all. Carnell Tate goes off the board early. I got to tip my cap to our Jets guy. He predicted David Bailey weeks ago. Arvell Reese goes to the Giants at 5, and now there's rumors today around Kevon Thibodeau potentially being a trade target. Chiefs trade up for Mansour Delane, Sony Styles, Jordan Tyson. They go back-to-back, and then from 9 all the way down to 12, the Caleb Downs pick, to me, is the really interesting one. Dallas goes get a safety who's arguably one of the best players on the board. The Caleb
Giants,
Downs,
I don't know what they're doing.
The Caleb Downs pick kind of reminds me of when Brock Bowers was selected, where it was clearly was one of the best players in the draft, fell due to position where he plays.
Positional, yeah.
I can't
Positional value.
Positional value is the word. But Francis Mauigoa essentially straight up for Dexter Lawrence. Maybe the most head-scratching pick is Ty Simpson. I literally will not understand it. I don't think Sean McVay liked it.
Back to back. Like, Caden Proctor was a reach.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like they wanted offensive line help, but I don't disagree with you. I thought it was a reach.
Go get Vega Ioane. Like,
that's the guard, though. It's a little different.
I know, but still, they need everything.
I don't know everything that Miami needs, but I know they need a lot. Ty Simpson, though, that pick doesn't make any sense to me because the Rams, they're in win-now mode. I'm not trying to say that Simpson won't be a good quarterback. If he works with Sean McVay, he's probably going to be a better quarterback. But that team, I'm shocked. Like, if they would have taken Kenyon Sadiq, our Rams guy was so shocked that he's going to shave his head. It's not going to be today. He will shave his head, though, actually, on the Raiders report. Ruben Bain, really good value there to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I actually like what the Jets did getting Kenyon Sadiq there. And then, you got to go to, 17. Caleb Banks I think he's an outstanding player, but the injuries do scare me a little bit. The Mekhi Lemon story is interesting. Mekhi Lemon was on the phone with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He thought that he was going to get drafted by Pittsburgh, and then it was essentially like told the Steelers, hey, wait a minute, the Eagles are calling me. Hung up on the Steelers. It was the Eagles, and then they traded up and they picked him. Then it ended up coming out that Pittsburgh literally admitted that they thought that they were going to get Mekhi Lemon, and that it's kind of like in your fantasy draft when the clock goes all the way down and you get an auto pick. They decided to go with Max Ihinachor, offensive tackle from Arizona State. A lot of upside, but he might be a year or two. And for a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers that's 42, you need somebody that you can plug and play right away. Akeem Metzger goes to our rival, the Chargers. Malachi Lawrence, KC Concepcion, the next two picks there. Dylan Thieneman, phenomenal value to the Chicago Bears. Keelan Rutledge, Chris Johnson, Caleb Lomu. Seen some things about Caleb Lomu dancing. Very interesting. Peter Woods goes off the board there to Kansas City FKC. Omar Cooper Jr., one of the top wide receivers, and then Keldrick Folk and Jadarian Price. That's going to round out the first round of the NFL draft, which now means the Raiders have 3 picks in front of them. They're at 36 today. They're the 4th pick in the draft, and the reason why they're the 4th pick again in round 2 is because they beat Kansas City on that game on January 4th. They're the 4th pick in round 2, 3rd pick in round 3, 2nd pick in round 4, and then in 5, 6, and 7, they will have that first overall pick. But here's how it stands right now. You got San Francisco, you got Arizona, you got the Buffalo Bills, and then the Las Vegas Raiders will be on the clock. I was told to expect at least one trade today for the silver and black. We will see if they decide to move up here. We will see if they decide to stay pat, because in my mind, if there's a guy that you want, hey, man, you got to go get him. Go get him. But also at the same time, if you like Kayden McDonald, Christen Miller, Denzel Boston, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, like those are the top 4 players that I would want the Raiders to get today. And I'm not saying 4 players because we're 4 picks away. If we were picking at 42, if we were picking wherever, those would be the top 4 players that I would want Las Vegas to target. And in my mind, we can get one of those 4 guys guaranteed. So how about this question here? Do you want the Raiders to go offense or defense here at pick 36? If you want to go offense, give me an O. Oakland style. If you want to go defense, you ready? You can clip it. Give me the D. Down below, let me know what you guys are thinking about. Where are you going with this pick here to the 2,000 people in the building? I'm seeing a lot of Ds.
I'm seeing a lot of Ds in the chat.
You guys are going to make me blush with all these Ds down in the chat. Big Raz, what's going on, man? Mega
all
Cooler,
right,
Steven, Dave. My opinion. Mike Vrabel, my New York Raider fan. We got Paul Large in the building. Early riser, Trust Polo, all spamming. Though, I do see some O's now from Aristocat Raider. But I'm going to say 80% of the votes right now are flowing in that they want the Raiders to go with defense here at pick number 36. So I've talked about Christen Miller. I've talked about a few other players. I don't know if I've mentioned this, though, because this is wild. Darryl Bang! I like McDonald if he's there, but I will not be too upset if we go with a wide receiver like Boston. But my first would be that DT. I think there's going to be some wide receivers in the 3rd round. Darryl, I agree with you. And it's crazy how much my mind changes going into the draft because, last week, 2 weeks ago, everything that I heard, I was like, I actually think that we might have to go wide receiver at pick 36. Excuse me. And then potentially, getting somebody else on that defense a little bit later on. the more and more and more I hear reports, the more I hear our guys here at Chat Sports Talk and who they discuss things with, I now think the exact opposite of, you got to go defensive tackle at pick 36, and I think that you can wait on wide receiver. There's a lot of really good talent available. One of the players that I'm starting to fall in love with more and more and more is De'Zhaun Stribling. He's a receiver from Ole Miss. Big outside guy, good blocker. Imagine Denzel Boston, better blocker, not as good of a receiver, but somebody that you could get in round 3, potentially even in round 4. Let's look at those. Some of my Raiders draft targets here at pick 36. You're going to see 5 names on offense because right now, if you keep pick 36, I really think there's only 5 names that you could really truly look at. Denzel Boston, Germie Bernard, Chris Bell. If you want to go get a number 1 wide receiver, top 30 visit, top 30 visit, top 30 visit. If you want to go offensive line, I actually like Emmanuel Pregnon a little bit more than Chase Bisontis. But again, it comes down to, I actually think where you're going to play JPJ. Are you going to play JPJ at left guard? Or are you going to play him at right guard? Because Pregnon to me is a left guard. Bisontis, you could probably play him at either spot. But both Bisontis, top 30 visit. Pregnon, no top 30 visit there. And then on defense, I'm going to give you more names because I do think that there are more names available. I want to be very clear. Jermod McCoy is going to be the top player available. I do think he's going to slide because of the medicals, because of the knee. I don't really think the Raiders are going to go that route, but somebody to keep in mind. They did have a top 30 visit with Colton Hood, Brandon Cisse, Cassius Howell. We haven't talked too much of those dudes, but if you believe in best player available, Cassius Howell and T.J. Parker got to be in that conversation. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is a safety. I don't value him or view him as a true free safety, but if you want a Swiss Army knife in that secondary, you can go that route. Love dudes that compete. Had the opportunity to meet D'Angelo Pons and watch him work against one of our Chat Sports guys, putting them in an absolute blender. And then at the bottom, Lee Hunter, Christen Miller, Kayden McDonald. Let's go to a wild one. Oh, I already have a shirt. Donate my raffle to someone else. Round 3, Branch or Sarratt. I will prefer Sarratt because of the chemistry that they already have. And I will say this, and I actually hate when I say things like this, but I could make an argument why Sarratt's the better pick. I could also make an argument of why Zachariah Branch would be the better pick. And I don't actually think it really comes down to that player here or there. I actually think it comes down to more of like what the Raiders view their future as. Like, do they view Trey Tucker as a player that could come back next season? If that answer is no, I'll go Zachariah Branch. If they're like, I want Trey Tucker to come back next season, I'll go Elijah Sarratt. But I hear you. And also, shout out to Mount Raider, more wild one. If anybody wants his raffle item, give me some 14s down below. We got 16 minutes until day 2 of the NFL draft gets going. But Wild One's a real one. He's Mount Raider more. And if you spam 14 down below, you're going to have that opportunity to get into that raffle. And we will do that raffle at the very end of today's show to get in for a Fernando Mendoza torch shirt. They're a limited edition. They are flying off the shelves left and right. And we only have a few more remaining. Wild One, appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you, my guy. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. You're good. I got to put some names here real quick in this race. We just got a bunch of people that just joined, and I don't want to get too far behind. Dan Fry, I see you. Also, shout out to Jonathan Green. You're in the raffle. I already got you. What do you got for me? You can hit him.
Oh,
I'm going to put names in. Reed's going to talk to you.
I have an interesting deal for you guys. Now, our boss, we have a link that I'm going to put in the chat right here. You go to that link, that post, and you comment Chat Sports. We're going to pick 2 people to win some merch items. Now, what I'm going to put in the chat right here. Hold on.
Hang on.
I'm going to put it in the chat so you guys can go over there. And it's coming right now.
Also, Daniel Harvey is going to donate a duck to Save a Warrior. So shout out to Harvey. $20 Venmo right now for an opportunity to go home with $250. The more people that get in, the bigger and bigger pot that gets to. So if anybody wants a chance for some merch, comment chat. Can you spell Chat Sports?
Oh, no.
Chat Sports on the post.
Chat Sports.
Yeah, Chat Sports. Chat the Sports, the
Chat
company
the
that we
Sports.
work for. There we go. Chat Sports on the post that you guys see down in the chat.
This Not is just, in the comments, but in this. You click this link.
Yep.
Click that link.
You see that link? Go comment Chat Sports on that post. Here, you know what? I'm going to do it. Can I win merch?
Yeah, you can win it.
All right, hang on.
I mean, if you want to comment Chat Sports in the chat right now, you're more than welcome. But
if you want to win merch, you got to go to the link that Reed
go to
just
the
put
link
there
that's in the chat right now. Comment Chat Sports. Honestly, comment Chat Sports Raiders, so that they know you're coming from the Raiders Report.
Honestly, I got you. Yeah, Chat Sports Raiders. I know the person that's going to be giving away the items, so wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I think if you put Raiders down there, it might help you out a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one that picks it out. Who knows? What I do know also is we are 25 likes away from our very first wheel spin, and today, you know, we're gonna have fun. We have fun every day here on the Raiders Report. I know that. You guys know that. But also, we try to mix it up a little bit, right? Like you don't see a pitcher every day coming at you with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, though. I don't throw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. I think the highest I ever topped out was I did hit 90 once. True story. But that was literally about throughout my arm and about throughout my back. So we're going to mix and match, right? The way that I like to run shows is a lot like one of my favorite pitchers of all time, Greg Maddux. I'm going to mix and match. We're going to throw some changeups, some sliders, maybe a little two-seam action, and then, bang, drop that. Though if I had a big-time Barry Zito curveball, that would be freaking elite. To the 2,200 people here in the building, we did just pass 500 likes. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you guys that wheel spin, and there's going to be different games that we're going to be playing on the program today. If you're the MVP on today's show, you will end up winning a giveaway prize, and it's going to be something signed by me. We've had a bunch of merch here. We have some other things that I want to be able to send. I kind of want it to be a mystery box, though it will be a better mystery box than Peter Griffin. It could be a boat. Who knows?
Could be a boat.
It could be a boat.
You never know.
Could be a boat. Could also just be a ticket for dinner. I don't know. I forget what Peter actually won in that Family Guy episode, but Family Guy. What do you got for me?
We're going to announce the two winners in 5 minutes.
Ooh, okay. I didn't know that.
We're going to announce the winners in 5 minutes. So if you guys haven't already, go to that link. Comment Chat Sports. Honestly, comment Chat Sports Raiders Report, or just spam Raiders, honestly. That would be cool too. But Chat Sports Raiders, and in 5 minutes, two people are going to get picked out of that comment section in that post, in that link in there. So if you want a chance to win some merch, it's another chance.
I got you. I also see a bunch of people spamming the 14s down below. I'll put you in for the raffle here, the Mendoza raffle. Reminder, every $10 super chat that comes in today, you're going to be in for a chance to win a raffle item, and that raffle item is going to be our Fernando Mendoza torch shirt. So the name I'm going to give it to is Wood925. He was the one spamming Wild One so much. And, yeah, maybe I would do that. Maybe I wouldn't. Who knows? John Butson, you just got in the duck race also. My good buddy, 20 to win, $310. Mitch, what do you got for me?
What's on the wheel?
The wheel is a bunch of different things.
Wait, here it is.
There's a bunch of different games. We got ducks. We're going to be giving away some free ducks. We're going to be doing some banging. We got a lot of tuna clock going, beer bongs. I'm ready to rock today, man. We got 10 minutes, 33 seconds here till the draft. Every time we get to 500 likes, we're going to spin the wheel. The reason why I like to do that is it helps us become the #1 Raiders channel here, and I'm all about being that 1% better. Synergy. We need synergy. Shout out to Mendoza. All right, let's get that wheel spin going. Whatever it lands on is the deal that I am going to give you, and that's going to be the deal. Oh, boy.
Oh. What is this?
Okay.
I love this.
If you make the correct pick with a $100 super chat for the Raiders at pick 36, I'll do a boot. Now, if we get
it has to be a $100 super chat?
It's got to be a $100 super chat.
Yeah, that's a steep.
It's got to be a $100 super chat. If you predict it right, I got to do a boot. I'll tell you this, I am a little bit nervous about how this one's going to unfold.
There's a couple options.
I also want to be clear. If one person, truly the way that y'all should do this is one person say one name, another person say another name, another person say another name, another person say another name, because if all y'all go with one, that's not 4 boots. It's just if that's the correct pick, that's the one boot that I'm going to do. So that's my deal to all of y'all out there. Obviously, it counts as a bang, but if you end up getting the correct pick here for the Raiders at 36, you got to shoot your shot, though. So everything's got to be right. You got to tell me pick 36 and who the Raiders are going to be selecting. If the Raiders trade back, we might have to have a conversation or two. So since the pick at 36 is going to be the one that's coming up here in a little bit, the other pick that the Raiders have is 67 in that third round. Now, obviously, this one's a little bit more difficult to be able to think about, to be able to discuss, because we don't know who's going to be available. But because we've done so many shows, we've done so many mock drafts before, you at least probably have a little bit of an idea of who might be available here to pick 67. And if you're going, Mitch, I don't really know who's going to be available here to the Silver and Black at 67. Here are some players that, if I'm the Raiders, I personally would look at both the offensive side of the football and on the defensive side of the football in terms of where the Raiders could go at that 17th spot. Def Halo says Zachariah Branch, Eliza Sarratt, a little Bud Clark action on the offensive side and defensive side. I believe I have 10 names for each. I believe I do. If I don't, then that's on me, but I thought that I did. Scott Fratz, you're still spamming chat sports, which I love and I respect it. I do. It's okay. If we don't have it, that's... I thought that I built some, or not built, but I thought I had something in there today. Yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. So this was from a mock draft that I put out this morning. Now, these were just players that were still available in my mock draft. Like, I want to be clear. I don't really want the Raiders to draft Mike Washington, but I wanted to add just another name in there because if they did want to go back, somebody to keep in mind, Treydan Stribling, these are the receivers that you're looking at on offense. And then defense, I don't think Treydan Stukes is going to make it all the way to this far, but because he was on the board in my mock draft that I released this morning, I threw him up here on this program. Domonique Orange, Bud Clark, Zakee Wheatley, Daylene Everette. There's a lot of different names that you could potentially look at here for the Raiders, and that's what makes today so fun. But in all honesty, this might be a bold prediction. I don't think the Raiders pick at 67 today. I think that they're going to make some trades. I think there's going to be some movement because if I'm John Spytek and Clint Kubiak, I'm trying to take my guy that I want at 36, and then I'm also going to try to get up in that like 40, 50 range. I'm going to go get somebody else that I think could start. And then I'm also going to take some of those other picks that I got on day 3, and I'm going to try to get back up into that 70, 80 range. I want 3 starters today for Las Vegas. Let's go to Rollover. What up, Rollover? I have questions. Do we draft an Iowa lineman? I think the better question is, do we draft a lineman? Like, I think most people automatically assume that we're going to be a team that drafts a lineman. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think it's probably one of my hottest takes around that. If I'm the Raiders, I don't take a lineman until a little bit later on, potentially on day 3, because they have, in my mind, already 8 offensive linemen that they're confident in. And they have 8 offensive linemen that they believe Rick Dennison can work with. John Doe, lots of safety wide receiver depth left. Go get McDonald, Miller, Spytek. I think you're saying Spytek, go get those guys. With the second pick, with round 2, 36th pick in the NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select general manager John Spytek. John Doe, get a pick, my guy.
That's like that meme where it's like the guy's sitting on the couch and he's like, "Me? Did I just get drafted?" And he's like holding the Corona. He's like, "Did I just get drafted?" It's like a picture of him like 10 minutes ago.
Could you imagine? I would text Spytek. I'd be like, "Hey man, congratulations." So he'd be a little bit confused. I don't know if a GM has ever been drafted before. I hope not. Obviously, I'm joking here. Let's keep it moving on the program. We got 5 minutes until the start of the draft. I do got a few extra names that I want to be able to get in here in this duck race. I just saw Greg Silva. You in? What up, Clay? Let's flip and go. Just draft a big defensive tackle, baby. Then go wide receiver. I do think that that's a recipe for success. Obviously, you can go in a multitude of different ways, but I do personally think that that would be a good recipe for success. Let me get a few extra names here in this duck race. Shout out to Scott Riddle. Shout out to Daniel Nichols. You're going to get in the raffle. We also have David Cheney. And then I think we are all caught up now. Yep. 20 to win, $370. Clay, shout out to you, man. Reminder, the deal that I have for all of y'all out there And
Yep.
I don't know if
He took advantage.
they did.
They took advantage.
All right, I didn't know. The deal is if you predict the correct pick at number 36 and it's $100, I will do a boot.
Maybe not.
On the show. Bayou. Thank you, Mitch. Chat Sports Nation. Bayou. We're banging.
Bang! I was like, whoa.
This will always be more than just a YouTube channel. Marine vet, my uncle was laid to rest today. Oh man,
no.
I'm sorry, dude. R.I.P. Huge thank you to all the veterans and active service members. Save a Warrior. If you don't know, go to saveawarrior.org/donate. This channel has lifted me more than once. I love all of y'all. And again, I've had the opportunity, the privilege to get to know Bayou a little bit better here over the past few weeks. But I don't. This show does a lot of weird stuff, no doubt about it. But I also think that we bring a lot of good. We bring a lot of joy. We bring a lot of smiles. And to me, Bayou, you and I have had these conversations, and I think that you and I think very, very similar of, as long as I'm with my people, I don't care where we are. I don't care what we're doing. I'm going to have a good time. And I hope that every time somebody pulls up to this show, I don't care where you are. I don't care what you're going through. I hope that when you watch this program, it makes you forget about what you got. Maybe what you don't got, maybe what you got. I hope that you appreciate what we've been able to build here. But I will promise you this. You will know that people have your back by watching this show. Bayou, shout out to Mount Raider more. Also,
14.
Bang! For the nation. Kayden McDonald.
I think
for
you'd be happy to do a boot for that.
I would do a boot for that.
You'd be happy to do a boot for that.
I would be happy to do a boot for Kayden McDonald at pick 36. Shout out to Wild One for taking advantage of the deal. If it's Kayden McDonald at 36, a boot will go down. So I don't know if it's going to be Happy Dad. I'll probably do Happy Dad. Though we do have some Millers back there.
We do.
It could be Miller time. Wild One, what are you thinking? Gunny, I'm at work, so I will be popping in and out. What's up, fam?
It would have been funny if he mistyped that and he said, I'm pooping in and out.
Pooping in and out. SaveAWarrior.org for veterans, first responders struggling. Shout out to my guy, L.A. Love the pick, dude. Love the pick. It was awesome being able to get to meet you. And, again, I've really appreciated even, getting to know you better over the past few weeks, few months here. It's been awesome. It's also really cool to see how many people are gravitating around you and how many people are reaching out and helping Save a Warrior. I remember the first time we started talking about it, and I'm very proud of how far Save a Warrior's come, but it's also because of you, dude. And I think people support Save a Warrior because of the type of person that you are. And LA Crash Dog's literally like one of those guys, kind of like Mendoza. You're like, dude, you gotta yell at me, spit in my face. Like, you gotta show me that you got a little bit of a dark side. Though he's got that military background, so I'm sure LA is probably all sweet and soft on the outside. But you flip that switch, man, he's gonna turn on the whole nother level.
Paul.
What up, Paul? Mitch, if we do draft McDonald, can we get a McPounder shirt?
100%.
I'm sure we can figure something out.
We would definitely figure something out.
I was talking to my boss about it today, and I was like, I think that we can figure something out. Probably the biggest problem with it is my boss is a Michigan guy. So,
that's a good point.
I don't really think it's going to really have an impact on anything, but I think it might pain him a little bit. I'll tell you this right now. If we do end up getting a Kayden McDonald shirt here on the Raiders Report, let's just drive that nail in his back just a little bit more so he can see, because he's been on cloud
we got
9
20 seconds, by
because
the way.
Michigan won a national championship, so his Michigan shirt's been crushing it. But we got 15 seconds to go. And according to Jordan Schultz, the 49ers already have their pick in.
Oh.
49ers already have their pick. They're not going to make a trade. They're going to go with somebody. If you're ready for day 2, give me some goes down below. I'm ready, man. Excavator. What do you think it's going to take to move back into the second round? I think it's going to cost like a 5th or a 6th round pick, because it cost the Jets a 5th round pick to go up 3 spots yesterday in round 3. So based on value, I'm thinking that. The San Francisco 49ers are officially on the clock, and day 2 of the NFL draft is officially up and going. We got 3,000 people here in the building. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. Let's get to 1,000 likes before the Raiders get on the clock. The more likes that we get, believe it or not, better chance that we're going to be the #1 channel out there. Oh, my goodness. Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! It's fun to stay at the LCA. He's going to go with Christen Miller at pick 36. So that means if it's McDonald or Christen Miller, I got to put down a boot here. Holy Toledo, man. I got feet down in the comment section. Raiderette for life. What up, Charles? What up, Adrian? We got Mark down there below. Adrian! 3,000 Raiders fans down below. Are y'all ready to get this thing going? I can't wait to see what Silver and Black decide to do today. Mr. Mud, Raider Nation for life. Yoda Jenkins in the building. Joe Guy, I see you, Aristocrat Raider. Juju Boom. What up, what up, what up? LCA, Wild One, taking advantage of the deals. Mount Raidermore always showing up and showing out. And that was my deal. I said, if you make the correct pick, I will do a boot here on the Raiders Report. Though, that might have to be my last boot for at least a little while. I also won't do it like right when the pick is made. I'll probably do it a little bit later because we're going to have a few other things that we're going to need to do.
Speaking of correct picks.
Okay.
Before we see the pick.
Before we see the 49ers pick, shout out to today's presenting sponsor, Prize Picks. Available in 50 states. You can make player, team, and culture picks. Play $5, and you're going to get $50 in lineups. Use code HMA. Sign up for Prize Picks with code HMA and get $50 in lineups instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. New feature also that you can follow me on the app. I'm at MitchellRens365 to see all of my lineups. Prize Picks also has a feature that allows you to follow your friends, others on the app, like you would any social media platform. Team Picks is also available, which I do find to be pretty interesting. So you can download the Prize Picks app today with the link that's going to be down in the comments and going to be down in the description of today's show. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. So one of the lineups that I have today, 15 for Mendoza to pay $56.25. I'm going with the more. I like points, rebounds, and assists when I play with Prize Picks because I know points, I know rebounds, I know assists. It gives me a lot to root for, and at the end of the day, I want to be able to enjoy what I'm watching, and when I get a Prize Picks lineup it does. It makes me enjoy whether it's baseball, whether it's basketball, whether it's football, though. Sometimes those Raiders lineups, I think too much with my heart sometimes when I do Prize Picks lineups. I'm like, yeah, of course Ashton Genty's going to get more than 100 rushing yards today, even though Brandon Carroll was his offensive line coach. Sure, there's no way Geno Smith's going to throw another 2 or 3 interceptions today, right? Luckily, we don't have to worry about that. Luckily, we don't have to worry about that. So here are the upcoming picks. The upcoming picks here are the 49ers, the Cardinals, the Bills, and then the Silver and Black are on the clock. I promise you this, we will get the picks before you see them on TV. Yeah. And to anybody that's getting in our duck race, which right now is well over $300, well over $300 if you want to get in, I will mention and get all those names in after the Raiders make their pick at 36, and then after we do all the other things that we do. So once the pick is made, I'm going to make a quick video, getting that out there on social media. The next thing I'm going to end up doing is I will end up then giving you guys a cut of why I thought that the Raiders ultimately decided to go with that route. So who do you want the Raiders to go with here at pick 36? The Niners are on the clock. It's already been reported. Wow. Kayvon Thibodeau just posted on social media a picture of Paul Walker, and it says, goodbye. I think that shows that he's gone from the New York Giants.
Wow, that's insane.
That's not a great look for the Giants. And I get it. They drafted Arvell Reese. There's been a lot of rumors around Kayvon Thibodeau. But he just posted on his Instagram, or no, excuse me, on his TikTok. It says goodbye. Oh, no, it's IG. Interesting, man. Who do we want the Raiders to go with? We are 100 likes away from getting to 1,000 likes, and I know this. I've been to a lot of Raiders parties in my day. The more Raiders fans we get here, the more chance we can get this thing going Oakland style, get this thing going J-Lot style. I see Boston down there from NorCal, Mendoza. McDonald from Big Raz. Callie the Lover is going to go with Boston. Jeff Thompson wants us to go with a kicker. I mean, you can make an argument one of the best first-round picks the Raiders have ever had was a kicker. So if we go with a kicker here in round 2, I might just end the stream. I won't be able to do it. We're going to delete the channel. It was nice knowing all y'all. Best of luck. Reed, shout out. Thank you for your hard work. Yeah, man, Reed's a grinder, dude. He was here late last night. Hell, he literally filmed and produced a show by himself yesterday, and I was like, what on earth are you doing? I see a D'Angelo
Had to get
Pons.
It out. It did well.
It did do well. It was crushing.
Yeah.
It was crushing.
We got.
I see a safety from Chad Smith. D'Angelo Pons is kind of an interesting name. Denzel Boston, Christen Miller, Kayden McDonald. Lots and lots of different opportunities. We did just cross 1,000 likes, which means another wheel spin coming at you. John Doe, Mitch, check on Chugs. KD out for Game 3.
Yeah.
I know this. KD, I don't know if they really just put him in a blender. He did not look good in that second half. He was on a heater in that first half. He put up like 20 points that last series. Yeah, really, really got slowed down. I think he only put up 3 of that second half. But Chugs is probably going to be sweating over it, no doubt. But selfishly, it's not. I always root for Chugs. You guys know Chugs is my guy. I kind of want the Lakers to advance, though. I want to see Luka. I like being down here in Dallas, watching Luka play.
Yeah.
I am a Luka fan from being down here in Dallas. My wife's a Luka fan, and I know a lot of y'all are Laker fans. Like, I root for the Lakers and Warriors because I know a lot of Raiders fans are Lakers and Warriors fans. I won't root for the Dodgers, though. That ain't ever going to happen. Yeah. If you have a favorite baseball team, if you have a favorite basketball team,
By
please
the way,
let me know.
This is the meme I was talking about.
I don't know what.
You don't know what this is? Anybody know what this meme is?
I have no idea what that meme is.
He's sitting on the couch, and they say his name, and it's a picture of him in his sweater.
And he's like, I'm the pick?
And he goes, did I just get drafted? And then the next one, he's like on the phone, and he's like, did I just get drafted?
Does anybody know this meme? I don't know. I don't know the meme. Give me a Y for yes. Give me an N for no, though a cold Corona. Doesn't sound so bad. I guess I'm probably going to have to crack some beers open here in a little bit. The Corona to me is a beach beer.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I'll drink Corona unless I'm at a beach with my toes in the sand or something like that.
Yeah, some people know that.
All right, some people have seen it. Fair enough, fair enough. I am kind of a boomer. I literally only know Raiders, NFL. I don't really I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know many things. TJ, what's up, dude? You both need the drink before we start. It's bad juju. Got to respect the mojo, fellas.
I'll crack open a beer after the Raiders make their pick.
I was going to say, to me, I know that I'm probably going to have to do a boot.
It's not a good pick.
I'll tell you this right now. I'm pretty confident I'm going to have to do a boot.
To poop?
No, a boot. I'm pretty confident I'm going to have to do a boot here.
I thought you said I'm pretty confident I'm going to have to poop.
At some point.
I was like,
some point.
Okay.
I see some Raiders, Dodgers, Lakers, some Lakers down below. Nation, you're not a boomer, obviously. Let's go
49ers. What are we doing?
I know what. I mean, they're on the clock for about a year and a half here. They got 2 minutes left to make the pick. The Raiders are
over like a span of 7 minutes. Can you not just pick your like?
What
how
drives
do you
me?
How do you not
Here's
know
the
your
problem,
guy?
though. The Raiders.
You had a whole night to think about it.
The Raiders did the same thing. You know what I mean?
Well, you had a whole night to think about it. Well, that's because they had to refilm. They had to refilm the thing.
They did have to
refilm.
Why. They did have to refilm, which you kind of
heard. What, are they refilming Christen Miller going to them? Like, what's going on?
We'll see. We'll see. The Niners, they have 1 minute and 45 seconds to make the pick. We got 4,200 people here in the building. The 49ers pick is in. Yeah, if you could a little bit. As soon as the Raiders obviously get on the clock here, we'll be able to tell you everything that's going on. We will give you the picks before you see them on national television. So that's one of the reasons why hope that you guys hit that subscribe button. It's bad juju. I don't know if it's bad juju. I'll tell you this. I've done a lot of shows where I've drank a lot of beer before things start, and we still haven't won. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I hear you, though. I'm just saying. I hear you. I've had a lot of beer before some Raiders game days, and we still haven't won too many of those games. So I'm fired up, man. If you want the Niners to freaking make a pick already, holy cow, I don't give a crap about San Francisco. Shout out to my vet bros. Just got my, oh, man, I don't know what that is. The Niners, oh, my goodness. What a move. Ole Miss wide receiver, Treydan Stribling, going to San Francisco.
What?
I mean, I heard Treydan Stribling potentially going to the Raiders, but at pick 67, he's a really big outside wide receiver. He's a really good blocker, but I'm not going to lie to you. That is a massive, massive reach, in my personal opinion, going off the board here at 33. That's somebody San Francisco I honestly think could have got in round 3. Now, there might have been some teams really sniffing around him, but that's great job, San Francisco. That's a hell of a pick. That's a hell of a pick there by the Niners. I mean, I'm shocked that they did that, man. Shocked that they did that. Hearts Project leaving for Mexico in September. Thank you, man, for helping our country be the country that we are. People like you would give us the reason to be able to host shows like the NFL Draft and be able to enjoy days like today. The Arizona Cardinals are officially on the clock, and according to rumors, sounds like some teams are trying to move up. Sounds like I did have one of my guys text me, and he said the Raiders could be a team that trade up to go get somebody. And if they do, I think they're going to go up and get Kayden McDonald. It's going to be interesting, so get ready. Had to give a shout-out to Will on the main channel. We spent a lot of time chopping it up in NorCal. Let's go Raiders. Man, yeah, out in San Jose, I'll tell you this, there's not too many people that are genuinely as good of people. Like I think, again, confidently, like Reed and I think we're good people. LA, I think that whole nother level of just being a good person. Will is he's a great dude. He's kind of like Mendoza, where you're like, bro, you're almost too nice to me. You're almost too nice to me. The 49ers get day 2 started with an absolute shocker here, and they're going to go De'Zhaun Stribling with the pick. We did cross 1,000 likes. If you get the opportunity to give me a wheel spin. If not, it's all good. I know there's a lot happening here today, and there's going to be a lot.
I'm cool, calm, and composed, man.
The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. The Raiders are in the hole. That's a baseball reference, just so we're clear.
Job.
The 49ers, by the way, according to Adam Schefter, are still trying and hoping to move on from Brandon Ayuk. Every time we get 500 likes today, we're going to spin this wheel, and this deal is only going to be valid, we'll say, for 60 seconds to 2 minutes. And
that looked like you hit it.
Pop. All right, so the deal that we're doing here for the next 2 minutes is if you buy 4 ducks, I'm going to give you 2 for free. The pick is in. Cardinals have selected Texas A&M offensive guard Chase Bisontis goes off the board. Arizona, they took a running back, Julian Love, very early on, number 3 overall. Now they're investing in that offensive line. I do actually think that pick makes some sense. If you want to get this deal, though, we're only going to run this deal until the Raiders are officially on the clock. And I'm just going to say this. If you want the deal, send me an $80 Venmo. I'm going to know that means you got 4 ducks, and then I got to give you 2 free. Okay? So if I don't see an $80 Venmo, don't yell at me. There's a lot of stuff going on today. Almost 4,600 people here in the building. The Bills are on the clock. And I'm just going to say this right now to Wild 114 and to LCA. You guys are about to make me do a boot because Christen Miller and Kayden McDonald are both here on the board, and that's just based on everything I've heard. That's kind of the route that I think that the Raiders are going to be going. If they don't go that route, I will be a little bit surprised. Not saying I'm going to be angry by any stretch, but I'm just saying I will be surprised. Here we go. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock here, and they are apparently listening to some trade offers, and I don't blame, Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo's been trading back left and right. They got a lot of picks to be able to work with here. Chase Bisontis, though, goes off the board at 34 to the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, we're getting close here to the Raiders pick. We are up next. Who do you want Las Vegas to go with here? Who do you want the Raiders to go with here? Let me know down below. This is kind of where I get a little antsy. I get a little bit antsy at this point because I don't know where we're going to go here. Big Rez, I see you. He wants McDonald. Well, I hope that we bring a farm with them. I see Denzel Boston. There's a lot of different names flowing in here. A lot of McDonald's, a lot of Emmanuel McNeil Warrens, a lot of Denzel Bostons. I think that there is a consensus of where Raider fans want to go, and I would say there's 4 names that I'm hearing a lot of.
What do you got?
I'm hearing a lot of Denzel Boston. I'm seeing a lot of Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Kayden McDonald, Christen Miller. Those are, I would say, the top names that are flowing. And then could you imagine? I did say where the Raiders could get crazy, though, there are other names, like I think Germie Bernard, D'Angelo Pons, Brandon Cisse would be names like if we're trying to get, a little bit crazy. Never know, right? It's the Raiders. You never know.
I have a question.
Hit me.
Who do you want the Raiders to draft
Kayden McDonald.
at 36?
I want Kayden McDonald.
You're going to do a boot then?
That's fine. Yeah, to me,
That's fine.
I'm happy to do a boot for a player that I want. I'll tell you this. I'll do a boot every single one of the Raiders picks if they pick the guy that I wanted. And I only say that because I go back and I look at the years of all the Raiders drafts. We'd be in a much better situation if they would have taken the players that we would have wanted them to pick instead of going with some of the routes. But we're starting to push those days behind, right? Like those are old Raiders days. I'm really excited to see what Kubiak and Spytek are going to cook up today because, again, they've been cooking it up this entire offseason. And, in fact, if you've been proud of the Raiders this offseason, hit that like button right now. Again, like I hope at the end of the day, you do feel confident in this team. You do feel confident in the direction that we are moving. And, I mean, that's why we're here today, right? I mean, I know that it's the NFL draft, but it's also Friday. A lot of people are getting ready for the weekend. The fact that people are hanging out with us here, it's because you care, it's because you're excited, and it's because you're a real one. You're a diehard Raider fan that you're like, bro, I don't care what's going on. It's the NFL draft. We need this draft. Like, this is a really important draft for us, considering the fact that, oh, wow, the pick is in. The Buffalo Bills have selected Clemson edge T.J. Parker. So here we go.
Keep falling.
T.J. Parker goes to the Buffalo Bills, which means the Las Vegas Raiders are officially on the clock. Where do you guys want to go? Oh, Kayden McDonald. I think it's going to be him. Where is this pick going to go? Oh, God. With the 36th pick. With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL draft. Here we go. Oh, man. Who do y'all want? The Raiders are on the clock. Let's go. Come on. Where do you want to go? I want to go to Kokomo, Key Largo, Montego. Baby, why don't we go? I'm so nervous. I am so freaking nervous, man.
The Raiders are on.
Oh, wait, the Raiders! Hey, just traded the pick with the Houston Texans.
Oh, my God!
The Raiders just traded pick 36. The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Whoa!
I'm shocked, man. I really am. I expected one trade today. I don't know if I expected the trade at this moment. So the Houston Texans are trading up with the Raiders, and now the Texans are on the clock. The Raiders are going to be moving back. I don't have the full trade details yet. That is a lie. Now that I have the full trade details, the Texans go from 38 up to 36. This is why I'm just so proud of this Raiders organization, okay? So the Raiders traded pick 36 and 117. 36 and 117. So we're going to move back a few spots, and I think that's because the Raiders are looking at Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Christen Miller, Kayden McDonald. But what's also clutch is we pick up an extra third-round pick today. We have now pick 91. So you move back a few spots, but you have that extra pick here. I said today we're going to make 3 picks today. John Spytek's going to make 3 picks today. I guarantee that. I actually really like this value because of the players that are still on the board here for the Raiders. Also, the pick is in. The Houston Texans are selecting. This is how, you know what? This is how you know sometimes information ain't good. The Texans are selecting Ohio State defensive tackle Kayden McDonald.
Wow.
Kayden McDonald goes off the board there to Houston. I mean, I guess that the Raiders are pretty confident that they got somebody else in mind, and I think that other guy that they have in mind is Christen Miller. The question remains, is Christen Miller going to be on the board, and is he going to be available here? Absolute bombshell by the Raiders. I mean, like now, I'm not going to lie, like now I'm a little bit nervous. I like the pick. I like the fact that we moved up to get to 91 to get into that third round, but Did they know that that was going to be the trade that ended up happening, that they were going to go with Kayden McDonald? I don't know if the Raiders would have wanted to do that then. Again, if you still get a Christen Miller, if you still get a Denzel Boston, if you still get an Emmanuel McNeil Warren, that 91 can turn into a Bud Clark, a Zakee Wheatley. It can turn into a Ted Hurst potentially if he falls down the board a little bit. I don't know. I mean, how would you guys grade the trade? You end up going back 2 spots. We'll see who the Raiders take here at 38, but then you also move up. Basically, 30 spots.
Yep.
I mean, you also have 102 and 134. That is important to remind y'all. We have 102, 134 still available, but now the Raiders have pick 38 in the second round. You have 67 and 91. Again, I like Kayden McDonald a lot. I really do. You guys know how much I like Kayden McDonald. But also in the exact same breath, I wanted an extra draft pick today.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that we got that extra draft pick. But the Texans, they trade up. They get Kayden McDonald at pick number 36. So now the New York Giants are on the clock. And I think the Giants are going to go defensive tackle.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a little bit confused with this trade in terms of going behind the Giants, because they traded away Dexter Lawrence. And I think Houston traded up in front of the Giants.
Or do they go Denzel Boston?
Do they need wide receivers?
They need everything, honestly.
I mean,
they got.
I think the biggest thing that they need is a defensive tackle. They need to replace. They need to replace Dexter Lawrence. Maybe I don't. Maybe
that's fair.
In my mind, that's how I look at it. We will see, man. We will see how this pick ends up going. I mean, if the Raiders were able to get Christen Miller and you're able to get that extra pick 91, again, I understand the trade, but I'm really curious of what this means for the Raiders at 38. But that's now the third trade that John Spytek has made on day 2. Yep. They made 2 trades last year. I believe they went from 37 to 48, 48 to 58. I believe is exactly, I think that's kind of how it went, because I know Besh was picked 58. But I think that's how it ended up going down. But I actually also think last year they made a trade with the Texans. I think last year they made a trade with the Texans as well on day 2 to get back to that 48 spot, if my memory serves me correctly here. But, I mean, I think Chug's going to be really fired up to go get one of the guys that I know he really likes for this team. We got almost 8,000 people here in the building. If you haven't already, hit that like button. I don't know what the Raiders are going to do. They just traded away pick 36 to the Houston Texans here. What is going to happen? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. If you're not having a good time, don't hit that like button. If you're having a good time and you hope that the Raiders make a good pick, hit that like button. I'm getting nervous, though. On a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you? I'm a freaking 10. It's a 10. Come on, Las Vegas. Come on, Las Vegas. Let's go, baby. Here are the best players available on Tom Downey's big board. You got a little Jermod McCoy action, D'Angelo Pons, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Do the Raiders go corner with Colton Hood, who they had a top 30 visit with? I mean, I like Colton Hood. Colton Hood is a really good cornerback. D'Angelo Pons, again, is a name that I've thrown out there before. Christen Miller could be extremely, extremely interesting. Uh-oh.
What do you got?
I don't see anything. Okay. All right. I don't know. Pons, somebody said a 10 from Raw Sports. It's a 10, bro. I'll tell you, Colton Hood would be an unbelievable jersey.
Oh.
Dude, a Hood jersey?
Hood?
Are you kidding me?
That'd be sick.
I don't know if I'm Hood enough to wear it, but I'll put a hoodie on the back of that.
So we got, and then these are the next 5.
So then the next 5 is this. The pick is in. The New York Giants select Tennessee cornerback Colton Hood.
Wow.
Off the board. The Raiders are on the clock again. Are they going to make a trade? I don't know. We're going to have to start a new poll here. Where are the Raiders going to go next? 8,000 of y'all here in the building. The Giants have selected cornerback Colton Hood from Tennessee. He goes off the board. Las Vegas is officially back on the clock here. To everybody that's pulling up right now, I got to know who you want, man. I'm going to keep asking you over and over and over again until we get somebody for the Raiders.
Until we get somebody. Wow.
Come on, baby. Where are we going? Let's go to the 8,000 people in the building. I see.
You're antsy.
again, I knew it was Fernando Mendoza. I was antsy for Fernando, but like these are the days where you really do truly separate franchises. Like your day 2 picks, man, is where you got to find quality starters, and the Raiders need to be able to find a lot of quality starters on offense and on defense. Could you imagine if they make another flip and trade? I mean, to me, this has got to be Christen Miller. I've been hearing a lot of stuff around Christen Miller. Here's the thing, though. I also heard a lot of smoke around Kayden McDonald. So it's like, shit, here we go. Here we go. What I love about the draft and what I love about the NFL is, like, I remember I've had, like, NFL players tell me stuff, and then the exact opposite thing happens. Like, for reference, there was one time, I'm not going to tell you exactly who told me, but I had a really good source tell me that Andre James wasn't going to be returning to the Raiders. And then he ended up returning. I didn't make a new poll. If you want to make,
I can, yeah.
I'll say it's going to happen here pretty quickly, I would imagine. Oh God, what an electric start here to this draft. What an unbelievable.
Who does everyone want?
I think it's about to be Christen Miller. I do. I think it's going to be Christen Miller. I know that this team loves Georgia Bulldogs. I know that Miller has made it clear to the Raiders that he wants to be a Raider, and that's something that the Raiders have said. I also think that Miller, what he provides is he's also good at being able to get after the quarterback. Yes, he bolsters the run, but I think being able to have somebody in that 3-4 that can help. You got Nakobe Dean, Eric Stokes, Quay Walker, literally Georgia Bulldogs. And I think when you come from a college program, and correct me if I'm wrong, Georgia, to me, is one of those programs that they develop NFL talent very well. They also teach you what it takes to become part of a program. And I think that's also what the Raiders are selling. They're selling a program. They're selling, there's a handful of schools that when you go there, you're trying to stay there as long as you possibly can. In my mind, Georgia's one of those schools. Whether you like Georgia, whether you don't like Georgia, I think we can all agree that's probably a true statement here. So where are we going? At pick 38 in the NFL draft, as soon as the pick is made, I'm going to make a video on it. We're going to break down the pick here for the Las Vegas Raiders, whether it's good, whether it's bad. I'm going to give you my God-honest opinion, and I hope that's why people watch this program. I'm not afraid to tell you I don't like a pick. I'll tell you that. I'm also not afraid to freaking have a good time if I do really, truly love that pick. Come on, Raiders. Let's go, baby. So for those of you that do not know, friendly reminder that the New York Giants, they have already selected Colton Hood, and the Raiders are on the clock here. If you're watching the television program, I don't even know if Kayden McDonald's made it to the stage yet.
He was crying.
Oh, I know he's crying, but this is the problem where the draft happens. They need to figure out a way where the national broadcast can't be 3, 4, 5 picks behind. Again, I love the draft. I've covered it for 8 years, but they got to figure out a way where they're not 3, 4, 5 picks behind. Because I actually think it takes away from the players and in that moment for them. Because again, I can't even imagine what it would be like. I remember when I got my first college offer that, hey, we want you to come play baseball with me. Small school, but you're like, shit, dude, this is an awesome feeling. Getting drafted? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, man? All right, so Raiders on the clock here at 38. If you're just now joining us, if you're like, why are we on the clock here at 38? The Raiders traded back with the Houston Texans. When we do this cut, can you show that trade in that cut?
Oh,
cool.
Of course.
So the Raiders ended up getting pick 38-91. They traded away 36. The Texans took Kayden McDonald, and they gave away one of their fourth-round picks. It was 117. So it was the pick that they gave right in the middle. It was the pick that they gave right in the middle. 8,400 people here in the building. We're all waiting. We're all wondering what the Raiders are going to do here. We're all wondering what the Raiders are going to do here. Come on, Raiders. I would like Christen Miller. I would like a Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. You give me one of those 3 guys, I'm going to be a really, really happy camper to get this show started. That's all I want. I want the Raiders to dominate in the draft. I want the Raiders to give me a team that I'm proud of. I want to be a fan that shows up and shows out every single day. And it helps when you make good draft selections. I've learned that throughout the years covering this team. I'll tell you that right now. Do
you think they trade again?
Wow! With the 38th pick in the NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select defensive back from Arizona, Treydan Stukes. I told y'all in my mock draft that I did today that the Raiders really like Treydan Stukes. I viewed him a little bit more as a closer to a 50th overall pick. But Treydan Stukes from Arizona, He's going to be the pick here for the Raiders, and I'm telling you this right now, if you want somebody that offers you a lot of versatility, he's going to be a player that does truly offer you a lot of versatility. With the 38th pick in the NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select defensive back from Arizona, Treydan Stukes. The reason why they had picked 38 overall, they traded with the Houston Texans. They traded with the Texans. They gave up pick 36. They gave up pick 117. They got 91 and 38 in return. But the reason why it's kind of an interesting pick, if you wanted the Raiders to address that secondary position, Stukes is one of these guys that can play safety. He can also play nickel, but he's a multiple different type of look dude, and he can mix and match in a lot of different systems. I'll be honest, I don't think some fans are going to love this pick. I was looking for a defensive tackle. For them to pass up on a guy like Christen Miller, technically Kayden McDonald, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren also, they passed on a guy like Denzel Boston. This is a player that they view it can be an instant starter for this team, and this was a player that I had in my mock draft that went out this morning. Really interesting. If you don't know, I'm live on the Raiders Report, so pull up and show out. Wow, very interesting pick here for the Raiders with Treydan Stukes, and I know that some people are not really happy about it. I do mean this. He's a good player. I wouldn't have taken him here at 38, though. I wish we would have gone with a little bit of a different route. I got to believe and hope that the Raiders have a plan. I like Treydan Stukes, though. Again, I don't know if it would have been the pick that I would have decided to go with, but because the Raiders decided to go with this route here, say that again. I am really curious. I just put that short in social, if you could. So coming off a big jump in production after moving inside of the nickel position, improvements in his instincts each season, flashes some stiff hips and could face some issues against shifty route runners. Tom Downey has him ranked as his 48th overall prospect, his 8th corner on the team. I look at this as being a versatile pick. If you wanted the Raiders to kill two birds with one stone today, that's kind of what you're looking at with Stukes. 6 foot, 190 pounds, 52 tackles last season for the Wildcats, 1 sack, 10 PBUs, 4 interceptions. When you turn on the tape, you're going to see some really fun stuff that he can create and help you down the field. And the reason why I want Raider fans to buy into this a little bit more, also the Cleveland Browns, they just selected Denzel Boston. He goes off the board. And now the Kansas City Chiefs, I believe. I don't know if the Chiefs just made a trade. No, I think the Chiefs are on the clock. Yes, the Chiefs are on the clock here at 39, but Denzel Boston goes off the board. But we do got to be able to face the facts. The Raiders, they're going to be doing a bunch of different looks. They're going to be playing 3-4, 4-2-5, mixing and matching a lot of these players in the secondary. And I wonder if the Raiders decide to go this route because they were looking for a player that they thought could play corner and a player that they could go out and find at safety. Now, if they're able to go out and get another run here at a defensive tackle, go out and get another wide receiver, I know that Stukes was somebody that was on their radar, and it's why that he was featured in my mock draft today. It's literally why I said that it could happen. But for them to be able to get a player in the top 50, I think that this guy can offer you some upside. There's some scouts that actually view him as a potential top round 1 potential, but I really think it depends what the fit is. This screams to me we're going to be playing a lot of zone. This screams to me Rob Leonard's defense is going to be mixing and matching with a lot of zone. I want to know from all of y'all, what is your one-word reaction to the Raiders going with Treydan Stukes here at pick number 38? And I see a lot of comments. I do not see a lot of people that are very happy about this pick. And again, I want us to take a breath here. I actually do think that people... I don't think it's an A-plus pick. I think it's probably in that C-plus to B-minus range, and I say that because, again, I like Stukes. I do. I think I've made that clear to people on this show that I like him because of his versatility, and I think what you're looking at is cornerback. If that said safety, would you feel better about it? I'm telling you right now, he's the best safety, cover safety we have on our roster. It's a guarantee. He's also probably the best cornerback outside of Eric Stokes that we have on our roster. So you're going to be able to put somebody that can play that Taron Johnson role. You're going to be able to have him potentially play. I don't think he plays too much of the outside cornerback role. Again, more of the nickel. But he's going to be able to play in the nickel. He's going to be able to drop back into safety. This is probably your future Taron Johnson replacement, who they brought in on a 1-year deal overall. I can see, though. I can tell, man. I can tell a lot of y'all are a little bit confused with this pick, and I would have rather Kayden McDonald. I would have rather Christen Miller. I think a lot of people would have rather gone that route, but I wonder what the plan is. I'm going to believe what Spytek and John and Kubiak are doing, but I'm not going to lie. That is, I did not expect the pick here. I thought if the Raiders were going to make a move for Treydan Stukes, it was going to be for probably in that 50-ish type of range, just based off some of the things that I did here. But you're going to see some people are going to love it. Some people aren't going to like it. The pick is in for the Chiefs. They're going to go with R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. That's going to be the pick here. Man, oh, man, oh, man. So what I want to do here is I want to get into this cut, if possible. We're going to be breaking down everything that's going down here for the Raiders around the Treydan Stukes pick. But, I do want people to realize this is, in my mind, a two birds with one stone pick. You not only get a corner, you also get a safety. So being able to get a safety, being able to get a corner, if you're looking for extra depth, and we needed a lot of help in that secondary, you add somebody who's literally your best cover safety now on your roster, and you add somebody that's going to be able to help you out in the nickel. For Rob Leonard's defense, they're going to do a lot of multiple looks. This is going to be one of those picks that people are probably upset about because you expected one thing, and there was a lot of good players on the board, but I do think that this is going to end up being a pick that we look back on in a few years and go, yeah, Treydan Stukes was a good pick here by the Raiders. I don't know if it's going to be a slam dunk. I would have invested in the trenches, but I'll tell you this, it kind of just goes to show a lot of the smoke that you hear. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. I heard a lot of Christen Miller, Kayden McDonald rumors this morning. I also heard that the Raiders are going to make a trade, and we were going to make at least 3 picks today. So some's right, some's wrong. That's the fun part about covering the NFL. It's the fun part about covering the NFL draft, and fun part, really, about covering the Las Vegas Raiders. So coming up here on the Raiders Report, I'll tell you this, man. It was very, very interesting, though. I'm going to, yeah, maybe. That's probably not a bad idea. I'm going to get a, yep, Raiders make shocking pick.
I don't know if it was a reach. You know what this tells me, though? Just in NFL draft terms? Oh, my God. Why am I forgetting his name right now? Jermon McCoy. They must not trust that knee.
It's the medicals. I mean,
it's got to be.
There's so many reports that are coming out left and right that it's the medicals. Also, the pick is in here with the 41st pick in the NFL draft. The Cincinnati Bengals have selected Cassius Howell. Cassius Howell going off the board there.
All right, that's their Trey Hendrickson replacement.
What's so funny is literally I only see A's and F's down below. It's like,
this
is an A pick for the Raiders. It's an F pick for the Raiders. This is going to be a very, very interesting pick for the Las Vegas Raiders, no doubt about it. Like I said, I understand the value because you're getting 2 players for the price of 1. You really are. I think that you're getting very interesting players. So, I think if you wanted a center fielder, did you want a center fielder at safety? If the answer to that is yes, Treydan Stukes is a better center fielder than Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I promise you that. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's a better athlete than Treydan Stukes. But if you're a fan and you wanted a center field free safety, you got one of Treydan Stukes who can also play nickel. And for a team that has a lot of extra needs, for a team that does have a lot of extra needs, we need to be able to find ways to find, I think, versatile players. So what you have now is, let's say you put Isaiah Paul-Mal back to strong safety. Can you add Treydan Stukes to free safety on that depth chart for me? And then you can put Treydan Stukes back there on that free safety spot. And then when Taron Johnson's going to be playing in the nickel, Stukes is going to be back there at free safety. I think because you're going to be able to mix and match, and when Taron Johnson's got to come off the field, you pop Stukes in here down below, and you still have, no, he's got to be a starter, free safety. Isaiah Paul-Mal to strong safety, Treydan Stukes,
I just got to grab
safety.
his picture then.
Yep, all good. So, to me, it's really, really interesting here. Venthrak, Mount Raidermore says it's a reach. I don't totally disagree that it's a reach, but if you really want a guy and you believe in that player and his talent, then you got to go out and find a way to make it happen. And again, I view Treydan Stukes as the starter. I know what it shows up on screen right now. That's not accurate.
Producer Reed switching it.
Yep, no, you're good. So Treydan Stukes will be the new starter. Isaiah Paul-Amau, you can put him there at that other strong safety spot. We'll just bump him down.
I just have to I'm not the best at spelling, so I have to keep his name up for a sec so I can type it out, and then
I mean, Isaiah Paul-Amau is a little bit of a difficult one. It's a little bit of a difficult one.
Kind of a
The New Orleans Saints at pick 42, they are going with Georgia defensive tackle Christen Miller. Georgia defensive tackle Christen Miller goes off the board. Raiders make a shocking pick with Treydan Stukes. My instant reaction. I'm going to tweet this out for you guys. Dolphins are officially on the clock. So here's what I think the new Raider safety depth chart honestly looks like. Stukes is going to be our new starter at free safety, but here's the other really cool part, though. He is going to be able to help you out, and he's going to be able to play cornerback. Like, I think people that are saying this is a reach is because you wanted something else, but I do understand the idea of the Raiders really, truly, like, taking one player, but they essentially get two different starters here to mix and match. And with a team that's got a lot of holes on this roster, like, before we freak out about this draft, let's see how the draft board ends up falling.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're not going to get a top defensive tackling. Maybe we end up getting a Lee Hunter a little bit later on. Maybe we end up getting another wide receiver. We still have pick 67, and we have pick 91 now, thanks to that trade that we did with the Houston Texans. So I know that this was a surprising pick. I mean, again, I'm surprised too. But just because you're surprised doesn't mean that it's a bad pick. I think it just means that your opinion was wrong. My opinion was wrong. I'm not afraid to admit that I was wrong. But I think that this is a B-, C+ pick for the Raiders. And some people might not like that grade, but that's a gone honest grade to me. And I'm always going to be 100% honest. I'm always going to be 100% authentic with anybody that watches the show around the Raiders and around the draft. But there is a part of me, because of his upside, because of the versatility, like I know what the Raiders' plan is now. Treydan Stukes going to play free safety. And he's going to be able to drop down in the nickel.
Yeah.
He's going to play a lot of different looks. They're going to make
versatile.
They're going to make you look and think a lot of different things. And I don't know, man. I think it's interesting. I do. I think it's a shocking pick. I knew
Definitely
the Raiders
shocking.
liked Treydan Stukes. I took Treydan Stukes in my mock draft that went out this morning. If you don't believe me, go look at the video. Go watch the video. I had Treydan Stukes in my mock draft. I heard from people that they liked him a lot. Now, I took him in the third round because he was still the best player on the board, but I did say in that video that I view him as a top 50 overall prospect. Tom Downey views him as the number 48 overall prospect. And if you wanted the team to address its secondary, they just addressed the cornerback and the free safety position with one pick.
Yep.
They did. And that's...
Realistically, they did.
They did. Now, we got to see how the rest of the board falls.
Right.
We got to see how the rest of the board falls. And it's going to be fun to see how it does end up going down. So here's what we're going to do. Oh, wow.
What do you got?
What a pick here by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What do we got?
Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah!
Jacob Rodriguez goes off the board to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So they got Ruben Bain,
let's go.
Jacob Rodriguez, two really, really solid picks there for Tampa Bay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get into a cut here. And I'm going to tell you everything you need to know around Treydan Stukes. And if you're a fan that's like, I want to jump off a cliff, let me talk you off that ledge here a little quick. I'm going to talk you off the ledge here because I get it might not be a pick that a lot of us thought. But I do think that this pick makes sense considering of how many other needs this team has in the secondary. To Wild One and to LCA, I thought I was going to have to do a boot. I'm sorry. I would have done the exact same thing that you guys did. I would have done the exact same thing. So coming up here on the Raiders Report, we're going to break down the Treydan Stukes pick, and I'm going to tell you everything that you need to know around the Raiders and ultimately why they made this pick. The Las Vegas Raiders make a shocking pick at number 38 overall in the 2026 NFL Draft by going with cornerback / center field safety Treydan Stukes from Arizona. Today's show is presented and sponsored by Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. I'm starting this show off, and I know that it's a surprising pick for a lot of people, but I'll also say this. I had Treydan Stukes in my Raiders mock draft that I released this morning. If you don't believe me, go check out the video. It's a reason why I want people to watch this channel. I knew for a fact that the Raiders were interested in Stukes. I've heard about Stukes, and I've heard a lot about this talk. Now, if you're a fan and you're freaking out and you want to jump off the ledge, let me talk to you here a little bit. Is he an older prospect? Yes, 25 years old. But the Raiders value guys that played a lot of football. 6-year senior, lots and lots of football at 6 foot, 190 pounds. But look at the production. 52 tackles, 1 sack, 10 PBUs, 4 interceptions. If you were a Raiders fan, type me down below if you wanted a free safety. Treydan Stukes, I'm telling you right now, is the best free safety the Raiders have on their roster. But the reason why I'm going to try to talk y'all off a ledge here a little bit is because you're essentially getting 2 players for the price of 1. Treydan Stukes is the best center fielder that we got. He's the best free safety that we got, and he will be a starting free safety over Isaiah Paul-Amal. I guarantee it. But then also, when the Raiders want to mix and match and run some of these different routes that they'll do in these zone packages, whether they want to go 3-4, whether they want to go 4-2-5, whether you want to go nickel, however you want it to end up looking, if then you want to have a bigger package, you might be able to put Taron Johnson to the sideline, bring in Treydan Stukes, because you found yourself a corner and you found yourself a true center fielder that Arizona said, and this is sometimes what the best college football teams do, right? Like, if anybody out there like Kamari Ramsey was asked to play in a nickel because sometimes the best players, they get asked to do different things because coaching staffs believe in you to be able to do it. He's a hustler. He's an outstanding teammate. Coaches rant and rave about how much of a hard worker that he is, but it's that versatility. And because the Raiders need a lot of depth, and a lot of these different areas, I do wonder if the Raiders said, you know what, we are going to find a way to take a starter, not only at free safety, but we're also going to be able to take a starter here that can play in the nickel. Some of you might be wondering, well, wait a minute, Mitch, I thought we had pick 36. We did have pick 36. But the Raiders ended up making a trade with the Houston Texans. The Texans got 36, which ended up being Ohio State defensive tackle Kayden McDonald, and our 4th-round pick. But we still have pick 102 and 134 in that 4th round. In return, the Raiders got pick 38, Treydan Stukes. The Raiders also ended up getting pick 91, another 3rd-round pick. One of the things that I reported this morning was I was told that the Raiders were going to make a trade, at least one. They've made at least one trade, and that the Raiders were going to make 3 picks today. I believe that the Raiders are going to make 3 picks today because you still got 67 and you got 91. We will also go through all the other picks for everybody that's watching this live right now on the Raiders Report because we are live on the channel. If you guys don't know, today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And if you're watching the draft right now, the Jets have just made a trade with the Lions and they are on the clock. There's a reason why Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. It's easy to play. It's tons of fun. And this time of the year, you got some basketball playoffs, got a little MLB baseball action as well. So download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code HMA and get $50 in lineups instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. If you don't know, you can also follow me on social media. I'm at MitchellRens365. And if you follow me on social media at MitchellRens365, you can also follow me on Prize Picks at MitchellRens365. So you can check out all the lineups that I end up cooking up here. So if you want to check out a season-long lineup that I have for the Las Vegas Raiders, I'm going to be able to show you. I have hope and faith that the Raiders are going to be better this season. Give me the more on Brock Bowers. Give me the more on Ashton Genty. Give me the more on Maxx Crosby at 11.25. And then Josh Allen, you got to take another player in order for the lineup to end up happening. Josh Allen, 6 straight years with more than that amount of passing yards. So, if you want to roll with me, if you want to be my friend on Prize Picks, download the Prize Picks app today with the link that's going to be in the comments, going to be in the description of today's show. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. So let's keep on talking here about the Treydan Stukes pick to the Las Vegas Raiders because I do think that it's pretty interesting Oh my gosh, another big-time NFL trade. The Cowboys are trading for 49ers linebacker D. Winters. It literally just happened. But again, here's what Dane Brugler, one of the best guys in the business, had to say about Treydan Stukes. Stukes can be too reactionary at times, but he is an instinctive athlete who plays with quiet confidence and valuable versatility. He projects best in the nickel while offering outside or single high flexibility. So think about you're getting a corner. Shit, I mean, if Dane Brugler's telling me that not only he can play in the nickel, he also offers you a little bit of that outside and single high flexibility. I mean, that's a player that you're looking at can play multiple different positions out there for a Raiders team that has a lot of needs at that cornerback spot. I don't know if they have confidence in Darian Porter. That's not a regime. It's not this regime that drafted him. So if you want to be able to find Stukes, and maybe he's our new starting outside corner, but I do think he's best fit in the nickel. You could play him at nickel. You could play him on the outside. You can also drop him back as a free safety. Very, very interesting. If you're just now joining us, here's how the second round of the NFL draft has gone. DeZon Stribling goes off the board to get this thing started. Chase Bisontis, TJ Parker, Kayden McDonald. Then it was Colton Hood from the New York Giants takes him. Jermod McCoy, very much so falling. Denzel Boston, R. Mason Thomas goes to the FKCs. Cassius Howell going to the Cincinnati Bengals. That's their Trey Hendrickson replacement. Christen Miller, I really did think that was going to be the pick that the Raiders were going to go with there. And then Jacob Rodriguez to the Miami Dolphins. Maybe they made a move. I guess the Miami Dolphins made a trade to go up to Tampa Bay. Sorry, that's on me. I thought that Jacob Rodriguez went to Tampa Bay. That's on me. And now the Detroit Lions are on the clock after a trade that they just did with the New York Jets, and their pick is in, and they select defensive end from Michigan, Derek Moore. It is absolutely wild, and if you're watching us live right now, shout out to you. If you don't know, we almost 10,000 people just watching the show. Then the Raiders made the Treydan Stukes pick. Right now, I just looked down at the screen, a number that would make Rebel Montana very happy, 6,900 people watching the program. Come join the Raiders Report. We're going to be live literally all day today, all day tomorrow. Talk to me about Treydan Stukes. I promise you I'm going to be able to have you here covered. But also, if you want to become that fan that knows all these ins and outs, because I know it and you know it, there's going to be Raider fans out there that are just going to hate this pick because they wanted a Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a Christen Miller, a Denzel Boston. But I want you to be the fan that convinces other fans that this is not a bad pick. It might not have been a pick that we thought was going to happen, but you're looking at a really good athlete. Somebody that can run a 4.3 40-yard dash, 38-inch vert. Look at the broad jump. He is an outstanding athlete that can not only play free safety, he can play a little bit on the outside corner spot. He's truly best in that nickel, but for defenses that play zone. And the Raiders are going to be a very heavy zone team. I know that because Mike McDonald plays a lot of zone. Brian Flores plays a lot of zone. Why is that important? Our new defensive coordinator, Rob Leonard, learned underneath Brian Flores. He also learned underneath Mike McDonald, and obviously Mike McDonald this past season with Clint Kubiak. There's a lot of connections there. So what if I showed you this Raider safety depth chart? Does it make you feel a little bit better? Because Treydan Stukes is light years better of a center fielder than Isaiah Pola-Mao. This also now allows Isaiah Pola-Mao to play that true strong safety position that he needs to be able to play on this defense. Let him be up close to the box. Let me see Isaiah Pola-Mao that I fell in love with when he was a UDFA his second year in the NFL. I don't want to see Isaiah playing free safety. But then the other thing that you can do is if you're looking at this cornerback room, let's say then Taron Johnson's got to come off the field. He's a veteran. He's on a one-year deal. Then you put Treydan Stukes over there. What happens if Darian Porter doesn't turn out to be the player that we're hoping that he turns out to be? Maybe you can even turn out and put him over there in that spot. I know that this was a pick that caught people off guard a little bit, but let me be very, very clear. Just because it caught you off guard, just because it wasn't a pick that you thought it was going to be, doesn't make it a bad pick. It means that I was wrong. It means some of y'all were wrong, and I will be wrong every day of the week if it turns out to be a great pick. I don't give a flying flip if I'm right or not. Truthfully, I don't care. Was I happy that he was in my mock draft this morning? Of course I was. I've heard a lot of rumors. I did not think that the Raiders like Treydan Stukes, though, apparently as much as you do. So what I want all y'all to do is go down in the comment section right now, and I want you to grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. You're about to get hit with a YouTube ad break. While that ad is playing, I want you to scroll on down. Give me your answer. My answer coming up here in just a second. I'm going to give this a B-, C+ grade. I would have rather the Raiders go with defensive line because I value the trenches, but then at the exact same time, I want fans to be able to watch and see Treydan Stukes play because he's going to be a player that I think fans are going to fall in love with. He flies around the field. He's got really good instincts, and if you wanted a center fielder, the amount of times that I begged the Raiders to get a center fielder last offseason, like, I know we talked a lot about Bud Clark, Zakee Wheatley, AJ Halsey. You can still go get one of those guys if you want to. Like, you can still add more talent. You can go get another corner. But I honestly think because the Raiders were a little bit concerned about their safety and their cornerback room, they go, I'm going to kill two birds here with one stone. I'm going to go out and I'm going to get Treydan Stukes. He's going to play corner. He's going to play nickel. He's also going to be able to line up and be a center field safety for us for the Las Vegas Raiders. So far, we've got Fernando Mendoza. You got Treydan Stukes from Arizona. And the Raiders also have pick 67, and they have pick 91. And I don't think that the trades are done today for the Las Vegas Raiders. I could see them trying to do something else. They already pulled off one, and who knows? We saw Spytek do 2 trades last season. Also for the NFL draft, to keep you guys up to date, the Ravens at Baltimore going to go with Missouri defensive end Zion Young here at pick 45. If you're excited about Mendoza, if you watch the presser today, he's an outstanding human being. I'm so happy and so proud that we brought him into the silver and black. And I know that this is a pick, Treydan Stukes, that some of y'all are like, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm going to trust John Spytek. I'm going to trust Clint Kubiak because I do feel like we're Kubiak, and I do feel like this has been an organization that this offseason, they've had a plan, they've executed the plan, and they've done it well. Because there's been drafts that I've done in the past where I'm like, man, imagine if we could have got this guy, this guy. Imagine if the Raiders know where certain players are going to go. Like, imagine if they wanted a corner, but because Jermod McCoy and that knee is really clearly being a flare-up, Colton Hood goes off the board. Maybe that was a player that they were looking at. And because they wanted another corner, some of those guys are going to fall down the board. There's always talent at certain positions that end up falling further and further and further down. Before we hit the panic button, and I'm not even hitting the panic button on Treydan Stukes. It was just simply a pick that I think a lot of us were pretty surprised about. And if you're proud to be a Raider, I'm definitely proud to be a Raider. The Buccaneers pick is in. And now the Buccaneers, they're going to go with Josiah Trotter, linebacker. So definitely not Jacob Rodriguez. Sorry. But are you proud to be a Raider? I'm definitely proud to be a Raider. I bleed silver and black. Heck, there's at times where maybe I should take off my Raider shield because I want to earn it every single day. I want to earn it 365 days out of the year. There's a reason why we're the #1 most watched Raiders channel on planet Earth, and it's because I think that we bring that energy every single day. Trust the process, and I know that's really difficult to say, especially during the draft, especially around the Las Vegas Raiders. But we also got to understand, this is a totally different regime. And Treydan Stukes will play safety, he will play nickel, and he will play corner. If you wanted the Raiders to invest in their secondary, they are literally making an investment in one of the most versatile players in that secondary. Do I love the pick? No. Do I like the pick? Yes. And I'm hoping by the end of the season, I absolutely love the pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. And before I hop on out of here, hit that subscribe button. Join us on our live show because it's rocking and rolling here on the Raiders Report. All right, y'all, let's talk to everybody here about how this is going now. If you guys did not see how some of these picks ended up going down, Zion Young off the board, edge from Missouri. Josiah Trotter, linebacker from Missouri, also goes off the board there. You're seeing an interesting run here on linebackers. I wonder if because the Dolphins traded up, that created a run here at the linebacker position.
What I'm confused
but here's
about,
a lot of receivers are falling.
The Bucs were at 46 though. They didn't trade.
Yeah, they didn't trade.
I wonder.
I got a bad tweet.
Oh, okay.
I got a bad tweet.
Screw them.
Yep.
I was so excited.
Well, again, I saw a tweet and I go, "Oh my God!" and then it ended up being a bad tweet.
Yeah.
So that's on me.
That's all good.
Again, we're trying our best here. Also, the Cowboys are going to play the Ravens in Rio de Janeiro on September 27th. That's going to be the game in Brazil. So the Colts now are on the clock. Officially on the clock. And to the 6,500 people that are watching the show, let's get to 3,000 likes. I'm going to give you another hell of a wheel spin. Hell, how about this? Let's get to 3,000 likes. and we're going to crack open some beers here to calm some nerves down a little
Yeah.
bit. I'm feeling okay. And I hope when people watch this show know that I will be an open book. I'm not afraid to rip apart a pick. I've ripped apart Damon Arnett, Alex Leatherwood. I've ripped apart picks before. I understand this pick. I really do. I understand the pick. All right, y'all, reminder, I still haven't even looked the last time we did the whole Ducks thing. So if you buy 2 Ducks, if you put a 40 down there, I'm going to give you one for free. If I see in my Venmo an $80 and a $40, if you send in an 80, I'm going to give you 2 Ducks for free. If you send in a 40, I'm going to give you 1 Duck for free. I don't know what we're at for this Duck race. I will do my best to be able to get you guys up to date. I want to go through some super chats here. Yep. I know there's a lot of people that have a lot of things to say around that pick there from Treydan Stukes. So let's freaking talk about it because there's a lot of conversations that need to be had. Do they know that the highlight cut's ready?
Yes.
Okay. I updated the title. I updated all that stuff for him, so I hope that
Brett's on it.
Cool. Sounds good.
Raiders! JC! Bang!
Here's a bang for you to stop feeding me us BS, Mitch. LOL. Much love, bro. Truthfully, man, I will never feed you BS. And I don't know if you're serious. I don't know if you're kidding. Obviously, I appreciate that you're watching this show. But I will never, ever. I just saw somebody say Stukes equals Arnett. That's one of the dumbest takes I've ever heard in my life. Arnett was the opposite of versatile. He was only an outside corner. I will give you guys my God-honest opinion. Did I think it's a reach? Yeah, I did think it's a little bit of a reach. But I also gave it a B-, C+, and I also understand that we have to face the facts. There's no way you as a Raiders fan could look me dead in the eyes and go, I think our secondary doesn't need a lot of help. Did you see the mock draft that I put out literally on Thursday? I think I took 2 safeties in a corner like Keontae Scott, and I said in that mock that he could play a little bit of safety, he could play a little bit of nickel, and I heard that the Raiders like guys that are kind of going that route. So based on everything that I heard, and I think that you guys probably have seen a shift for me in the last week where I paid a lot more closer attention to cornerbacks, nickelbacks. Go look at any of my mock drafts where I would take receivers much more 2 weeks ago, and then I got some notes that the Raiders were really looking at that cornerback position. You go look at my recent mocks. I went defensive tackle, typically, at pick number 36, and then I decided to end up going with a lot of these corner safeties in the middle in the 50s, 60s, making trades to go get those players because I did know that the Raiders were really looking at that spot. Maybe the Raiders looked at the board and they go, I don't know how we're going to be able to get a safety, a corner. I don't know if we're going to be able to get both of those players, so let's go get a guy that can play both of those positions. The Steelers have just made a trade. They are on the clock. They are now at pick 47. They are on the clock here at pick 47. Mitch, you are an old blind Raider fan. Take effing Boston. You guys know that I like Denzel Boston, right? I am trying to make this pick make sense into my mind just the same way that you are. But just because I would have done something else doesn't mean that it's a bad pick. If the Raiders come back here and they were able to get a guy like Germie Bernard, if you're able to get a Chris Bell, I'm going to look at the Treydan Stukes pick and I'm going to go, all right, I like that pick a lot more now. It's about how you finish out the draft because we also don't know how certain picks and how certain players are going to fall down the board here. So the Steelers, they trade, interesting. So the Colts, they get pick 47, the Colts get pick 53, 135, 237. The Steelers now have pick 47 and 249. So the Steelers had 12 picks to start this draft, and they just got very, very interesting. You can see it. It's almost the full trade here. So it's
Is it 3?
Yeah.
I can't show 3.
Sorry. It's a 4th-round pick, and it's a 7th-round pick. Well, Germie Bernard just went off the board. Pittsburgh goes wide receiver from Alabama, and they're going to go with Germie Bernard off the board there to the Steelers, which I think Germie Bernard's a really good football player. I kind of wish that the Raiders would have had an opportunity to get him. We're going to have to wait and see what else is going to be in the mix here for the silver and black. Very, very interesting where we can go. Yeah, I'm listening. Okay, that's fair. Okay, sounds good. All right, y'all. Sounds good. So here's what we're going to do. I got to tell you all about our sponsor here, Chubby's. And then after that, I'm going to update all of y'all on where we are at in this duck race because I know we're pretty far behind. I want to get everyone caught up. The Raiders are going to be coming on the clock here soon. The Raiders, not soon, they're at pick 67. We're at pick 48. If you don't know one of our sponsors, they are named Chubbies. Make sure that you use promo code ChatSports to be able to save 20% off at chubbyshorts.com. I love Chubbies. I think y'all do too. Because, fellas, springtime is here, and at the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. So to sweeten the deal for a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com. I want you to experience unmatched comfort. I want you to check out the original stretch shorts. And, I mean, come on, man. It wouldn't be a true ad read if we didn't mention Chubby's classic line swim collection. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off with code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com. That's 20% off with your order with code ChatSports, ChatSports. Give your thighs the VIP treatment that they deserve with Chubby's. Support our show, and please tell them that we sent you. So we got over 6,000 people here in the building right now. I'm going to get everybody up to date here on what exactly the Raiders report duck race is looking like. And I think the other part of what Treydan Stukes does that not a lot of other guys can do is he's a good tackler. Like, he could tackle. He's not afraid to come up and make a play. He's a player that the more and more, like if you go look at some of these like Downey, Matt Miller, Daniel Jeremiah, Dane Brugler, they were like Treydan Stukes was really starting to climb up some boards for some people. Have you seen Maxx Mendoza's new YouTube? I have not. I will see it probably after this show. I don't know if you know this or not. I'm live on YouTube right now myself. So I'm trying to manage the NFL draft. I'm trying to handle all the craziness that's going on around the Raiders. But no, I have not seen it yet. I'm sure that I will, though, if there's something going on. All right, let me get some names here in this duck race, and I'm just going to tell you this right now.
Shout-outs.
There's going to be a lot of people. I actually think that this duck race is going to be well over $1,000 now. So please bear with me. The last name that I saw that I ended up getting was David Cheney. And I'm telling you this right now, there's a lot of people that I got to get in. So Reed's going to give you guys some shout-outs. If you want to read some supers to me from time to time, I will do my best.
Do you want to do what we did last time?
Yep, I love it.
All right. So we got.
Also, the pick is in. Avieon is the pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
No way. He's going with his brother.
He's going with the Clemson guy.
Well,
they're literally brothers. AJ
They're literally brothers.
Oh, okay, I got
They're going to play. That is awesome.
That's cool.
Oh, good for the Falcons.
That's honestly cool.
Oh, Moose and the Falcon team are going to like that.
That's awesome.
So we got Meaty Medneck. Should the Raiders trade Crosby to the Ravens for 2 first-round picks? No. No, thank you.
They will not trade
Shout out
Maxx
to
Crosby.
Mead for the
John Spytek also made it very
chat,
clear
though.
that they did not entertain any ideas around trading Maxx Crosby because there was a few people that were trying to say that was a thing. I'm telling you right now that was never a thing. If you heard somebody saying that the Raiders were trying to trade Maxx, it was bad information.
Bad info. So the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Pick 49.
Pick 49. All right, moving on to Benjamin Perez. Denzel Boston to Vegas. Raiders. So a lot of these are going to be a little bit old, just to let you guys know. Sorry. We got a lot of stuff going on when the Raiders make a pick and they make a trade. So it's tough to look at the Super Chats, but
we're doing our
shout
best.
out to Benjamin. TJ said, drink a drink before we hit clock for good luck. It matters. Let's hit it after. We got to take a drink after this Treydan Stukes.
I will definitely. I promise y'all this right now. I will definitely be cracking open a beer here as soon as I get all these names in this duck race. That I freaking guarantee you.
That I agree. Raider Wolf, have you seen the clip of Kirk Cousins talking about Seahawks defense? If so, do you think we would run a similar scheme? Sent the clip on IG. Have you seen it?
Have I seen the clip? No. Do I think we're going to run a similar system? Yeah, I do, because I think Clint Kubiak has learned. You got to also remember, Kubiak was a defensive coach as well as an offensive coach. But then you also got to think Brian Flores. Rob Leonard comes from Brian Flores. He also comes from the Mike McDonald tree. Mike McDonald learned at Baltimore. So did Rob Leonard. So they are going to play a lot of zone. And I think that's another reason why they decided to go with the route that they did by going out and getting Treydan Stukes. I'm telling you this right now. This duck race is going to be well over $1,000. I'm getting everybody in.
Awesome.
It's going to be a lot. If you want a chance to win some money, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 is how you're going to be able to do it and how you're going to be able to get in. If you don't know, now you know.
What?
If you don't know, now you know. To get it in. Looks like the Vikings are on the clock.
Yep, and we got Justin McDonald. He said, McDonald, we need DT and plus need that jersey. That would have been sick.
Yeah,
Sorry, McDonald.
I do say sorry, but at the same time, I agree. I would have loved for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Again, looking back on it, I kind of wish the Raiders would have gone with a big-time defensive tackle, but I also know that the Raiders did a lot of homework on that position. Like they did. They had a lot of top 30 visits, and they clearly were confident going in a certain direction. And, to me, I have to be able to buy into what they're doing because the Raiders, to me, have done such a good job this entire offseason of doing what I would say is the smart move for the Raiders. And I'm going to hope that this is the smart move for the Raiders. I'm going to hope that it ends up working out the way that all of us are hoping that it does. And
wait, I'm so confused.
What? Talk to me.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
They took Jeremiah Love.
Yes.
At number 3.
Yes.
After signing Tyler Algier.
Yes.
In free agency.
Believe me.
And they also have Florida State alumni, Trey Benson.
I'm pretty good friends with the
and
fantasy.
James Conner. What are they doing?
I don't know if anybody likes the fantasy footballers, but those guys are like some of my really good buddies from my back in the day, and they're Arizona Cardinal fans. So I was seeing all those guys react the other day on yesterday, and they were like, "What are the Cardinals doing?"
Yeah. Invincible said McDonald's. Sorry. Soul Chef. Boss move by Raiders. Leaked out interest in McDonald to get someone to bite and trade down. Got another third for a fourth and only moved 2 spots back. And then the Texans took him. So
I mean, here's the thing. That also does happen during the draft. Like, I did hear stuff around the Raiders being interested in trading Stukes. I also heard a lot of smoke around defensive tackle, and that could have been one of the reasons why, certain things ended up happening. Maybe the Raiders are a lot more confident in DT than we ever, realized.
We have a trade.
We have a trade. The Panthers are on the clock at 49. The Vikings have traded out now of pick 49. The Panthers trade 51 and 159. So Panthers are now up here. They get 49 and 196. Minnesota gets 51 and 159. This is going to be, again, like, I know the Raiders still like Lee Hunter. Like, if you're telling me the Raiders can get a guy like Lee Hunter he's a really, really big boy.
That's
in the interior. I think I like that pick.
Orange or Hunter is what the Raiders want at DT. Jose, hey.
Maybe.
I don't hate that.
Maybe. You never
There's
know.
the full details.
All right, I just refreshed my computer. We are at a $20 Venmo right now and for a shot to win $1,333. If you send in a $20 Venmo, I'm going to give you some ducks. I did a deal before about like multiple ducks getting ones free. That was before. If you're still doing it, I'm just going to say you're going to have to hit live because I'm giving you the amount of ducks that you're paying for. So please bear with me here. Oh, man, Hong. What's going on, Hong? Good to see you, man. I am just trying to get all this caught up. I know people are spending their hard-earned money. I just want to make sure I get it right.
What about going out for Lee Hunter now? That's what Mitch just said. I think that's a great idea. I think Lee Hunter is a definite –
he's gigantic.
Patrick just said this trade is wrong.
Which trade?
This one.
That one?
Is it in wrong?
Hang on a second here. 159 is 196. Is that a 6th-round pick? I mean, that is a 6th-round pick. Second-round pick, 159, 5th round.
159.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's what we saw. Seepsto is saying that it's wrong. I don't see how it's wrong.
Fixed.
What is it now?
I think it was just
switched.
Like their other picks were switched.
Gotcha.
It was supposed to be.
Well, Lee Hunter just went off the board. Carolina Panthers trade up, and they select Lee Hunter at number 49 overall.
Hey, check this guy's name out. Renzo.
All right, I see.
Sounds like a great name.
It sounds like an elite name. I'm almost there, guys. I'm sorry. Bear with me.
Yeah, so we did have.
I'm almost there.
The Vikings were on the clock, but Avieon Terrell going to the Atlanta Falcons to play with his brother AJ Terrell, which is so cool.
All right, final call, not final call, but $20 Venmo, shot to win $1,450. I am all caught up now as it stands.
Nico Laz said Stukes and Stokes. Could be a shirt.
Stukes and Stokes. I'm Stukes.
Wild one. What? Who? F grade for Stukes.
I mean, it's definitely not an F grade.
Well, we call defense from Sherlock Raiders.
Again, you're getting some versatility here. Raiders go. Shock. I'm just going to say Raiders make shock.
Brandon Moore said this is an F specifically because Miller and Boston were available, even the interior offensive lineman from Oregon, Emmanuel Pregnon. I mean, I don't think you need interior offensive line. I think you got JPJ, Tyler Linderbaum. I think you're good there.
I agree.
I don't think you used that pick on him.
That can play nickel.
So the Jets are on the clock.
Outside corner.
The Jets are on the clock. Let's see here. We got Gunny. Too soon. My Raiders will always Raider. I think you should have some faith. I think this is a little different. I don't think it's exactly what we thought was going to happen or what we wanted to happen, but maybe they have a plan. I think we just got to see how the picks roll out and see what they do. What is it? 67?
Yeah, I mean they're
see what they do at 67. Maybe they trade back up. Who knows? Derek, I hope I'm wrong about Mendoza and right about Stukes.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
I think that means that you don't like Mendoza and you do really like Stukes.
Or
again, I think for anybody that watched a lot of I'll always call it Pac-12 football. I don't even know if it's still Pac-12 football, but if you watch some of those schools over there, again, I've heard some really good stuff about Treydan Stukes.
Yeah.
But I think it's a B- type of move. C+, B-. Best player available at the position of need. Spytek is cooking. Trust the process, nation. What's funny is there's some of the guys that I really like and for for draft content, and they are all saying that the Raiders hit this one out of the park.
Really?
I mean, there's a lot of guys that are saying that the Raiders hit that pick out of the park. It's just, I think it's surprising to us. So we're gonna have to see how it goes. I hope that it works out, man. I really, really hope that it ends up working out. We're gonna have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see. Tim Phillips.
Maybe it's PTSD from the last 2 decades, but this feels like the Raiders of old with a reach like this. I mean, I don't know if it's a Raiders of old. I mean, the Raiders obviously did some reaches before, no doubt about it. I agree that it does feel like a little bit of a reach, but at the same time, that's a player that I thought was going to go in the top 50. We're talking about a player that I expected to go in the top 50 that went at 38. It's not like he was supposed to go in the 60s, 70s. It's nothing like that. I mean, this was a top 50 overall player that can play free safety, that can play a little bit of outside, and he's really, really good in the nickel. I mean, I guess I don't understand how Raider fans think it's an F. And I think the only reason why people think it's an F is because it's not what you wanted and that there were other players available. Sure, there's other players there, but we still just got to see.
He's not a bad player.
We still got to see how the rest of the draft ends up working out. You got a no-doubt starter on your team. Word! Throwing it up there, Mitch. It feels good to be talking about some football. I was hoping we'd be aggressive enough to get Boston as well as defensive help. Who's at the top of your board now? Would you trade up for anybody? It's a good question. We can look at some of the best players that are available. And if you guys haven't already, I'm going to crack open a beer once we get to 3,000 likes on this show. And if you feel like you need a beer with me, hey, hit that like button, man. We do a lot of different stuff here on this show. I had a bright and early morning. I was on News Nation national television I got here to work at about 7:30 in the morning. It's almost 7:30 now. What?
Teammates, stay together. The Jets.
Sorry, I'm not on my. What's the pick?
I said they stay together.
D'Angelo Pons.
Omar Cooper Jr.
D'Angelo Pons going to the New York Jets. I hate to admit this. I love what the Jets are doing. You got Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., D'Angelo Pons, and you got David Bailey. I mean,
somehow they're going to ruin it.
I hate to even say it, but that's a really good draft.
Somehow they're going to ruin it.
I mean, you could be right. What's cool and kind of crazy is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren still on the board.
Yeah.
Which tells me that there were some scouts that there's something that we don't know about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. There's something that we don't know. I don't know what it is, but
Anthony Hill Jr.
I don't know what it is.
AJ Halsey.
Somebody said, Mitch, how much for a boot? Oh, my God. I mean, if I did a boot, it's got to be a big number. It's got to be a 5 hundo. And boots are just, they F you up, man. I honestly thought I was going to have to do one with the Christen Miller or Kayden McDonald prediction, but I think I got smoke screened. I really do. I got told defensive tackle was where the Raiders going to be looking, and maybe it was their plan to get somebody to trade up to go get a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And now
get an extra pick.
And now you get that extra pick in the 3rd round because now you got 67 and you got 91. 67 and you got 91. Interesting, man. Interesting. Again, you just never know how the NFL draft is going to unfold. I also know when, like, the Raiders make certain picks, when my friends start texting me the way that they've been texting me, there's a lot of conversations right now. A lot of conversations around Treydan Stukes going down. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
All right, Mitch. I have to use the restroom.
All right, Reed's going to go use the restroom. The Minnesota Vikings
are on the clock.
Oh, my God. Did you see that? We just got featured on NFL Network. They just showed Billy Beebe getting cooked by D'Angelo Pons. Yep.
That's awesome.
Actually, I was just on NFL Network, too. I come in at the end, and I go, yo, give me a dap. They literally just showed D'Angelo Pons. Can you rewind?
I can.
Rewind it. Yeah, watch. If anybody's watching the draft, you guys will see the clip that we got.
Oh, yeah.
This is awesome. They just showed our clip from Chat Sports. Yeah, BB. Shout out to BB getting on NFL Network. D'Angelo Pons strapped him up.
I want to hear what they say.
Bro, that's really sick. Yeah, look at BB. They got his Twitter handle up there and everything. This poor kid. That's awesome.
That's so cool.
Dude, that's freaking sick. I love my mom, but I always tell y'all that my mom calls me and she's going to be like, are you working?
Oh, let's answer.
Hey, Mom, what's going on? Celebrating what? There's a thing going on called the NFL Draft. I'm actually live on YouTube right now as we speak. You can say hi to everyone if you want. Yep.
We got say hi to 6,000 people.
You can say hi to 6,000 people. Everyone say hi to my mom. I always make a joke that you call me always when I'm live on YouTube. So a bunch of people are saying hi to you, but I do got to get going. I'm sorry. I can't be on the phone. All right. I love you.
Say hi to my celebrity.
Love you, Mom. Bye-bye. It's actually a superpower of hers.
It is.
I've covered the NFL draft for 8 years. I swear she only calls me when. Maybe she does it on purpose. Maybe she actually doesn't want to talk to me. She's like, oh, he's
Jake
live on
Golday.
YouTube. Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincinnati, is the pick for the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, I pee real quick.
All right, you good. Sorry, I saw that thing. That was really cool. That was really freaking cool, man. Yeah, that was sick. Billy Beebe, our Chat Sports guy, he just got featured on NFL Network, bro. That's again that was the clip where he went up against D'Angelo Pons at the combine. Really, really freaking cool, dude. That was really, really freaking cool. That was crazy, crazy, crazy. Also, we are 100 likes away from getting to 3,000 likes. And we're going to be cracking open a beer, I would say, when we get to 3,000. I think it's going to have to happen. I think your boy needs a beer. It's been already a little bit of a whirlwind of a day. again, I'm not mad about the Treydan Stukes pick, and I don't think Raider fans should be mad about the Treydan Stukes pick either. I think that we honestly got a really good football player that can play a multitude of different positions, and I think that's something that we do need, and I'll keep on saying it. So Reed had to go run to the restroom real quick. He had to go take a quick pee. So I think they're watching the BB get locked up again clip on social media. So everyone's out there in our bullpen area. We got like a Chat Sports bullpen area. Everyone's laughing at them. Our guys, we have a Cincinnati office. There's only 3 people there. And then we have our Dallas office, which has like 40 people. And we brought Cincinnati down here. So some of the guys are out there watching and kind of laughing along, which is pretty freaking sick. All right, so the Packers are here on the clock. If you see this is what's known as a 50-50 raffle. It's what's known as a duck race. The Raiders are picking again here at 67. I will do my best to get all of y'all in. I will probably update this number here in a little bit. I have the last person that I got in was Jorge Canales. So I'll just get this back to where I need to get it. But I will say this right now. Winner is going to go home with over, right now it's $1,500 if you want a chance to win some money. So if you want to put some money in your pocket, chance to win $1,500, scan that QR code, $20 Venmo, shot to win some money. We're waiting for the Green Bay Packers pick, as it says right now. Ryan Peavy says that's such a mom thing to do. Yeah, I mean, again, like my mom, I true story, we had the opportunity a few years ago when I first started working here at Chat Sports. I got to meet Charles Haley. If you don't know Charles Haley at the time, only him and Tom Brady, when I met him, were the only 2 people that have 6 Super Bowl rings. And Haley was on multiple different teams for Super Bowls. Or I don't know if he had – no, Haley didn't have 6. He had 5. I think Haley had 5. And very interesting dude. I'll tell you that right now. He's one of the most interesting guys I've ever met. And I sent a picture to my mom. If you guys don't know what Charles Haley looks like, by the way, the Green Bay Packers pick is in. South Carolina cornerback Brandon Cisse is the pick here at 52. And I look at my mom and I go, hey, Mom, I met Tom Brady today. I don't know. Again, I don't know if you guys know what Charles Haley looks like, but he's like a gigantic black dude. Tom Brady's not a gigantic black dude. And all my mom said to me, she was like, oh, make sure you tell him I say hello. Like, again, I think for her it was, like, to me, I was like, can I test my mom? Who's the one player that I think she might know? It's Tom Brady. She didn't know it. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't know it. She was close, though. Now, I love my mom to the end of moon and back. I'm an only child. My mom and my dad are 2 of my people that are always be in my corner. And, like hearing like Mendoza talk about his mom and his family and like what they mean to him. I'm from the middle of nowhere, central Pennsylvania. I'm not Amish, but I am from Amish country. Shout out to the 570. And family means a lot to me. It's why, honestly, it's why I always say to all y'all, like, I hope that you guys know, if you're in my circle and Raider Nation's in my circle, I'm always going to be here and I'm always going to show up and show out for y'all because family is the most important thing. Reed, I know you just walked in. Can you grab me a beer by any chance? I'm sorry. I actually think that there's 1 Dos Equis from Bayou in there. If you could. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Packers go Brandon Cisse here at 52. Reed just had to go use the restroom. He's also scarfing down a taco right now as it stands. Jesse Bauer says this draft stinks. You know, man, like, I will admit this is probably one of the lesser hyped up drafts that I've seen over the years, but also at the same time, Aristocrat beer is mid. I completely disagree with that. I love a cold beer. A cold beer watching sports, like, I love a good old-fashioned, don't get me wrong. If I go out and about, you give me an old-fashioned, I'm always about it. But, like, watching sports, like, if I go to a baseball game, if I go to a football game, I'm getting a cold beer. Like, getting a cold beer at a sporting game. Is anybody else there with me? I don't care if it's $10, $12. I'm getting a cold beer. I am cheap, dude, but I love a good cold beer. Uh-oh. What does he have? Oh, okay, there's the dose in his hands. I was worried. I was like, I'm not drinking. See, like, there's certain beers that I like, though. Like Coors Light, Miller Lite, y'all can keep it. I don't need it. Dos Equis, I love Dos Equis. Thank you, good sir. Hey, y'all, we just got 3,000 likes. I know we're still going to be here for a long, long night ahead. The Raiders still got pick 67, and they have pick 91 today. 67 and 91. Cheers to all y'all that make this show fun. Cheers to all y'all that make this program possible. Whether you like the pick, whether you don't like the pick, I hope that we can always talk about it. If I say that, I don't know, if I say something to you that you don't like, I hope that you can be like, you know what? Either fire it right back at me, or I'm just trying to give you guys my opinion. And I think at the end of the day, when you do a show like this, you got to be able to give a take. You got to be able to give an opinion. I'm not afraid to tell you whether I agree with it, whether I disagree with it. But I also know this: the closest friends that I've ever had, you can have disagreements, right? I think the way families grow is by having disagreements and being able to learn from it. So I got a floating beer. Oh, that's freezing. I needed it. Needed it. Needed it. All right, who's going to get this party rocking and rolling again? Who's going to get this party rocking and rolling again and get it back on the track? Who's going to get it back on track? The Colts are officially on the clock. McAfee right now looks like he's going to be the one that announces this pick for the Indianapolis Colts. I would love the opportunity to be able to announce a pick, but then again, I wouldn't be able to be here. Wouldn't be able to be here. So let's go through, if we can, since we were away for a little bit, let's roll through all the picks just so we have them in a graphic form. Show who the best players are available are, and we'll keep it rolling, man. So here are some of the picks. Sounds good. Lee. So we're going to go backwards.
We'll go backwards.
Brandon Cisse was just the pick. Jake Golday, D'Angelo Pons, Lee Hunter. If you guys didn't see during the actual NFL draft coverage, our guy, Chat Sports, Billy Beebe, he was on the actual draft coverage. They showed D'Angelo Pons going up against him at the NFL Combine. I also put out a clip on that as well at Mitchell Renz 365. So we'll keep going here in reverse. Avieon Terrell joins his brother AJ Terrell, Germie Bernard, Josiah Trotter, and then Zion Young. So the Colts just selected C.J. Allen. He goes off the board here to Indianapolis at pick 53. And then I believe this means that the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock, and the Eagles have already made a pick. It's Eli Stowers.
Yep. Chase.
Yep. Philadelphia makes the pick. It's Eli Stowers. Interesting. So C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia, goes off the board here to the Indianapolis Colts. And then Eli Stowers, I'll say this, that's going to upset a lot of Broncos fans. I sit next to our Broncos guy here at Chat Sports. They wanted Eli Stowers.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
I mean, Vanderbilt.
They wanted Eli Stowers. What? What about Vanderbilt?
Oh, no, Vanderbilt's in Tennessee.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not in Colorado.
Close.
Close.
We do actually have a trade that just went down.
What?
The Packers trade up to 55 with the Chargers. So the Chargers are technically the team that's on the clock. The Eagles have already made their pick. Eli Stowers was the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 54. And now the Chargers are the team that's technically on the clock here at 55. And the Patriots have traded up, and they're going to go with defensive end from Illinois, Gabe Jacas.
Wow.
Gabe Jacas goes off the board to the New England Patriots, which now means the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock here at 56.
Gabe Jacas.
What did I say?
Jacas. The J is silent.
Gabe Jacas?
Yep.
Gabe Jacas. All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
There's so much going on here. All right, let's show the trade.
Yeah. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Some of y'all are praying for Elijah Sarratt, maybe. We'll see if Sarratt's there. Maybe a little Zachariah Branch. Interesting.
Oh, this is a good question to have, too.
So I like this tweet here from Jesse Merrick. I asked Raiders DB Treydan Stukes how he thinks his skill set translates to what modern safeties in the NFL are asked to do, having the speed, range, and processing ability to cover ground on that field. Said he feels like he can come in and defend shot plays really, really well. All right, so the trade is this. The Patriots, they get pick 55. The Chargers get 63, 131, and 202.
Wow.
So, I mean,
that trade value chart is, like, so true.
It is, and there's also, like, throw it out the window, like, for this draft, though.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Like, the trade value chart, like, there's been some times where I'm like, okay. And then there's other times where I'm like, you just throw it right out the board. Like, I think the trade value chart, wow, Eli Stowers, what a catch that was. They're showing some highlights here.
You know who I'm really high on?
Mm-hmm.
Oscar Delp.
Interesting. Tight end from
Georgia.
Ugga.
I feel like also tight ends from Georgia, I just feel like
I feel like they typically do well.
Pretty good.
I feel like that they typically do well. I'll tell you this. I love the tight end that we have from Georgia.
I do, too.
He's the best in the biz, man.
He's the best in the
biz. All right, let's keep rolling if we can through some of these super chats here.
Of course.
Reed is back here in the seat. I'm also going to do my best to be able to update this duck race. There's a lot of ducks that I got to be able to get in. I'm going to tell you this right now. Somebody's going to go home with well over $2,000 today. It's a guaranteed. Somebody is going home with well over $2,000 here on the Raiders Report. If you want to read them to me, I'm going to get people in, and then I'll answer them.
Yeah, Caesar said, typical head scratcher by the Raiders. Hate this franchise sometimes. I think you got to let it play out.
We'll see.
You got to let it play out. Not every pick is a slam dunk. Sometimes they're a very nice mid-range shot.
So I've been, like, messaging some of my guys about, like, the Raiders pick here. And everybody that I talk to I'm not a draft guy. I am a Raiders guy. And I want to make that very, very clear. I know more about the Raiders, I personally think, than anybody on planet Earth. And it's not against anybody that's watching this show. It's not against anybody. But it's like, that's the mentality that I have, right? Like, that's how I want to be. I want people that watch this show to think and know that, like, I do. In my mind, I think I can talk about the Raiders better than anybody on planet Earth. And I'll go up against toe-to-toe with anybody. But it's because of the team that we have. It's because of the amount of homework that I've done. It's because of the amount of times I've talked about the Raiders. So when I reach out to certain guys that I trust in the NFL draft world and they're telling me about Treydan Stukes, I mean, they're telling me he's an unbelievable player that's going to really, really be able to help out our secondary. And he's this new age safety that, again, you're seeing some of these guys, like, not the same as a Kyle Hamilton, but if you have a safety that can drop back, play nickel, play center field, go onto the outside, I do. I think it's starting to make more and more sense to me.
Wild One said, we got excited after Mendoza, but nothing lasts forever, and the Raiders back to doing Raider things. The next Raiders bust just got drafted F grade. I just don't know how you can know that.
That's fine. I think people wanted a different thing, and I don't. Again, I like when people give a take. I like when people give an opinion, but I don't know how you can say that. Again, you can not like the pick, but to give it an F grade for a player that's going to be our starting free safety, arguably our best nickel corner, and then also be able to play on the outside. It's, again, I guess I think that the Raiders secondary is a lot weaker than, if you're giving it an F, I think then that means that you like the Raiders secondary a lot more, and you don't think he's going to be a starter. I think the Raiders secondary is one of the worst in the NFL.
People need to remember that. They might have made this pick if a trade was not there. This is a versatile CB and extra third. The extra pick is huge. We'll see what they use with that, too. If you can, I mean, hey, how about my guy, Terrell Jackson, Florida State? He's a big guy.
He's a gigantic human being.
Gigantic human being.
I'd rather another player that the more and more I watch him, Grayson Holton, not very big defensive tackle.
Yeah.
But I like his motor. I think that he's kind of a really fun hustle player. Shows up and shows out on literally every rep that he does, and he's sneaky strong. He's sneaky quick for that position.
John Rodriguez said, "Screw that. I'd rather watch you guys."
For what?
I think we were talking about D'Angelo Pons, and it was like,
I got you.
If you're watching it. I
mean, we actually have the clip. We could actually show it to you as well. If you guys want to see the clip that we were talking about, I can. I don't know if we have to do some digging. I know it's available somewhere,
I can grab it.
Oh, wow. OC Raider. OC, I haven't seen you in a minute, man. It's good to have you here. I'm trying to get all of y'all in this duck race. I said this yesterday. If you send me a $100 Venmo, I'm going to count it as a bang. It's hard for me to click in and out sometimes of Venmo. So if you want multiple ducks, just send a 20, send a 40, send an 80. If you send me 100, I'm just going to tell you I'm going to put it as a bang. I'm just
I
letting
think
you know.
I have your angle.
You might have my angle because I got
Yeah.
a different angle of it.
You wanna show it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Mitch, McNeil Warren was right there. Come on now. He's still on the board, though,
Yeah.
dude. We could still get him. We could still go out and get him. There's a reason why he's fallen. Oh, my goodness. What a trade! Not the Raiders. The Vikings are sending former Pro Bowl linebacker edge rusher Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Whoa!
In exchange for a third-round pick tonight, number 98 overall, and a third-round pick next year.
Whoa!
Jonathan Grenard going to Philadelphia. I mean, you got to be able to give Philadelphia some credit, man. Howie Roseman is always wheeling and frickin' dealing. What a gigantic, and I mean gigantic, trade right there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, so we're going to show you guys what NFL Network showed. This is our guy, Billy Beebe. He's the wide receiver up against Indiana cornerback D'Angelo Pons at the NFL Combine.
Ready, go! Can't get off! He can't get off! Let's go! D'Angelo, you're a real one.
He had like 3 spin moves just to get off the line there.
Yeah.
It was
And what's funny is on NFL Network they go, poor kid.
Jerry Danley. What's going on, man? I mean, don't say poor kid. I mean, for us, he literally just got off jumping a 43.5-inch vert. So for him to be a competitor and for him to show up and be like, you know what, I want to go up against this guy, I respect it. The Jaguars select Nate Borkacher. I can never pronounce his last name.
What?
Borkacher? I can never get it right. Michael Redman, I got you. Miguel Morales, I got you.
I'm going to have to see who you're talking about.
Brenda Delgado. I think he's a linebacker.
Is it Bryce Betcher?
No. Nate. Oh no, he's is he a tight end or an offensive lineman? I'm seeing Texas A&M in my mind. That's where I'm looking. I can picture what he looks like. I'm also just trying to get all these names in.
Oh, you're good. Sir Chai, I'll be nice, but I really don't trust SpyTech, Mitch. Ooh.
I mean,
I
guess
you can have your opinion.
What has SpyTech done to not earn your trust? I mean, you don't think that these guys have been crushing it this offseason? Like, again, I understand what happened last season, but I also think that we got to be able to face the facts of last year was not good.
Oh, Berkacher.
Tyler Dance, I gotcha. Peter A, I gotcha.
Nate.
I am almost there.
Borkacher.
Nate Borkacher. Yeah, I'll say tight end Texas A&M.
Yeah.
It's probably also why I didn't know him all that well. I didn't do too much homework on the tight end position. I'm not going to lie to you. I was
going to say, yeah.
I don't really think that the Raiders are going to go that route.
Aha! See?
Nate
Borkacher. Mitch, you're the homie, but stop trying to justify Stukes. That was awful.
I'm gonna justify it because I don't think it was awful. And
you took him in the mock draft.
I took Treydan Stukes in our mock draft. I took him later because he fell to me in that mock draft, but I look at it as a player that can play two and a half positions, top 50 overall prospect, unbelievable athlete, can play center field. I don't think it's a terrible pick. And I promise you this, if you think that I would be a person that would lie to y'all up here on this show, with all due respect, I don't really think that y'all know me all that well. Big fan of Stukes. If you think that was a reach, go watch the film. Guy has first-round talent and intangibles. He's going to be a baller. Like, I know Sanjeet is in love with this pick. Again, I think Sanjeet's one of the best guys for, like, NFL draft content out there. Him and I, we don't always agree, but he seems really fired up about it. One of my guys, Tristan Kuhn, who I think he's one of the best in terms of, like, NFL analysis. He really loves the pick. The dude who gives me a lot of my scoops, his name's Justin on Twitter. He really, really loves the pick here for the Raiders. Tom thinks it's an outstanding pick. I mean, Dan Brugler says it's an outstanding pick. to me, the guys that are really nerdy in the NFL draft are all telling me that it's a great pick.
That's probably a great pick.
You know, so it's like I'm gonna trust them. Raider Tone.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're okay. I didn't read it. Trade backup. Lee Hunter obviously off
You
the
can
board
still get
now.
Elijah Sarratt.
You could still get Sarratt in the third.
Yeah.
I mean, here's
You
the
have
thing,
an extra
though.
third.
I'll tell you, there's some people that think Elijah Sarratt's going to fall till day 3.
Yeah.
There are some people
That's
that think that
kinda
he's going to
crazy.
fall till day 3. We'll see.
We will.
We are getting closer. The Raiders have pick 67.
Correct.
Also, y'all, the Duck Race, 20 to win, $1,920. Yeah, we're just going to keep on building that pot. It's going to keep on getting bigger and bigger. It's going to keep on getting bigger and bigger.
Mitch, you know what pot you could also build?
A
big pot of gold.
I'm listening. I do like gold.
A big pot of gold.
A big old pot of gold.
A big old pot of gold.
Hey, y'all, anytime we talk about any of our sponsors, I hope that you guys know that there's a reason why we do it. This show is 100% free. Again, think of this show as a restaurant, a bar. If you want to spend money, obviously, you can spend money. If you also want to hang out here and get free content, you're able to do that. We're giving you guys picks before you see them on TV.
We'll give you free bread all you want.
Oh, dude, some bread, right? I haven't eaten bread because I'm trying to lose some weight for next week. Beer probably doesn't help, but also the beer helps the show keep it moving. You can play $5, get $50 instantly with our sponsor, Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. Made the best place to win cash while watching sports. The playoffs are here for basketball. Baseball is underway. The Mets are driving me nuts, but you know what? Prize Picks has got that action. Simple to play. You pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and if you get your picks right, you can cash in. It's available in most states, including California, Texas, and Florida. They also have this new feature where you can follow your friends. You can also follow me. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. So download the Prize Picks app today with the link that's going to be down in the comments and in the description. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. The Bears selection is in. They're going to go with offensive lineman Logan Jones. Logan Jones going to the Chicago Bears. At pick 57, the 49ers are on, the clock. I know, sorry, I'm burping like a crazy maniac. A reminder, y'all, download the Prize Picks app today. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Code HMA. All right, where are we going next here? Are we going offense or are we going defense? We went offense, our first pick, went defense with the second. Where are we going here next?
Who's on the clock? The Bears. Or who'd the Bears take?
Logan Jones. Which side do we draft next? Which side do we go next? Offense? Defense?
So the 49ers.
I'm also gonna give you guys a live poll.
Oh.
I'm gonna give you guys a live poll so you can get your votes in. Evil AJ Hawk. It's not gonna be special teams. I promise you that. If it is special teams, it's not gonna be good. It's not going to be good. Now, obviously, it's not going to be special teams. If it is, I will crash out. And it could be Elijah Sarratt in the third. Iowa center Logan Jones off the board here.
You think he would have wanted to play with Tyler Linderbaum?
I don't know if they ever played together. Probably not.
That's true. Yeah, Linderbaum's older.
I mean, Linderbaum's only 26 years old, but he's been in the NFL, 4 or 5 years now. All right, let's go to the next one. Keep it moving.
Oh.
You're good.
Whoa.
You're good.
Here we go.
We got Sharif, who's the last great cornerback the Raiders drafted. I know, but did John Spytek and Clint Kubiak in this regime draft those past guys? Exactly. Like, what you're saying is asinine. Like, I think that this is a dumb thing to say. I'm not trying to be a dick, but, like, that's like you dating somebody new and be like, oh, well, this is because every relationship that I have is bad. And I get it. Raider fans are not going to be trustworthy, but your logic doesn't make any sense. Stukes reminds me of the Honey Badger. I'll tell you what. Honey Badger, very versatile player. Electric. I think Honey Badger, a little bit more physical. He didn't. I don't believe he ran a 4.3, though. Like, Stukes running the 4.3 is pretty freaking quick, man.
I think Honey Badger's a little more stocky, too.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, uh-oh.
Wild one.
All right, we got a trade here. The Browns back on the clock here at 58.
Oh, my God. The 49ers,
49ers move back. I mean, dude, for Chase, Eagles, Niners, trade.
Trade.
Howie
Roseman, dude.
This guy isn't
Loves
worth
to
the
trade.
Charmin Extra Soft he wipes his butt with.
That's not very nice.
I don't know. I don't get it. Wild one. Paul, Mitch, do you think McCoy falls to 67? I do.
I don't think you get him, though.
I don't think again.
You could have gotten him right there.
I talked about Jermon McCoy. I would say last Tuesday when I was live, and there was like reports that he could fall to day 3 because of that knee. Again, people are clearly a little bit scared, a little bit worried about what that knee looks like. All right, so the Browns.
You know what I'm not scared or worried about?
By the way, the Browns made the trade. They are on the clock.
I'm not scared about.
Diddy truck! Bang!
Because that was from.
That was an alley-oop from earlier in the program.
Yes.
And that would have been, I was going to say, it's already, it's gone. But I do know that somebody did throw one up there.
That was,
I believe it was TJ Park.
No, that was,
TJ threw one up earlier.
Hold on.
All right, here's the trade details.
Hold on, I'm fucking with
49ers trade 58 and 152. Browns get picks 70.
Oh, it's from Word.
Word, you're right. Okay. So here's the trade. Niners get 70 and 107. Browns get 58 and 152. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, man. A flash from the past here with this one. We got ourselves a bang.
Oh, yes. I was waiting.
A flash from the past here. I mean, could we end up getting a Zachariah Branch at Ted Hurst? I mean, the live poll right now says 54% voting offense, 46% voting for the defense. Oh! See! Raider! Bang! The pick is in. The Browns have selected Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Toledo safety.
The Browns are secretly having a very good draft.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren off the board here. Sup, Mitch? How you feeling, brother? Honestly, dude, I feel great. Proud to be able to host another NFL draft. I guess I got to tell my mom that the draft's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah.
Because she did not know. But yeah, I feel
okay.
great. I love the Fernando Mendoza pick. I think that the Treydan Stukes pick is going to be a pick that people truly can wrap their mind around when they see what he can do. Is it an A+? No. Is it an A? I didn't give it an A. I gave it a B-, C+. Yeah, let me know if you're down on the Brita boot rematch.
I remember that.
The Brita boot rematch. I mean, if I end up doing a boot today, it'll be a little bit later on this program. We got another trade, by the way.
What?
We got another trade. So Houston is on the clock. Houston is on the clock. However, the Titans just traded up with the Chicago Bears, and they are now sitting where the Bears are at.
Interesting.
I mean, very, very interesting. So they trade up, and now the Titans are on the clock at 60, but Houston is still on the clock here at 59. The Titans have traded up. They gave up pick 60. Or, excuse me. Titans get pick 60. Chicago goes back to 69, and they have pick 144. Raiders coming up here, though, at pick 67 in the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, y'all, we do have over 3,000 likes. We cracked open some beers. Once we get to 3,500 likes, we're going to spin that wheel. Titan selection. All right, so the Texans go with Marlon Klein. Marlon Klein for the Texans.
Klein.
Why is that name not ringing a bell? Is that a tight end?
Marlon Klein.
I haven't done a lot
wait. Wait. Hold on. That is Marlon Klein, the tight end out of, oh, shoot, Michigan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, the Titans, they traded up for Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker from Texas. The Rams are on the clock. I just looked up Marlon Klein, German. He's actually from Cologne, Germany. That's where I lived. I lived in Cologne, Germany for a year from 2015 to 2016. So,
wow.
Das ist geil. If you know what that means, it's geil is a very interesting German word. It can either mean awesome, it can also mean horny. It just depends the context how you use it.
Interesting.
If I say ich bin geil, means I'm horny. If I say du bist geil, means you're awesome. I don't know.
What in German is LCA?
Oh, I know. I think LCA in German is BANG! So, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. It's fun to stay at the LCA. Yo, Nation. Our biggest need on the entire team is free safety. We have none until now. Plus, I want to see what we do with our newly added third-round pick. I could see a double dip at safety because we need it. Stukes can also play cornerback. This is a B+ for me. Yeah,
That's going to be an interesting mistype.
Eric Stokes.
Stokes and Stukes.
Treydan Stukes. I'll tell you this. I'm stuked about it.
You're stuked?
I'm stuked.
Nice.
Shout out to Lord Cameron Abbott, man. Him and Bayou, the two MVPs on yesterday's show. MVPs on yesterday's show, and they're back at it again today. Everybody shout out LCA. Lord Cameron Abbott, you've always been a real one here, man. You're an absolute legend on this program. I appreciate each and everything that you always do for this show. If you guys want to shout out on the program, spam LCA down below. I'm going to finish my beer here because I love Mount Raider more. I love when you guys show up and show out for everybody. But I also love the fact that we're bringing some positivity. I want people to be honest, right? I do. I always want people to be honest, which is part of the reason why I think that this show is fun. You see people that are like wild ones, like, I'm going to jump off a cliff. And you got LCA that's like, hey, let's calm down here a little bit. It's always cool to see how we mix and match. It's what makes this show fun to me. It's what makes this show fun to me. LCA, dog, cheers to you. Here we go. Before you go to bed tonight, though, watch Treydan Stukes highlights. You'll like them. If you want, again, I wanted the Raiders to draft a free safety. If you wanted the Raiders to draft a free safety, it looks like that they want him to play a multitude of different positions. Germie, they filled the greatest position of need at this point, in my opinion. It's a B grade. I mean, I think free safety, when you really look at the roster, was like biggest glaring hole. But also at the same time, the secondary was a big-time glaring hole. You have a player that's playing, literally going to be able to play 3 different spots here. Caleb Tarr, Fernando was on the homepage of Madden 26.
That's pretty cool.
Is that true?
I have no idea. I haven't played Madden in forever.
I don't play Madden.
The last time I played was probably a month or 2 ago.
That's still recent to me.
Yeah.
Truthfully, I haven't played. I bet you I've played Madden 5 times in the last 10 years. And they might all be about 10 years ago. Nicholas, Treydan Stukes, 3-4 scheme, sexy and dynamic piece.
Wow.
Again, if you like
I
versatility.
thought you said sexy Diana.
Nope. This isn't the Patriots show. It's not the Patriots show. He's a very versatile player. It's going to be able to do a bunch of different things, man.
Sharif, nobody has
Steven.
Stukes mocked that high. Stop coping.
We had him as a top 50 overall prospect. And there were some people that I saw Stukes go in round 1 mocks. I've seen Stukes go in the 40s. I've seen Stukes go in the 30s. He was a top 50 prospect.
Top 50 from
to act like we're taking a guy that's like 60, 70, 80. I'm not coping. We took a player that I think is a very good football player.
It's just not what you wanted, which is fine.
And
you're not in charge of the team.
No,
nobody's in charge of the team except for Spytek and everyone else.
To me, honestly, Sharif, I like that you have a different opinion. What I don't appreciate is you're telling me that I'm coping with it. I am trying to wrap my mind around why the Raiders did it. In the offseason, as long as I've done this, I always have to find the why. Why are the Raiders doing this? Why are the Raiders going in this direction? And it's not a cope. It's me trying to connect the dots. Also, the Rams are going with Ohio State tight end Maxx.
Wow.
So maybe a little bit of a run here on tight ends. But to me, I'm thinking about what's the why. The why to me is he's going to be your starting free safety. He's going to play nickel. He's going to be able to play a little bit of outside corner. You're seeing teams that like to get versatile with some of these safeties, and Treydan Stukes with 4.3 speed is a phenomenal athlete that can do a multitude of different things. Making the safety comparison don't work. That's like saying you don't. It's like saying you draft a low-level running back because your current starter is a fallback. But he is a safety, wild one. Like, he can play safety. I mean, most of his big plays, interceptions, came at the safety position. So, like, I don't know. I don't really know. Again, if you're not going to at least work with me a little bit, then that's fine. It is what it is. Broncos, by the way, are on the clock.
Ready?
Yep.
Watch.
On the clock. Tell them, F them.
Type FDEN.
F them. Broncos.
Broncos are on the clock.
For the first time in the 2026 NFL Draft. This is their first pick.
First time.
Reminder, they traded away Jalen Waddle.
What?
FDEN.
They traded away Jalen Waddle?
They traded for Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
That's why they don't have that first-round pick.
Right.
Sorry, a little context. That's on me. I mean, you still have 67, 91. Let's see where they go, man. 67 and 91. Here we go.
This is fun.
Broncos are on the clock. The Raiders are getting close to being up yet again. So because the Raiders are getting close again, I am going to get you guys here, everybody in the duck race. If you don't know, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365 is how you're going to be able to get up here in the race. Right now, winner's going to go home with $1,980, but that's before I've even updated anything. Talk to me.
Alex D said, as long as he can cover, I'm good.
He's a great cover guy.
He's a great cover corner.
He can cover
safety.
Again, he can cover safety.
He's
corner.
versatile. He can play both.
I like the pick. I don't love
James
the pick,
K.
but I understand the pick.
It's a small reach, not a major one, and we got a third too. He was literally a major need. Pick 30 to pick 60 isn't a huge difference this draft. I don't know about that, but
we'll see.
I do agree with the first part. It is a bit of a small reach, only because I think you value the interior a little bit more than the secondary.
Yep.
But you
All
do
right.
get that third-round pick. Depends on what you do with that third-round pick.
The Denver Broncos just traded their pick.
Moose is probably
The
in
Buffalo
shambles.
Bills are on the clock, and I wonder, there's been some rumors around Domonique Orange to Buffalo. The big citrus. Could this be where they decide to go? 20 to win, over 2,000. LCA wants to see the best available when you get a shot.
Oh, LCA, you can have whatever you want on this show.
All right, so the Bills give up 66 and 182 to move up 4 spots. So Denver goes back 4 spots, and they get an extra 5th-round pick. Is that a 5th? No, 6th-round pick. No, I think it's 5th.
What?
Is it a 5th or a 6th?
What?
That
I
pick
don't
for
know.
the
I haven't
Broncos.
looked at the trade yet.
Well, no, it's pick 182, but the Raiders are at 185 in the 6th round. So I think that means
forget.
it's a 5th-round pick.
All right, best available.
Jermon McCoy, Keontae Scott. Dude, I mean, imagine if we got A.J. Halsey, Zakee Wheatley. I mean, Chris Bell is still
Chris
sitting
Bell's
there.
not a bad one. Ted Hurst.
Ted Hurst is sitting there looking at you. I mean, if the Raiders were able to get Chris Bell at 67, I think that's really, really good value there.
Kyle Lewis, but I know you don't need a
Well, I mean, there's actually some people that wonder if Kyle Lewis can play like linebacker safety.
So I talked about him on the Bucks Breakdown by Chat Sports, and I said I have a slight worry that he is an Isaiah Simmons. Just that tweener type of guy where he's really good, but like him and like Jabril Peppers where it's like, where do you play?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, or like Jamal Adams where like towards the end of his career, it's like, are you going to play linebacker or are you going to play safety?
Yeah, you did not want him playing safety, I'll tell you that.
But Malachi Fields,
I mean, he's a
from
big
Notre
outside
Dame.
guy.
And then you got I don't hate
I mean, there's some interest. I mean,
Domonique Orange. He's a big guy, too.
big citrus, big run clogger there. We will see. There's still, I mean, what's really fun about this is now we do have that extra third-round pick. Like, you're going to be, what I think that extra third-round pick is going to be, I wonder if the Raiders decide to go with a wide receiver here in one of their next picks. Like one of these next two.
Yeah. I don't know. So.
I also love Danny Dennis Sutton. I think he's a really good athlete for Penn State.
He's a little small, but
Yep.
I think he's good.
He's a better Malcolm Kuntz. Like, I think the way that we want Malcolm Kuntz to play is the way Danny Dennis Sutton ends up looking. So here we are right now for the Raiders selections. We're trying to figure out where the Raiders are going to go here at pick 67. If you haven't already voted, the pick is in. The Bills have selected Ohio State cornerback Davison. I can never get his last name right.
Igbinosa.
That one. We're going to go with that route.
Davidson Igbinosa.
The pick is
From
in.
Ohio State.
From Ohio State, the cornerback. Where are we going, y'all? I see the votes right now. Offense is 58%. Defense is on there. If anybody wants to give me a grade on what they think this Raiders draft is so far, for me, it's a B so far this draft. I can't even get it right. I'm going with a B. Fernando Mendoza, A+. Treydan Stukes, B-. I still want to see how it ends up going. I love the fact that we got that extra pick there in the third, being able to have 91 instead of 117. But right now, I'm at a B grade. I'm at a B grade for this Raiders draft.
I don't hate that.
Yep. I'm at a B. I mean, I love the overreactions. I just saw somebody said, I don't trust the Raiders anymore after that pick. Y'all are funny.
The
man.
overreaction's awesome.
I mean, but that's also, I like the passion. That's what makes Raider, being the host of the Raiders Report is truthfully like one of the things I'm the most proud of in my life. And I say that because I'm also a very emotional and passionate person. So when I see people bring that passion, I do. I respect it. I also respect this. Raider born
6-6.
Bang! AKA formerly Michael Clark, a.k.a. formerly Messa Mike. Mitch, I live in Arizona, and I am a U of A alum. This kid is a baller. I've watched him a lot. He's got a motor. He is driven. Think of Maxx Crosby in the DB backfield. Book it. Also, did you get my 4 Ducks for 2 more? I did. I saw, because you sent in an 80 when we did the wheel spin deal. So, it's been, I'm trying to, like I said, I really want to make sure I'm getting all the ducks in. So you guys got to believe me when I tell you, I'm making sure I am getting everybody in, because I know there's a lot of craziness. There's a lot of shenanigans that's going on right now. But, to me, I do trust people that watch certain players a little bit more. And I said this often about Germie Bernard when I was at the Combine. The amount of people that I talked to from Alabama that were like, dude, Germie Bernard's a baller. He's a baller. He does things that people just don't recognize. I've talked to, like I said, I talked to a lot of these draft guys that I trust, and a player that a lot of people, and I'm going to try to go back and find some of my old shows where I talked about Treydan Stukes being a player that a lot of people like a lot more than what people realize.
Yeah.
Because that was in some of the draft news shows that I've done. And again, I know I make a lot of videos, and I'm sorry in a breath that I don't remember it off the top of my head, but again, I took Treydan Stukes in my mock draft, like the one that I put out this morning. I had Treydan Stukes. I said he's a top 50 player, and I like him a lot. That's why I decided to go with that route. And if you look at a lot of the mocks that I've done recently, I've done a lot of mocks that feature a lot of defensive players, especially in that secondary, safeties, defensive backs. Go look at the one that I just put out, would have been Thursday morning, my final mock draft. Lots of safety, lots of secondary play in there, and just because I heard that that's a spot that the Raiders are really concerned about. So, but I'll say this, I am going to tip my cap to SpyTech in this Raiders organization, because I did think that they put out a smokescreen on them being very much interested at pick 36, because I was convinced they were going at defensive tackle, and I wonder if they made the Texans straight up. Truman, hard for me to believe Stukes wouldn't be available later at 67. I guarantee he wouldn't be available at 67.
No.
I don't think he would have gotten outside of the top 50. it's because there's a new breed of player in the NFL.
Yeah.
Sometimes the NFL is
a star role.
It's a copycat league, and they're starting to become this sexy position, finding this like third hybrid safety. Like, look at Nick Eamon-Warry. Again, not the same player, but he can do a lot of different things. Cooper DeJean, a lot of different things. Kyle Hamilton, a lot of different things. Like, what the NFL is starting to figure out what this third safety role is, it makes it more difficult on the quarterback because sometimes you're like, I don't know if they're playing man. I don't know if they're playing zone because is he lining up at safety? Is he about to drop back? Is he going to come up and defend the run? Is he going to be going up against man? Like, there's a multitude of different things when you find this safety hybrid. But what I also really like about that pick is you're now going to have Isaiah Paul-Amal be that third safety. He's going to be able to play up near the box. Like, it's not only a good pick for the Raiders secondary, being able to fill a lot of needs, being able to fill a lot of holes. You're also going to get the best version out of Isaiah Paul-Amal. Like, Isaiah Paul-Amal was bad last year, but it's because you're making a guy who's not a center fielder play center field. Like, and what's cool is the Raiders could still go with it. Like, if they were to go Bud Clark here, Zakee Wheatley, and A.J. Halsey, I would be fired up because that's a really good young secondary that the Raiders are building here. But I guarantee you this, he would not have been there. You could have had Boston. Boston was literally the next pick. Like, I would have rather gone Denzel. I've made that clear to all y'all. I would have rather gone Denzel. But, in my mind, the Raiders have crushed this offseason. I want to see how the rest of the draft ends up folding.
Yeah.
We got to see it.
I will say.
Got to see it.
We are in an interesting spot with Super Chats right now. But
what does that mean?
We just have a lot of them.
All right, we'll keep going.
But before we get to the Super Chats, though.
What?
We do have to tell them how to upgrade their wardrobe.
Is it every 30 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. I feel like I'm doing it. I feel like I'm doing it every 10 minutes.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
We get so into it.
You're good. Sorry, I'm like, I feel like it's like here and then another one.
It's because they're two different ones.
Yeah, I guess. Pick is in. Chargers go with center from Florida, Jake Slaughter. Jake Slaughter is the
Great
pick
name.
here. Elite name.
Great name.
Though he's going to the Chargers, so F the Chargers. We
See,
are about to get in here, though, to the final pick of round 2 at 64.
But this way,
Final pick.
when the Raiders pick, we'll do the other one in the cut.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yep, I got you.
It gets confusing.
You're good. In my mind, I was like, I feel like we just did one. So
I know.
You're good. All right, y'all. The pick, some people want Malachi Fields. Some people also want the best shorts on planet Earth.
$50 too.
The best shorts on planet Earth. Shout out to Chubbies for sponsoring the Raiders Report. Fellas, springtime is here, and you know what that means. It's time to let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or, I don't know, going to an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. And at the end of the day, your wardrobe, it deserves a springtime upgrade. So to sweeten that deal for a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com. And if you're hitting up the pool or beach, their classic line swim collection has your new favorite trunk for those sunny days. We're talking seriously soft. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, seriously soft. Dangerously flexible and incredibly quick-drying swim trunks. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners 20% off with code CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com. That's 20% off your order with code CHATSPORTS. Give your thighs the VIP treatment that they deserve with Chubbies. Support our show and tell them that we sent you. All right, so here we go. Pick 64. We're going to keep rolling through some of these Super Chats, and if you haven't already, please let me know where you want the Raiders to go here with this upcoming pick at 67. And then after that pick, reminder, the Raiders will then be on the clock yet again. Bud Clark off the board here to Seattle at 64. TCU safety Bud Clark goes off the board to the Seattle Seahawks. I like Bud Clark a lot, man. You guys know that I like Bud Clark, but he is now no longer available. He is no longer available. Those who are hating the Stukes pick don't know ball. Again, I like different opinions, but I don't think that they're looking at the big picture. And I think anybody that doesn't like the Stukes pick, again, there's liking it, there's loving it. To hate it, I don't think that you know the player that you got. Truthfully, I don't think that you know the player you got. Does Lee Hunter fall? He's already been drafted. Lee Hunter's gone. We need the help in the secondary. We need a lot of help in the secondary. Also, it's round 3. Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and now I believe the picks go from 7 minutes to 5.
I have no idea.
I think that's it. Also, because of how money and signing bonuses go, there's some people that are reporting that this is where teams now are starting to think about Jermod McCoy.
Really?
And I don't know why, but that's what Dan Graziano just reported.
Okay.
Something to do with the automatic money. Also, apparently the Cardinals were thinking about going with Carson Beck.
Interesting.
I think Arizona's about to draft Carson Beck here. We shall see. What's your take on Jacoby Lane? Big outside receiver. I don't think does a great job being able to create separation. He's somebody where I typically target in my mock drafts at like 134 from USC. But I do like him. But I want him like a little bit later, round 4. Big outside guy, though. Like if the Raiders wanted to only take one receiver, I would hope that it wouldn't be Jacoby Lane. But if they only took Jacoby Lane, I'd go, well, that's probably going to be a dude that competes for wide receiver 4 role. Because I don't think he's better than Jack Besh. I don't think he's better than Trey Tucker. And I don't think that he's better than Jalen Naylor. So I would say it'd be like wide receiver 4 on our team. But again, he's a big outside guy that can block, so that's an important role. We're going to keep moving here. We are getting closer and closer and closer. The Seahawks made their selection. It's now round 3. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and then it's the Denver Broncos, and then it's the Las Vegas Raiders. As soon as we get done with the pick, what we are going to end up doing is we're going to obviously, break it all down for you, just like we did at pick 38. I'll make my own little short. We'll make all that, and then after that, I will try to get all of y'all in the duck race, but friendly reminder, the Raiders have another pick here at 91. Raiders have another pick at 91. And I think that that's the other thing that we have to look at when you compare, the trade that the Raiders did. Like, some of y'all wanted Kayden McDonald. I wanted Kayden McDonald, Denzel Boston, right? But is maybe Treydan Stukes, is 3 players better than 2, right? If we got 3 starters, I know there's still picks in the 4th round, but the talent in the 3rd and 2nd round, I do think that there starts to become big tier gaps. And I don't know if y'all have watched this show. If you've watched every single episode of the Raiders Report, type me down below, because I've said there are a lot of teams that feel like it's very top 3 heavy, and then you start getting the 4th round, and then it just kind of gets, I think tomorrow is going to be insane. I think tomorrow is going to be a day filled with teams are going to go get their guys. With the pick, the Arizona Cardinals have selected Carson Beck.
Whoa!
Quarterback, Miami. The Cardinals are going with Carson Beck, the man that lost to Fernando Mendoza in the national championship game.
Mitch, let me ask you a question.
The Raiders are on deck. Where are we going, nation? The Raiders are on deck. Where are we going, nation?
I have a question for you, Mitch.
Hit me.
Do you like being number 1?
I always try to be number 1. Always, 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 man.
So
if you ain't first, you're last.
I'm about to paste a link into the chat right now.
I'm listening.
It is an Instagram post for our friendly sponsor, Prize Picks.
Okay.
If you guys have Instagram, click the link and comment Raiders Draft. We're trying to be the number 1 most commented on that post. So Raiders Draft, everyone at the company right now is commenting on this post right now. We're trying to be number 1. So click the link and then comment Raiders Draft. Whoever gets the most
done
wins.
All right, hang on.
In chat sports.
Can I do it multiple times?
I think you can comment multiple times. So if you have Instagram, click the link in the chat right here.
All right. No one's going to outdo me.
Oh, yeah, try and beat Mitch.
What's funny is it's a picture of Mahomes complaining to a ref.
That's awesome.
That's actually hilarious.
So you comment Raiders draft on the link that I'm posting in here. We're trying to beat everyone at Chat Sports.
Also, Sharif, I see what you're doing, man. I'm not. It's just not true. So, Sharif, if you're going to be an asshole, I'm just not going to show your super chats anymore. So, just thanks for the donation, dude. Because you're talking bad about me, and I just don't appreciate it. So, thanks for the donation. Appreciate it. You're not going to get up on screen. It's just not true, dude. Like, again, I feel like we've done this back and forth.
There's receipts of you not liking draft picks in
I know, and
previous years.
that's just the way that it's going to go. But again, to me now you're just being disrespectful. So, if you want to go somewhere else, because I'm kind of getting sick of it. I like when people work with me, but you got to be able to work with me a little bit. So the Raiders are up next here. I don't know where exactly they're going to be able to go. I'm curious to see where they decide to go. Nobody needs to rip on Sharif. I just did it. It's just, again, I'm trying to be honest with all y'all, and I don't appreciate people telling me that I'm going to sit up here and lie to y'all, because that tells me you don't know who I am. Like, your comment, Sharif, is a big middle finger and a spit in my face. That's how I feel, right? So I'm letting you know. And if you don't like it, go the flip somewhere else. Who's next? Skylar Bell from UConn. See, I don't think it's going to be Skylar Bell. He's a little bit more of an undersized receiver, and if we go receiver, I say that, and then I know that they like Zachariah Branch a lot. Like, I do know that they like Zachariah Branch. But there's a lot of good wide receiver talent out there. Like, you go Chris Brazzell, Elijah Sarratt, Zachariah Branch, Ted Hurst.
It's a great question, Mitch.
All right, here, hang on a second here.
Who do you want the Raiders to
Broncos
draft?
select Tyler Onyedim, Onyedim. So now the Raiders are on the clock. Who do you want the Raiders to go with here at pick 67? The Raiders have drafted. Here we go. Raiders are on the clock.
Who do we want? Big Citrus?
Do
you want Big Citrus? Give me some orange emojis.
Dude, we could go with the Big Citrus. Domonique Orange. Could you go with a wide receiver? There's a lot of different routes that the Raiders can go here. Chris Bell, wide receiver from Louisville. Oh, my God.
Chris Bell?
I think that actually might be my pick that I'm going with here. Jennings Dunker, if you really want an offensive right tackle, that could be an option.
Mitch, who are the best available? Oh, I'm so glad you asked.
Jermod McCoy. Keontae Scott is another very versatile player. Emmanuel Pregnon. Ooh, okay. A.J. Halsey, Zakee Wheatley. I mean, Chris Bell staring at you right there. Ted Hurst is a very interesting pick. Jennings Dunker, if you really want to go offensive line help.
Malachi Fields, Danny Dennis Sutton.
I don't know. Here we go. The Raiders are about to be on the clock. The Raiders are about to be on the clock. They are on the clock. Here we go. Raiders are on the clock at 67. I don't know where we're going to go, but the Arizona Cardinals quarterback room. Tell me if this sounds familiar. This sounds like the Raiders quarterback room a few years ago. Gardner Minshew, Carson Beck, Jacoby Brissett. The old saying, if you have two quarterbacks, you got none. What happens if you had three? That's brutal, man. Holy cow. Where are we going, y'all? What's going to be cool is I think, like, if you want a Zachariah Branch, I actually think he's going to be available at pick 91.
Yeah.
I do. All right, so they went with Texas A&M defensive tackle Tyler Onyedim. Again, I don't know if I pronounced it right. Onyedim. That's for the Denver Broncos. The Raiders are on the clock. Here we go. Somebody said I want Sarratt. I actually think Sarratt's going to fall to fourth round.
Yeah.
The more and more people that I started talking to, I did really think that Elijah Sarratt was going to fall a little bit here, but let's see where the Raiders go. Let's see where the Raiders go. You can get Jennings Dunker if you want him. Who do you want the Raiders to pick? Let me know down below. Who do you want the Raiders to draft at pick 67? If you're like, Mitch, I can't comment. It's because you're not subscribed. Every person commenting on this video is subscribed to the Raiders Report. If you're like, I'm not subscribed and I'm commenting, you're a liar. Who do you want the Raiders to draft at 67? As soon as they make the pick, I will do a full breakdown here on the Raiders Report, and I just hope that I don't have a breakdown here on the Raiders Report. Who do you want them to go with?
I see some oranges.
Not sub. Liar.
Own your DM.
Own
your DM.
Own your DM. Only in your DMs. Only in your DMs. I don't know how you pronounce it.
DMs.
Come on, Raiders. Give me somebody that gets me fired up here. Give me somebody that gets me fired up here. God, I'm pacing.
What? Every time you look down, I'm like, what do you got?
Interesting.
Yeah?
Hang on, I got it. I have the pick. With the 67th pick in the NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders go with a edge rusher out of Auburn. It's Keyron Crawford. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to have to learn a little bit about Keyron Crawford here. The Eagles are officially on the clock. What I'm quickly learning is he's a really good edge rusher, really good athlete. I have not mocked Keyron Crawford in any one of my mock drafts that I've done for the Raiders, but they clearly are trying to add some more flexibility to that outside linebacker role here for the Raiders in this 3-4 defense. He's 23 years old, 6'4", 253 pounds, had 36 tackles, 9.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks in the SEC for the Auburn Tigers. Tom Downey had him ranked as a 79th overall prospect, his 16th best edge. He says he's a high motor, bendy player who offers burst and twitch off the edge. Still plenty of untapped potential, and I'll just say this. I don't know every single player that the Raiders are going to draft. I would not have gone this route again, but I will always say on this show, and when you see what Dane Brugler has to say about him, I think you're going to be a lot more liked about it. And I say that because I want somebody that's got high upside. Rob Leonard has always done a really good job finding players that get the most out of them, especially at an edge rusher spot. Crawford is still learning what it means to be a technician, but he is a twitched-up defender with the complete skills and intriguing skill set to contribute right away. He offers role versatility and will fit in a 3-4 or a 4-3 look. So this is overall Tom Downey's 79th overall prospect. The Raiders decided to pick him here at 67. The Eagles, by the way, select offensive tackle Markel Bell. 9.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 43 pressures. And for Keyron Crawford, I think that the fit is going to have to be a little bit interesting here to me. And I only say that because the Raiders obviously have Kwity Paye. The Raiders obviously also have Maxx Crosby. The Raiders also have Malcolm Kuntz, who they added this offseason. But I'm looking right now at also what Lance Zierlein has to say. He has him as a high round 3 player. So what you're doing here is, I think what this tells me is I think that Kwity Paye, Maxx Crosby are going to play a lot more defensive end in that 3-4 than what we originally anticipated, because Crawford's going to play an outside linebacker role. He's going to be somebody that's going to help you get after the quarterback a little bit more than what some people might already anticipate. But I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm never going to lie to you. I did not expect a pick like this. He is a versatile player, very high motor. He's played only 5 years of football. So he is somebody that's still learning the game. And if you want to believe in a coaching staff that sees a player that's got a lot of athletic ability, because very, very high upside pick. This is one of those moves that this is a home run swing. And I think it's either going to be a pick that we look back in a few years and go, man, that guy's a really good football player for the Raiders, or we're going to look at it and we're going to go, man, oh man, that was a swing and a miss for the silver and black. But I'll just keep saying it like this, man. If you believe in Rob Leonard, and you got to be able to tip your cap once in a while to Leonard, he has done a good job with players like K'Lavon Chasen. He has done a good job with guys like Malcolm Kuntz. He has done a good job being able to find talent with these kind of very twitchy, high upside edge rushers. And Tom just texted me and he goes, I think he is a really insane athlete. I think he's a really, really insane athlete. Raiders draft insane athlete. Very, very interesting here. So I'm going to make a quick little video. I'm going to put it in for our team here to be able to get. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. With the 67th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select edge rusher from Auburn, Keyron Crawford. And wherever you're watching this video, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you click that follow. And if you don't know, we are live right now on YouTube. Over 6,000 people here in the building. The reason why I want Raider fans to at least buy into the idea of Keyron Crawford, he is an insane athlete that's really just started playing football here in the last 5 years. Really versatile player, can play in a 4-3, can play in a 3-4, which is what Rob Leonard's defense is going to look like. But because he's still learning how to play football, and he's an SEC guy, I always say I believe in Rob Leonard. Rob Leonard did a phenomenal job with a dude like K'Lavon Chasen, and if you wanted K'Lavon Chasen to come back to the silver and black, I think you're also looking at Crawford as being somebody that can help you get after the quarterback. Was this a pick that I anticipated? No. Is it a pick that I hate? No, not at all. This is a big swing. High risk, high reward. We'll see. Shout out to all of y'all tuning in right now. Very, very, very interesting pick. I mean, Keyron Crawford is the pick here for the Las Vegas Raiders. So, Downey, again, Tom's got him ranked as their 15th best or 16th best edge, 79th overall prospect. If you want to give some shout-outs here, I got to help with some of the guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, let's I mean, for the people grading the pick right now, PG said an A. Case said Z. I mean, guys, this is
in all honesty, if you want to grade for me, it's a C. And I mean
it's a C.
We have to wait and see.
You have to wait and see. That's a good.
Well, no, like I mean,
it's
look
not
at
C. It's
this is
SEE.
a high upside pick, but this is also a pick that we could look at it in a few years and go, he was a disaster. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, there is still tons of untapped potential.
Yeah.
I say it all the time on this show. When I see untapped potential and I see an athletic freak, and Keyron Crawford is an athletic freak. I mean, 6'4", 253 pounds, and he's a good player, right? Like, he's got a lot of toughness. He's got some good athleticism ability. He offers you some flexibility in terms of just, 3-4, 4-3. But this write-up here that I see from Lance Zerloin says, Crawford has special teams and situational rush value now, but his best football is still yet to come. He'll need more seasoning to reach his potential. He started playing football his senior year of high school. I mean, imagine a guy that he never played football. He started playing his senior year in high school and gets to go to the University of Auburn.
Yeah.
That's a guy that's got untapped potential, and I don't really think knows how to play football yet. So because of that, he's twitchy. He rushes with a lot of energy. He loves being able to get after the quarterback. But at the exact same time, if you believe in Rob Leonard, and I think Rob Leonard's been able to show you that he finds ways to get the most out of edge rush talent, I'm gonna have to wait and see. You know, like, that's just the way that it's gonna have to be. So we will get into draft insane upside pick. We're gonna have to wait and see.
I think when it comes to drafting a guy like Keyron Crawford, sort of like what Mitch said, this is a swing. Either you hit a home run or you swing and miss. And if you, I'm not going to lie, they've done everything right. Everything basically chalk since free agency. The draft as well, you go get your guy in a franchise quarterback in Fernando Mendoza. This is if you want to call it a reach, fine. But the guys in that room right now know what they're doing.
I don't actually think of this as much of a reach. Again, if he's the 79th overall prospect, we took him at 67. I don't look at it as a reach. I look at it as, and I kind of agree with Bayou, what he's saying here. I don't look at it so much of a reach as I go, edge rusher isn't a need for us. Like, I don't know. I look at Keon Crawford, and I don't know if he's going to start this season. Now, if the Raiders tell me, hey, we're going to play Kwity Paye, we're going to play Maxx Crosby on that front defensive line, because in my mind, I'm thinking 3-4, right? I'm thinking 3-4, I'm thinking 3-4. But what happens when they go 4-3? Kwity Paye is going to play on the line. Maxx Crosby is going to play on the line. You might even have Tyree Wilson play that 3 technique role. And then if the Raiders want to put that extra outside linebacker in to be able to get after the quarterback, maybe that's when you bring in, Crawford here. But also, we're banging. Bang! And I agree. I'm a little bit frustrated that this, to me, doesn't fill a need. Treydan Stukes fills multiple needs. The edge rusher spot, and I get it, you can always get help getting after the quarterback. But there was something that I remember talking about on this show going, like, we hear 3-4. We're thinking 3-4, 3-4, 3-4. But I also know from I talked to Mike McDonald at the Combine, and he was like, well, we run a lot of different looks. We're going to run a lot of different looks on defense. And I expect the Raiders also to run a lot of different looks here. And like where I'll anticipate is they're going to play 4-2-5. They're going to play 4-3-5. They're going to be moving and grooving in a lot of different directions. But I think what also this does, and I think that, this is an important statement, what I'm about to make. We all want the Raiders to compete right away, and I understand that. I want the Raiders to also win football games in year one. But I also think that we as fans, hang on. We as fans also have to realize that this is a rebuilding process. Malcolm Kuntz signed a 1-year deal. I don't know if Malcolm's going to come back. So when I read everything that I'm reading right now about Crawford, this looks like a player that needs to get some marinating. You can also put me on screen. That needs to get some marinating, needs to get a little bit better. We often talk about bridge years for, quarterbacks. I think that this could also be a pick that they're saying, all right, let's go out there. Let's let Malcolm get better. Hopefully Crawford can learn a little bit more. You let Malcolm Kuntz go. You save that $11 million that you're paying him. And now Crawford steps into that Malcolm Kuntz role into the following year. Like, to me, that's why I think that this pick's made. I'm going to give it a C grade. I will truly wait and see how this pick is. I think it's a big upside swing. I also think that this could be a pick where in a few years he's out of the NFL. He is a raw talent, but you're given this opportunity to Rob Leonard, and it's, again, I want the Raiders to win this year. I really, really do. I want the Raiders to go with a good pick here, but I also am like, if our window is down the road, right? If our window's down the road where you also have to figure out how good teams get, it's when you figure out a way, all right, I can replace Malcolm Kuntz with my second-year guy here who I drafted at number 67 overall. I'm not saying that that's why they did it, but to me, I'm always going to try to find the why. I'm going to try to figure out why they decided to do what they did. So it's a C grade for me. Because I do see the upside. I do believe in Rob Leonard. But also in the exact same breath, that's not a starter to me. It's not a starter. Keon Crawford. I haven't talked too much about. I'll tell you this right now. I don't think I did a single mock draft where I took an edge rusher at 67. Truthfully, I don't know if I did. I don't think I did a single mock draft where I took an edge rusher at pick 67. Off top of my dome, I don't think that I did. Maybe if I did one before free agency started, because obviously I didn't know what was going to happen in free agency, but now, no, I do not know. Yep, I'm ready to rock. All right, y'all, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through, and we're going to talk about why this is a very interesting pick here for the Raiders and Crawford. And friendly reminder that the Raiders do have another pick, okay? The Raiders do have another pick at pick 91. They still have them at pick 91. So I'm going to go through. I'm going to try to map out ultimately why the Raiders decided to go the route that they did here. Can we actually wait until we get this short? Sorry, I just want to wait to get that out. Oh, man. I think it's an interesting pick. I could always post it after. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do it. Sounds good. It's a C grade for me. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't think it's a reach at all because again, a reach to me is like when you're climbing multiple rounds. This is a guy that was projected to go in the 3rd round. This is a guy who he had as a top 80 overall prospect. The Raiders took him at 67. I just don't agree with going with an edge rusher when there were other players there on the board that I would have gone with. Now we'll have to see how the rest of this draft ends up unfolding. We will have to wait and see, but I just saw one of the coolest stats I've ever seen on Keon Crawford that I guarantee is going to make people like him. I just saw one of the coolest stats out there. I got it for you. Here we go. We're going to break down Keon Crawford and why this is a very insane pick. And if you guys haven't seen the video of Crawford celebrating becoming a Raider, maybe that'll make you like him a little bit more. He's fired the F up to be a Raider right now. Coming up, let's talk about Keon Crawford going to the Silver and Black. With the 67th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select edge rusher from Auburn, Keon Crawford. Today's show presented by Prize Picks. And the reason why this is a very interesting pick here for the Las Vegas Raiders because this is an extremely high upside. And I think it's a big risk, but there is also a chance that this is a big old swing and a miss because Crawford is still a very raw prospect. But coming up here on the show, I'm going to tell all Raider fans why I think that they decided to go the route that they did with Keon Crawford. He's 23 years old, 6'4", 253 pounds. He had 36 tackles last season with the Auburn Tigers, 9.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, lots and lots of pressures. I do not think that this was a reach. The reason why I'm not in love with this pick is because it's not a need. I did not think that the Raiders needed an edge rusher. I thought that there were other players that you could have possibly gone with. But in the same exact light, if you want a guy that hustles, if you want a high motor player, somebody that is bendy, somebody that does offer a lot of burst, a lot of twitch, and somebody that's got some untapped potential, because there is a lot of untapped potential. He has just started playing football. He just started playing football when he was a senior. When he was a senior in high school. And really, when you look at a lot of the numbers, you remember the guy that went earlier in the draft, Keldrick Folk? Remember where he went? There's a lot of numbers. Keon Crawford, I would say, actually posted better numbers than what Keldrick Folk did. 9.5 tackles for loss. You see the forced fumble. You see the interception. But I do have to get people to think about what's the Raiders' plan. I know that all of us want the Raiders to win right now. I want the Raiders to win right now. We all want the Raiders to just win, baby. But I also think we have to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and go, this pick to me is a pick that you let him learn with Rob Leonard. And I love what Rob Leonard did with Caleb on Chasen. And I've always said on this show, if you find a defensive end, an edge rusher, and he's got untapped potential, I think Rob Leonard's going to do the best ability to be able to get the most out of him because he's done it his entire career. And the other breath, the Raiders signed Malcolm Kuntz to a 1-year deal. Think about all the other deals that the Raiders signed. 3 years for Tyler Linderbaum, 3 years for Jalen Naylor, 3 years for Nakobe Dean, 3 years for Kwity Paye, 3 years for Quay Walker, 3 years. A lot of 3 years. 1 year for Malcolm Kuntz. I think that this is your Malcolm Kuntz replacement. And again, we want to win right away, but I also think that we have to be able to sit back, breathe, realize if the Raiders are willing to have Fernando Mendoza sit and learn for a year, what's to say that they're not willing to have other players as well sit and learn for a year? At the same time, though, Keon Crawford's going to get playing time, and the Raiders are going to be doing a lot of things because he can play in a 4-3. He can play in a 3-4. He can put his hand in the dirt. He can get after the quarterback standing up. This, to me, is your future Malcolm Kuntz replacement. Much tougher player, can definitely help more against the run than somebody like Malcolm, but I'm going to hit you guys with a stat. And I think that this stat, if you're not sold or you're not happy on the Keon Crawford pick, I'm going to hit you with the stat here that I hope fires you guys up a little bit more. Shout out to my guy Tristan Kuhn on Twitter. Keon Crawford pass rush win rate by season, okay? In 2025, he had a 19.7% pass rush win rate, 240 snaps. His 2025 win rate was only behind Ruben Bain, first-round pick, David Bailey, the number 2 pick, Romello Height from Texas Tech, Akeem Messidor, first-round pick, and then another player by the name of and Derek Moore. I mean, you're talking about players that are regarded as round one talents, and again, very much so untapped potential. But before we hit the panic button, and I'll give you guys my grades coming up here in a little bit, but this to me is a high upside. There is a chance that this is a big old swing and a miss when you really look at it. But I'll always believe in Rob Leonard, and I think that this is a high upside pick that we're going to let develop over time and then be ready to rock and roll this upcoming next season. I got to give a shout out to Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. I love Prize Picks, and to me, when you're watching some basketball games, watching a baseball game, you get a Prize Picks lineup in, it's going to make you just so much more interested in that game, no doubt about it. And it is Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app out there and the best place to win cash while watching sports. Sign up for Prize Picks with code HMA. Get $50 in lineups instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today with the link that's going to be down in the comments and down in the description of today's program. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Now, if you guys want to see my lineup that I'm going to be cooking with here, whether it's the Raiders season long, it is this. I got Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty. Give me the more on those. I anticipate that the Raiders are going to be having a better season at least. Man, oh man, I hope that they have a better season. So if you want to roll with me, you can actually give me a follow at MitchellRens365 on Prize Picks. And I think that if you guys haven't already realized that it's down in the comments, down in the description, it is down there. Huge shout out to Prize Picks for hooking up Raider Nation. So let's keep on walking through here why the Raiders decided to go with this pick. According to Dane Brugler, Crawford is still learning what it means to be a technician, but he is a twitched-up defender with the complete skills and intriguing skill set to contribute right away. He offers role versatility and will fit a 3-4 or a 4-3 look. So let's talk about Rob Leonard's defense. We're going to be running a lot of 3-4 looks. We're going to be doing a lot of 4-3 looks. We're going to be doing a lot of 4-2-5 looks. Because of Rob Leonard's versatility, you can tell that the Raiders are early on here looking for players that can do multiple different things. Treydan Stukes can play corner, safety, nickel. Now you're getting a guy that can also play outside linebacker and edge, and he can help you out in that department. I also think that this pick screams that Kwity Paye, Maxx Crosby are going to be playing a lot more on that defensive line than maybe what we originally anticipated on that defensive line. Yes, there's been some concerns around the defensive line room, but if you're looking at a DN room now and you got Maxx Crosby in here, Tyree Wilson also I think is better as a 3 technique, then that helps out players like Kwity Paye, who also is a better run defender, going to be playing on that line. And then you have Malcolm Kuntz, you have also Crawford. They're going to be able to help you go out and get after the quarterback, because whether you are in the AFC West, whether you're wherever, being able to get after the QB is obviously a very, very important thing, and I think teams that value the ability to get after the quarterback is something that is important. But also, this is a pick that I did not expect. This is a pick that I don't think many people around Raider Nation thought was going to happen, because I don't look at our edge rushers and I think that's a team need. But I do wonder what the Raiders' plan is here, because to me, I'm always like, you got to have a plan. What's the Raiders' plan? What are we going to do? This to me fills a need. You fill your free safety, you fill a defensive back role, which is definitely needed. Edge rusher, to me, there was other players still on the board, but at the same time, I'm going to buy into what Rob Leonard's doing. I'm going to buy into what the Las Vegas Raiders are doing. So my question is, how would you grade this pick for the silver and black? Give me an A, give me a B, give me a C, give me a D, or give me an F. You are about to get hit with a YouTube ad break. While that ad is playing, I want you to scroll on down. Please, please, please give me your answer. My answer is going to be coming up here in just a moment, and I'm always going to be honest with you. Every single take that I give, every single grade that I give, it's going to be honest. So my grade for Keyron Crawford is, it's a C grade. And I literally mean that I got to wait and see what Crawford ends up looking like, because I could see Crawford, based on everything that I've just read, based on everything that I've heard from Dane Brugler, my guy Tom Downey is saying, hey, I think that this is a good pick for the Raiders. If you value being able to get after the quarterback, that's great. On the same exact breath, I know that there's a lot of untapped potential there. I know that the Raiders have taken some swings and some misses in years past. So do I believe in Rob Leonard? Yes, I do. Do I like that there's some versatility there? Yes, I do. Would I have gone with a different pick? Yes, absolutely. And that's just the way that I'm looking at it. I would not have drafted Keyron Crawford. But I also say I just watched the video of Crawford. He's super, super fired up to be a Raider. We always say, I want guys that want to be Raiders. I want guys that give a shit. I want guys that care about rocking with the silver and black. Crawford clearly is fired up to be here, and he clearly wants to be able. I literally just saw a video. The Raiders just posted one on social media. Crawford just celebrated getting drafted by the Raiders, and he just jumped into his pool. I want guys that want to be Raiders. I want guys that are football guys, and I'm looking right now at a write-up here from NFL.com's Lance Zierlein. Lance Zierlein believed that he was going to get drafted in round 3, and he says Crawford is a stand-up rush linebacker prospect with plus athletic traits, but he'll need more seasoning to reach his potential. He started playing football his senior year of high school, still developing both instincts and technique. The former high school basketball player has toughness to match his athleticism, but isn't ready yet to set an NFL edge. He's twitchy. He rushes with great energy and is a hungry quarterback hunter. However, he might benefit from dialing back his constant acceleration and becoming more intentional with his rush. So he's got the athletic ability. He's got a lot of the juice that you want to see in a player. He's just still learning how to play football. Again, in my mind, I can't even imagine thinking about somebody who just started playing football their senior year, and now they're getting drafted in the NFL draft, and they got to play at the SC school, like a school like Auburn. You know what I mean? This guy is raw, a lot of untapped potential, and we got to hope that our coaching staff does the best thing possible to get the most untapped potential. I hope so. I don't think this is a reach. I think this is a wait-and-see type of pick, but I will be very clear. High upside, high risk. I hope that this one ends up working out. For those that do not know, I am live right now here on YouTube. I just looked down. We have over 5,000 people here in the building. The Raiders also have another pick coming up here at 91 because of the trade. If you could show it real quick, sorry. The trade that they made earlier today with the Houston Texans, where the Texans ended up going up to 36. And I honestly think that Spy Tech and the Raiders were sending out smoke screens, making teams think that they wanted defensive tackles, because if they wanted Domonique Orange, they could have had another one. To me, the Raiders clearly are a lot better off, a lot more confident in their defensive tackle room than what I definitely expected, and what a lot of people, I think, ultimately expected. I think the biggest reach in the NFL draft actually just happened. Caleb Douglas, who the Raiders had a top 30 visit with, I thought he was going to get drafted in the 6th round. He just went to the Miami Dolphins. So this is the trade that ended up happening. We still have another pick here at 91. I'll be curious to see if they go wide receiver. Do they decide to go DT? Do they decide to go with, only God knows at this point. The Raiders are mixing and matching. I knew that they liked Treydan Stukes. Keyron Crawford, though, I'll be very clear, was not on my radar for the Las Vegas Raiders. If you're having a good time today, hit that like button. If you're a real one, let me know down below, and I will see you guys here live on the Raiders Report for that 91st overall pick here for the Silver and Black. All right, guys, I got to be able to get this thing out on my social media, so Reed, if you could just hold it down.
What we're going to do again is we're going to go through some Super Chats. I know we're a little bit backed up on them. When the Raiders make a pick, though, we got to talk about it. So we're going to go through some Super Chats and get your guys' ideas of, what we're talking about on the show. An interesting pick. I see a lot of comments saying reach.
Again,
we'll just have to see.
I really don't think it's a reach. If 10 picks, I think the problem is people fall in love with PFF mocks or whatever they do mock drafts. Because, again, to me, a reach is like if a guy that I thought was going to get drafted in round 4, round 5, and you take him in round 3. That's a reach. If a player is supposed to go in round 3 and you take him in round 3, I don't see how that's a reach. Now, it can be the right pick, the wrong pick. We can have that conversation. Do I think it's a reach? No, not at all. Do I think it's the right pick by the Raiders? No, I do not. You know what I mean? And I don't think taking a player that's supposed to go in the 3rd round, a top 80 overall prospect, is a reach at 67.
Oh, Oscar Delp went to the Saints.
Actually, could you go through all the picks that happened while we were doing that cut? That would be actually really appreciated.
All right. Marcel Not the Shell said, "Hey, Raider Nation, get ready for Ted Hurst." Hey, he's still out there.
Maybe at 91. I mean, what if we get Zachariah Branch here at 91?
So Caleb Douglas is the last one that just went. Let's take a look at everyone who has went so far. Let's see. The last one that we saw, we'll go from Treydan Stukes. Denzel Boston goes to the Cleveland Browns. Mason Thomas goes to the Chiefs. Cassius Howell goes to the Bengals. Christian Miller to the Saints. Jacob Rodriguez to the Dolphins. Derek Moore to the Lions. Zion Young to the Ravens. Josiah Trotter to the Bucks. Germie Bernard to the Steelers. Avieon Terrell joins his brother, A.J. Terrell, in Atlanta. Lee Hunter goes to the Carolina Panthers. D'Angelo Pons to the Jets. Jake Gall.
Packers on the clock now here at 77.
Wow. All right.
Yep. Wow.
So they made a trade. Interesting.
Drew Aller. All right, so the Bucks trade was they get pick 84, 160 for 77.
What was it?
84, 160 for 77.
All right. I don't hate that. All right, here we go.
Sorry, I just want to keep going through.
Yep, let's go. C.J. Allen, Eli Stowers to the Eagles. Gabe Akis to the Patriots. Nate Berkshire to the Jaguars. And then Logan Jones, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Marlon Klein to the Texans. Anthony Hill Jr., Max Clare, David Igmanoson, Jake Slaughter, Bud Clark. Carson Beck starts off the third round, going to the Arizona Cardinals. Tyler Onyedim to the Broncos. Boo. Kieron Crawford to the Las Vegas Raiders. Markel Bell to the Eagles. Sam Roush
from Miami.
Stanford tight end.
Romello Height,
Antonio
Williams.
Williams.
The guy that was talking about in that stat that I did. Takario Davis, cornerback from Washington. Oscar Delp, tight end from Georgia. Malachi Fields. Caleb Douglas is the one that I thought was a big reach.
Yeah.
The Raiders had a top 30 was with him. He was a round 6 target for me. That's a reach. Taking a player that's going to go in round 3, not a reach, but doesn't mean that it's a good pick. We will see. We will see. Let's fly. Let's go through some of the super chats here on the show. If you want to read them to me,
yep.
I'll answer.
Mr. Raider said Spy Tech just gave Raider Nation the reach around.
Did you enjoy it? I don't know.
Some of these are going to be about Treydan Stukes, and some are going to be about Kieron Crawford.
Okay.
We're just catching up.
Sounds good.
Any truth to Christian Wilson asking the Raiders for a second chance?
No idea, man.
No idea.
I don't know. Jacob, I think what makes the 36th pick difficult to celebrate is that there was better players at positions of needs on the board. I don't totally disagree with you, man. But I also think that if you wanted a free safety and if you wanted the Raiders to also draft a corner, like if you wanted the Raiders to draft a safety and a corner, then you just did it with one player. Like, I wonder if the Raiders, by doing that, are going to now start looking at some of these other positions, but also at the same time, I would not have gone with Kieron Crawford. So, and I hate saying it because I don't want Kieron to see it and be like, but also Crawford, prove me wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I want you to prove me wrong. Prove all Raider Nation wrong. Prove me wrong. I trust Spy and Kubiak. Mitch, thanks for his breakdown. Big Al, the cancer killer. Raider Nation, trust and chill. Don't make him here. We don't want him before he starts. And I understand your logic, Big Al, but I also understand the logic. Like, I want people to watch this show to always give their honest opinion because I'm always going to be able to give my honest opinion. I've had agents cancel on me with players because I've spoke truthfully about how I thought of a player. I'm not going to do cupcakes, butterflies, rainbows. I'm not going to blow smoke up a guy's ass just to get him up here on my program. I know there's other people that do that. I'm not going to do that. It's not who I am. It goes against everything I believe. I can't give higher than a C+ for Stukes. The trade down, losing McDonald soured me on the players. But that trade down, losing out on McDonald should have nothing to do with Stukes in the grade. It really shouldn't. Like, you should just value Stukes. And if anything, then what about also pick 91? Like, would you take Treydan Stukes and whoever we get at 91 over Kayden McDonald? We'll have to wait and see. If you get Stukes and Zachariah Branch, is that better than Kayden McDonald? Maybe. I don't know. But I hear
Moving on.
I said B-, C+. So we're right in the same boat. Wes, all the guy hating on Stukes because he's 25. They have never seen his film. Will be glazing him this year. I also think that there's a lot of people that are going to like Treydan Stukes the more and more that they see him play because he's a good football player. Like, there's certain guys that are just really good football players, and if you want really good football players on your team, I think when you're the Raiders and you are trying to rebuild, again, I want to win, but I also want good football players. Treydan Stukes is a good football player. Jamal, some have Truden second to downs. I mean, there were some guys that had Treydan Stukes here. There were some people that had him as a legit round 1 pick. Like, I know that there were some people. I didn't personally think that. Packers, they're going to trade up for Missouri defensive tackle Chris McClellan, who the Raiders had a top 30 visit with. Jamal, thank you.
David Stroud, you from Scranton? Let's go. The office in the Raiders?
I am not from Scranton. I'm from Danville, Pennsylvania. It's close to Bloomsburg, close to the Little League World Series, but I know the office very well.
Paul Diamond, if McCoy's still there at 102, do you take him?
Jermod McCoy?
Yeah.
I think the hardest question that you're asking is there's a reason why he's sliding down the board. Clearly the knee's an issue, right? It's hard to answer that because I don't know what the knee looks like. I mean, if the knee is so bad, think about the talent of player Jermod McCoy is. Think about where we are in the draft. Like, that's a big red flag to me. Big red flag to me. I think there's a reason why he's fallen down this much.
It's your boy Drew. Get faded till you're speechless. When are we going to draft our franchise long snapper?
A.J. Halsey off the board, and he's going to go to the Indianapolis Colts here at pick 78. The Raiders are getting ready to get on the clock again, so if you could read some of those to me, and then I'm just going to get everybody in this duck race. $20 Venmo, the last time that I checked, winner would go home with over $2,000. So lots and lots of money to be won if you're upset about how the Raiders draft has gone.
Jake P. says, Spytech has done well in the offseason, horrible on draft days. Can you tell me what picks last year were winners? Jury is still out on Ashton.
I think
Jury is not out on Ashton.
I think to say jury's still out on Ashton is a stupid take.
It's crazy. By the way, Nicky Manwari, and they won a Super Bowl, so I think the draft picks were pretty good.
I would say this. I personally will say I think it's hard to judge what the Raiders did. I don't agree with the Caleb Rogers pick. Jack Best, Darian Porter, we got to wait and see there. No doubt about it. Tonka Hemingway, I think that he's going to turn out to be a good player. J.J. Pegues is interesting. The hardest part about it is our coaching staff last year was bad, but based on almost every single advanced analytic metric of missed tackle rate, yards over expected, Ashton Jeanty was a top 5 running back last season. So, again, like, to say that the jury's still out, I hate saying it, but that tells me you didn't watch a lot of Raiders football games last season. I wanted McDonald, but Stukes is a solid pick to help our secondary quite a bit. I hope so. I hope that's the way that we go.
Mega Cooler also said it's quite annoying seeing so much negativity. Yeah, I mean,
I agree that it's annoying, but again, like, I want people to be honest. Like, that's how this show, I truly feel like, has grown, because I'm not gonna say things that I don't think are true. But also at the same time, in the off season, I'm always gonna try to find the silver lining. Like, just because I sit here and talk about Crawford and I'm going through all the reasons why I'm being hopeful, I'm going through all the reasons why I think I'm being hopeful because I want it to happen. The pick is in. The Atlanta Falcons select Georgia wide receiver Zachariah Branch. Zachariah Branch,
they're going to like that.
Staying in Georgia. Ravens on the clock.
Boo.
Boom. All right, I'm just getting, like I said, y'all, some names. If you see me looking down, I'm just trying to get everybody's name in the duck race, and I want to make sure that I do the best job that I possibly can.
Just real quick, Ravens on the clock. Spam your boos. Spam your boos. Ravens are on the clock. Screw them. All right, back to some super chats. Kevin Pratt, can we show our remaining picks after the trade and where you think you can move up or down? I can actually see. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. I may have just the graphic for you, but I don't know if this is specific to. This is updated. No. We don't have the exact list of picks, but if we look at the trade, you get 38, which we already used, and then 91.
I just saw a tweet. It's circulating right now, and I don't like this guy at all, but Skip Bayless is referring to a quote, and I can remember the quote, of an NFL executive who said that Treydan Stukes is going to be a better player than Caleb Downs.
Huh.
But that's because of Stukes is he can cover better than Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs can do probably everything else better than Stukes, but I do think he's probably a better cover safety than Caleb Downs. Again, we needed the guy that could play free safety. We needed the guy that could cover. Raiders edge Keyron Crawford. They're going to get a dog, and I'm willing to put all 10 toes down, my best foot forward, as long as I'm a Raider. Okay? I hope so, man. I hope so, man. Why is everyone booing? Oh, the Ravens?
The Ravens.
Sorry. I'm like, are they booing Mac? I was like,
No. Raiders fan. The Raiders had a potential to be a strong contender this year, especially after acquiring Fernando Mendoza. Instead of focusing on long-term planning for 2027, they should have prioritized this year.
I actually completely disagree with everything
it's all
you're saying.
3-year deals. The 3-year.
With all due respect, Raiders fan, I think you actually have it flipped. I think what the Raiders should do is they should kind of let it marinate this season, and then you kind of go bigger and you go all in 2027, 2028. I think that you got it backwards. I don't know how you think that.
Iser. People are here really whining about a 6'2", fastest hell cornerback safety that will for sure help with tight ends. He also has a late first, early second round grade from a lot of people. Keep crying, ladies.
I love when people start going back and forth.
I know.
I do think it's funny, and again, I like the passion of it, but I think people that don't like Treydan Stukes don't know the player that they're getting. Now, Keyron Crawford is going to be another one where it's that's going to be a harder sell for me because that's not it. Like Treydan Stukes to me fills needs. He does. Treydan Stukes fills needs. Keyron Crawford is I get you can probably never. There's that old. You can never have too many guys that get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders are going to try to just bring all hell. Which, kind of makes me think of, I love the Brian Flores defense, which is just pin your ears back, get ready to bring a lot of pressure, and you need a lot of bodies to be able to run that style of defense. Rob Leonard comes from that Brian Flores tree. Maybe we're going to go out and just try to just run at quarterbacks over and over, because if there's one thing that would drive me nuts about Patrick Graham, it's his inability to blitz and just bend but don't break soft. If you told me the Raiders are top 5 in the NFL in blitz rate, this Keyron Crawford pick makes a little bit more sense to me. I love what Spy has been doing.
Oh, sorry.
I think we already read that one.
Yeah.
The Hockey Heathens, 26 for age is my only dislike on Stukes. His highlights are epic Raider stuff. Solid. He's 25. He's not 26. 1 year, but he's 25. John, the pick was a reach. Hope he's good, but older and a career full of injuries. Definitely not a reach if you're talking about Stukes. I don't think Crawford or Stukes, either of them is a reach. I think both players got drafted pretty close to where that they were honestly going to end up going. James, not hating the pick, need to give the new regime the benefit of the doubt, given all that they've done so far. James, get a picture, and I agree. Simon, Nation, trust the process. By the way, did you get my ducks? Yep, you got a bunch of ducks because you took advantage of the deal as well. WS Dono, Pops, I agree we need depth, but the player we wanted got drafted at 36. It's Crescential whose man is this pick. Nobody was mocking drafting this cornerback. I did. I drafted him in my latest mock draft that I put out this morning. So I heard that the Raiders like Treydan Stukes. I'm sorry you didn't watch the video that I did this morning. Again, I didn't expect him to go where he did, but I did say in the video that I put out this morning that he is a top 50 overall prospect, and I know that the Raiders like him a lot. It's literally in the video that I put out this morning. It is. I'm sorry, but Spytek is over his head at GM. He hasn't impressed me with any of his picks past 2 years. He's definitely not aggressive enough. Yeah, Mr. Raider, I don't agree with that. I think John Spytek has done a phenomenal job as a GM. Last season, it's tough because you have to throw it out. I mean it. Think about how many reports came out where they're trying to build for the future, but yet Pete's doing exactly what he wanted to do. As a Raiders fan, I don't know how you can sit here on April 24th and not be proud of what the Raiders have done this offseason. And if Keyron Crawford and Treydan Stukes throws out Tyler Linderbaum, everything they did in free agency, getting Clint Kubiak as a head coach, then I don't know, man. That's that's like your wife cleaning the entire house, but she left one dish out, so now the entire thing is a shit show. Like, I know that you can be emotional today, and I get like Raider fans of the draft. It's a triggering point. It's a triggering point for me too. But to say John Spytek hasn't shown you that he's done a great job as a GM, I think you're just living right now in an emotional moment. JC, Stukes old for a rookie. He is 25 years old, almost 30 by the end of that rookie contract. Had a torn ACL. You're right. Spy lied about valuing trenches. Miller was there. Can't trust Spy. I trust John Spytek. I also think that there's a reason why. I think that he got some teams to trade up. Like, we have an extra pick at 91. Again, but I think you can trust Spytek, because Spytek also at the exact same time has said, hey, we need safety help. Both Kubiak and Spytek have made that very clear that we need safety help. You literally go out and you get Treydan Stukes, right? Like, that has happened. Also in the same breath, like they said, they wanted the veteran quarterback that Mendoza can learn from, an adult. They go out and they do it. You're not going to hear everything that a staff's going to do, and I don't want a coaching staff that's going to tell me exactly what they're going to do every single time. You do need to have a smokescreen from time to time. Xavier Harris, defensive tackle, 6'8". He's a monster from Ole Miss, but he's very, very raw. Very, very raw prospect overall.
K-Rock, can you show my super chat from last night? Unfortunately, not. They refresh.
Yep.
Our software refreshes so that the new super chats can come through, and it's just too much data in the computer. You guys would freeze. The whole thing would freeze if we had all the super chats. But
the Ravens,
if you want to comment what it said.
The Ravens select wide receiver Jacoby Lane from USC, so we might get a little bit of a wide receiver run here.
Lewis
Branch.
Dixon said CBS grades the Stukes pick as an A. I'll take it.
I mean, some people are going to grade it high, some people are going to grade it low. It's the NFL draft. The best draft, one of the greatest drafts of all time is the Seahawks draft. I think it was the 2014 draft. They got an F grade. They actually got rated one of the lowest grades of all time. And that ended up being one of the greatest drafts ever. That's the fun part about it. Chase, I don't understand all the hate Raider fans have for this draft. Both picks have been amazing. All right, we're still back with Stukes. Win more games. Clint Kubiak definitely knows how to see potential in young players. And I think the Keyron, I can understand, honestly, fans getting upset about Keyron Crawford because it's not a route that I would have gone. But Treydan Stukes is one that I'm just not going to be able to rally around. Jags select defensive tackle Albert Regis going off the board. Mitch, do you agree with the pick and you remember me from 2017? I mean, dude, 2017, I didn't even start the Raiders report yet. So, Baby Blitz, what show are you talking about? I've met a lot of people in my day doing this show, and I'm sorry. Mitch, I put 200 on the Raiders this year to win the Super Bowl and make 2,000 before the draft. That's how big of a fan I am of the Raiders. Again, man, I respect the bet. I'm not trying to say that you're not a Raiders fan, and I respect the fact that you did it. I was just trying to say your thought process was you wanted the Raiders to win this year more than next year. I want the Raiders to win every year, but I think it's smarter to try to prepare for next year and build this year and then get to that point in 2027, 2028, build that way. Mitch, you're a real one. Appreciate that, man. You know, I love my job, and I'm sorry that if I get emotional and I clap back at you, but I'm also a normal dude, right? You guys are firing left and right, and I see that you're upset, and I don't want to see you all upset. So I'm trying to figure out how to make you not upset. I'm not trying to call you guys my kids or somebody that's younger than me, but, like, that's just in me. When I see people that I care about that are upset about something, I'm going to try to figure out a way to fix it, right? Like, if my wife Alex gives me a problem, my first thing that I want to be able to do is how can I fix that problem? I think like that's how a lot of guys are.
Yeah.
Like, I think like guys are problem solvers, where women just want to talk about the problem.
Yep.
No, I'm just kidding. My wife's going to be like, Maxx, Stukes will be better than Downs, according to Adam Schefter. I personally love the pick. Thanks for the coverage, like always, Mitch. Maxx, dude, I know you always got my back on Twitter, and I want you to know how much I appreciate you. Baby Blitz, do you agree we never had a good second-round pick in a minute? JPJ was just picked in the second round a few years ago, and I think JPJ is an outstanding offensive lineman. Unfortunately, Brendan Carroll was there last year. So there you go. There's your second-round pick. Luca. Mitch, really happy about the Mendoza pick. All the boys in Dublin are watching the Raiders report today with a few pints of Guinness. Me and my mate can't wait for the Raiders, but not our KC mate. I will say this. One of the hardest boots I've ever had to drink is a Guinness boot. It's an ass kicker, but I also love a good Guinness beer once in a while. Guinness for me is typically a winter beer. Obviously, I'll have a Guinness like on St. Patty's Day, but one place that Alex and I keep talking about that we want to visit is actually Dublin, Ireland. So
Yeah. My sister's going.
Really?
Again. She's been twice.
So one of Alex's really good friends lives in Ireland. She moved there like a few years ago. We've been like looking into it. Luca, you have my word. If I make a trip to Ireland, you and all your mates, minus the KC guy, he can go shove it. He can go do something else. We're gonna get together. We're gonna have some pints.
He
Sean,
can stay home.
for everyone saying Stukes would be at 67, it's a dumb take. Kuiper said he'd be surprised if Stukes didn't go in the first 5 picks of the night. I think people got to realize who, again, Treydan Stukes is. He's a good player.
Let's get Jennings Dunker. Ooh.
Jennings Dunker's still on the board there. A lot of offensive line talent. Hidden Trucker, it's not going to be Domonique Orange. Though we could still get him. He's still on the board.
He's still on the board.
Rohan! Bang! Go Raiders. Let's get Bell. I mean, bro, dude. Chris Bell's still available.
Chris Bell is still there.
Wide receiver from Louisville, though. I wonder if he's sliding because of that knee. He just tore his ACL November 22nd, though. He posted a video of him running 18 miles an hour on a treadmill.
Yeah, that's pretty fast.
It's fast coming off the ACL as soon as it is. 18 miles an hour, crazy to say, in the NFL is really not that fast for a wide receiver. Mario just wanted to, I thought this was just wanted to shut your mouth, Mitch. No. Shout you out, Mitch. Started watching a few years ago. I still do because of how professionally you do your job. Some shows, if you watch Friday Happy Hour, it's probably the opposite of what professional is. You bring ore to the Raiders commentary. Glad you represent the nation. To me, I represent Raider Nation because at the end of the day, I think Raider Nation is a very loyal fan base. I think they're a bunch of hardworking people that deserve, they deserve respect. And I think every guy, when you wake up every single day, I'm a loyal dude. I want to be respected, but I also know what hard work looks like, and I know what loyalty looks like, and Raider Nation is loyal. Please don't justify we had so many other needs. All right, I won't justify anymore, JC. Every pick from here on out, I'm just going to be like, it's terrible. White hat, stretch, but drafting an edge. Are we maybe trading an edge to Philly for A.J. perhaps? No, I don't see us going out and getting A.J. Brown. Though, what's always interesting is what if the Raiders are working on a trade behind closed doors? I don't know who it would be. It wouldn't be Crosby, I promise you that. The Vikings select the big citrus, defensive tackle, Domonique Orange off the board here. But, there's sometimes where I wonder, are the Raiders cooking up other things in the back end? Just so all you guys know, round 3 does end at pick 100. The Raiders, though, they do have another pick coming up here at 91, just so you know. Yep. Just so you all know.
I don't know. I think we, did we hit this?
I do not think we did.
That sounds good.
That sounds.
Lord
Cameron Abbott! Bang! I just wanted to show you all my hammer here.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking hammer. Speaking your mind is correct. Being disrespectful is not okay. We're all family in the nation. Crawford is someone I'll need to study because I don't know him. I agree. C grade. I think we're looking next year with this pick, replacing Coots and develop his potential. I agree with you, man. LCA, I know you have my back. I know Mount Raidermore does. And to the viewer that I got upset with earlier, I don't have a problem with you giving me an opinion. I want people to give opinions. I want people to give takes. But when you are saying things that discredit me, or again, I look at it as a slap in the face, a middle finger, like I'm going to tell you, and then when you keep doing it, it's just disrespectful. And I don't really know how else to put it besides that. I want people to give me different opinions, right? I want people to give me different takes. The reason why I ask all the questions on this show, we are called Chat Sports, for the love of God. I want to be able to talk about things, but I'm getting too emotional about it, but I get emotional because I do care, and I don't want people to think that I'm just going to sit up here and tell you that I like every single Raiders pick. I'm going to give you my honest grade. I'm going to give you my honest opinion, but then also it's the offseason. I am a Raiders fan. You need to be able to have, I think, some hope as a fan in the offseason. So what's the plan? What are we trying to do? The Panthers select Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazzell. He's going off the board. The Brazzler. Off the board. Reed had to step out. He had to go to use the restroom real quick. So you're not going to see any of our graphics change. So since we're waiting right here, if you guys want to give LCA some shout-outs here on the board, please, please, please make sure that you do so. Oh, man, Jerry Danley in the building. That's interesting. Ken McPeters, if you're hearing your name, it's because I am putting you in the duck race right now, and I just want to be able to get all caught up here before the Raiders make another pick. And if you don't know, the winner today is going to go home with, right now, $20 Venmo to win $2,210. So I don't know if anybody out there could use $2,000. I know this. I definitely could. And if anybody out there could use $2,000, get in the duck race. Shout out to LCA for being a legend, man. Today's MVP on the program. Him and Bayou yesterday also showing up and showing out for the nation. I see Sony Ortiz, Marty. What's going on? We got 4,500 people here in the building. I'm going to shotgun a beer. I don't know if I actually have a shotgun beer tool. If we get to 4,000 likes by the time the Raiders are on the clock, I'm going to put down a beer. Though I'm a little bit nervous because the beer that the Happy Dad that I have over here, it's from last night. And, I mean, it's lukewarm. I'll tell you this, I'm going to be able to crush it. There's the suds, I would imagine, aren't too suddy anymore. I can't waste the beer, though. Panthers Select Brazzle. The Panthers Select Brazzle. Oh, dude, Sierra Nevada, I love a good Sierra Nevada. The Bucks are on the clock. LCA, appreciate you, my dog. I appreciate you, my guy. You guys wanted Mendoza tape. You've seen Kenyon Crawford. Kenyon Crawford. All right, we're going to keep it moving here. Reminder, the Raiders are getting up here close again. They're going to be on the board at 91. They're going to be on the clock again here at 91. Shout out to Gunny. Shout out to Gunny. Some of you are going, I believe the next pick is going to be a wide receiver. At this point, I'm going to stop giving my prediction on what I think the pick's going to be. Let's go with the next pick for the Raiders.
Nothing. They just don't pick.
Quarterback. Mega. Wasn't expecting that pick, but looks promising. This could be a sneaky pick. I think it's a big swing. It's a big swing. We'll see if it's a hit or not, right? I love watching baseball. To me, this is an Adam Dunn type of player. Guy that's going to bat like 220. He's going to hit some 450-foot towering shots, going to hit 40 home runs for you, but he's probably going to strike out a little bit. SEC and learning is an oxymoron. Clearly not an SEC fan. What up, Josh? That Thorpe Jr., best wide receiver on roster you watch, think 2025. What are you asking me here? Are you saying Dante Thornton Jr. is the best wide receiver on our roster? Okay, you can think it. The Browns are on the clock. They just made a trade with the Chargers, though the Chargers are not on the Chargers. Chargers and Browns. So I think this has actually been, I think that was actually the problem before when we were talking about a trade. I think sometimes it's like, oh, we think it's on the clock right now. So the Browns are on the clock at 86. They traded with the Chargers. So there was a trade there. Though I don't see. The Bucks got pick 84 from the Packers. I haven't seen the pick yet here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers unless I have not seen the pick, but from what I understand, the Browns traded up with the Chargers. So we'll see where they decide to go here. If we didn't have Maxx back, it might be easier to understand. So much for top 30 visits. We have not taken a single guy for a top 30 visit. That's very true. Well, we drafted 4 out of the 11 guys last year were top 30 visits. And maybe the Raiders were, doing these top 30. Because the other part of why the team does top 30 visits, it's because they're trying to also get an understanding of some medical. So maybe there's some medical reasons. Browns trade 105, 145, and 206. Chargers trade up to 86, and they gave the Browns 105, 145, and 206. All right, so the Bucks are on the clock. I think we should get Cage Casey next pick, O-line guy that played with Genty at Boise. has been well coached and is a good dude. To me, I want us to get starters. And I don't, like, Cage Casey to me is not going to be a starter on this team. So I think he's a really good offensive lineman. Ted Hurst, Bucks select. Ted Hurst, wide receiver. Georgia State. Ted Hurst going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But you don't think they need wide receivers? I mean, dude, he's got some upside. Hurst is a really fun prospect. But it's going to be, what's the development look like? I kind of like him with Baker. I mean, I think that's going to be their low-key, try to be their Mike Evans replacement. Ted Hurst going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Also, what's the pick right now? The Steelers are on the clock. What's crazy is we already know who the Browns are picking at 86. Though, maybe it's not. Okay, so the Browns are the one that traded up with the Chargers. Sorry. So the Browns, they traded up for Austin Barber at pick 86, but I don't know who the Steelers took here at 85. Browns get 86. Chargers get a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. So the Browns wanted an offensive lineman. They traded up for Florida offensive tackle Austin Barber. I do not know who Pittsburgh has, though. But Pittsburgh's picks really haven't been leaked because the draft's in Pittsburgh. So I don't know where Pittsburgh's going. But I know the Browns already have taken Austin Barber, offensive tackle from Florida. I don't know where Pittsburgh's going here. That guy's got a huge yapping. Sorry with the talent level of this draft. This is a round 4 or 5 pick. When you take chances, you don't take them in early third. While he's a third-round prospect, I'm not gonna take anything away from you. I appreciate your opinion, but I'm just gonna trust Tom. I'm gonna trust all the other draft analysts that I listen to, and they're all telling me he's a third-round pick. So, how is Ramon McCoy still on the board? Knee, medicals. It's the knee. It's the medicals. Josh, we'll see. I hope you're right, dude. I hope you're right. But I don't even know if he makes the roster. Raider Born, I see the Crawford pick as a possible Umenyiora. Oh, OC Umenyiora. That's kind of interesting. The Steelers select Georgia cornerback Daylene Everette, who the Raiders had a top 30 visit with, and I think that's a good fit for Pittsburgh. Interesting. OC Umenyiora. I haven't heard that name in a while. I like that one being dropped. When I first saw it, I was like, I don't know what you're saying to me right now. We have to understand we are drafting for scheme change. I think we're also drafting for a player that they think has high upside, and that they think that they have the right guys to be able to, get the most out of them. Raiders on the clock here at 91. They're coming up. So the Dolphins are on the clock. Then it's the Jags. Then it's the Bears. Then it's the Niners. Then it's the Raiders. We have the Browns pick. Yeah, the Browns pick was already in. Their offensive tackle, Austin Barber from Florida. So now Miami is on the clock. Now Miami, you know what's crazy? Somebody just said his name, Pregnon. Emmanuel Pregnon is still on the board.
That's actually not bad at all.
Emmanuel, can we go through the Sioux? How far are we from getting caught up?
We need to keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Bennett Gaming. You have to ask yourself, how does this help us now? It does not. It's a bad pick, period. This is Spytech overthinking the mid-round picks, but I don't think – I disagree. I don't know. I'm going to disagree with it. I don't think that you have to think, how does it help us now? I think you have to think is, how does this help us in the future with the Raiders? Mr. Raider Mitch, you keep saying you want Raiders to win, but you win games with good picks. I know that. Again, I think Treydan Stukes is a good pick. Kieron Crawford's one that I got to be able to wrap my mind around. Jay in Vegas, Maxx will take him under his wing, and we will refine his game. I mean, that's the hope.
I don't hate that idea.
That's the hope, right? Believe me, I know you need good players, but I also at the same time, you can't tell me the Raiders didn't crush free agency, right? You were the guy telling me you gave up on Spytech from a GM standpoint. You're telling me the Raiders didn't crush free agency? I'm watching Crawford tape right now, and he reminds me of Aldon Smith a little. Watch his pro day work. I'm going to have to watch him. I didn't do a lot of homework on the edge rusher prospects simply because I didn't really see the Raiders looking at a lot of edges. But I'll watch tape on these guys, and I'm excited to be able to do it. Next week, Alex and I are going to be off. Alex is in a wedding. I get to go to the wedding, and I'll have a little bit of extra downtime. Don't tell my wife I'm going to be watching NFL draft content, though. I feel like sometimes, like when I take trips and I watch NFL stuff, she probably thinks I'm watching porn, and I'm like, nope, I'm just watching Keon Crawford highlight tapes. Justin, you can't teach speed. It's the Raider way. Can't teach it. 4.3 speed for Stukes. Dre Day feels like a reach. 2 and 3. No, I don't think it's a reach at all. I did think that we passed on players that I would rather pick, but we took a player that both guys went around where they were going to go. Gunny, don't forget we just re-signed Adam Butler, drafted 2 defensive tackles last season. Stukes and Crawford look like they will at least be good fits in a 3-4 scheme.
Optimism.
Hey, I like optimism, man. I'm a Raider fan. You got to be optimism. Mega cooler. I would have gotten a defensive tackle, safety help, since those are bigger needs, but we'll see, since this edge player does have a lot of upside, but we will see. I hope so, man. There's areas that I would have gone in different spots. Will Kakamarak, tight end from Ohio State, going off the board here to the Miami Dolphins. And now it's time for the Jags are on the clock. Aaron Yanez, love the Stukes pick. He's a dog, fills a need. I feel good with the Crawford pick, still playing ball senior year. Project third pick. He's going to blossom learning from Maxx and Rob Leonard. You got to hope that he blossoms. I like the optimism. I like it. I like it a lot. Mass Raider fan, Ted Lasso said, I believe in hope. I believe in believe.
Lasso.
A lot of great sleepers in the draft still. Let's go. This team is going to show all the haters. I will say, I don't know if there's a lot of sleepers. I do think this draft is a little bit on the lower end of talent compared to some other past years. What?
The Dolphins.
Oh, yeah, Will Kakamarak. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Wait, is it Maxx or Will?
Will.
Okay. So somebody I just
Max Clare is the other tight end from Ohio State.
Okay. Gotcha.
This is Kakamarak.
Kakamarak. Kakamalaka Cadillac. Mass
Or
Raider fan.
Kasmerick? I don't know.
Dude, Chris Bell's still
Case
available.
Merrick.
Jennings Dunker, Emmanuel Pregnon. There are still some really interesting players. And I think what's always funny, never mind. Jags select Emmanuel Pregnon, offensive guard from Oregon. What's funny is, oftentimes like we talk about reaches, but we don't talk about players that are falling down the board. I don't think anybody would have ever thought Pregnon, Chris
the Raiders
Bell.
are in the hole.
Raiders are coming up here quick. Who do you want them to pick here at 91? Elijah Sarratt's still on the board.
Oh.
Chris Bell's still on the board.
Are we worried about that?
I don't know where
the
Raiders have clearly done smoke screens left and right. So I don't know where Las Vegas is going to go. Can we keep pushing through some of these?
I'm trying.
Oh, sorry.
You keep talking about them.
Top side, Crawford and Sane Gitoff, probably his best draft. Is what, spin move? Is that what you're saying there, Tornado? Born a Raider fan. Same reasons we're excited for this season. New additions is why we should trust the picks. The front office did its homework. Stay positive. I do believe that we did homework. Again, you got Clint Kubiak. He's a football
I
guy.
think you trust the guys in the front office. I think they know what they're doing.
Gotta hope.
You gotta hope.
Word. Had to take a phone call right after our third pick. Have I missed anything Raiders related? Who are we eyeing at 91? Word. I got no idea who we're eyeing. I mean, clearly
That's a
the
good
Raiders
question
are going
for
left
everyone,
and
though.
right. Look at what they said about Maxx, the edge we just got. I mean, Maxx Crosby was also a fourth-round pick. There was some people that thought he was not a very good player. Now, Tom was very high on Maxx. I got to give Tom credit. That was our highest draft grade that year by the Raiders. Tyrell French, hoping we get Sarratt. What do you think about him? I love the chemistry that he's got with Mendoza. Now, some of the guys that I like,
That'd be
Tom.
pretty cool.
Tom's not a big fan of Sarratt.
Really?
Yeah, Tom's like that.
Germie.
Jeremy loves Sarratt. And
Omar
Tom,
Cooper went in the first round, and Elijah Sarratt's still on the board.
Tom thinks that he was the third best receiver on that team last year. So I'm like, again, it's hard because
who's number 80?
Becker.
Yeah.
Yep. Charlie, that's basically Alec Pierce. Raiders just win, baby. We will be better than people think.
I agree.
I think we're an 8-9 win team.
I agree.
7-8-9 win team. That's a lot better than we were last year. Silva just got here, but man, these picks are questionable. You don't draft for depth when you have needs. I don't totally disagree with that, Johnny. Again, the Crawford one I don't disagree with. The Stukes one, though, that one makes a lot of sense because that's a starter on our defense. Jamal Calhoun, I think Spytech trusts his draft from last year and is going opposite positions. This is actually a good take. Again, like there's so many people like, oh, this guy's bad, this guy's bad, this guy's bad. I do think that Spytech's trust in his gut and what they did last year to be able to build for the future, because you look at a lot of the picks that the Raiders have done and have not done, like this is kind of in that route there. We're thinking wide receivers. One of the Raiders a lot higher on Jack Besh and Dante Thornton, a guy they took in the 2nd and the 4th round. Hurst at 91, Orange at 102. Please and thank you. Both of those players are gone.
Yeah.
So,
It's
no,
all right.
unfortunately, that's not going to happen, even though you said please, which I appreciate. Bears select Avieon Thomas.
Oh,
Penn State.
nice.
Avieon Thomas off the board. Mitch, you can tell who watches daily tonight. Yeah, I think that you could tell people that watch this show.
Not
yeah.
the face like.
Yeah, you could tell. Can we get a offensive tackle, defensive tackle, please? Come on, Raiders. I'll just keep saying I don't really think that the Raiders need an offensive tackle. I mean, the Raiders have kind of said how confident that they are in their offensive linemen, and I'm also a lot more confident in their offensive linemen. I'm also confident in Rick Dennison. Paul, seeing how the draft is going, tells me Spy must love Hurst and the defensive tackle from Missouri. Both are gone. I don't know when these are coming in.
Yeah,
They're probably a little while ago.
a little bit, but we are in a good spot with Super Chats.
Cool.
We do have to tell them really quickly before the Raiders pick. We're just going to tell them real quick how they can upgrade their wardrobe, and then we'll talk about some possibilities for
All right, who do you
91.
want the Raiders to pick here at 91? At the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. Sweeten the deal with Chubbies. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com. Fellas, springtime is here, and you know what that means. It's time to let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing a round of golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, visiting an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners 20% off with code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com. That's 20% off your order with code ChatSports. Give your thighs the VIP treatment that they deserve with Chubbies. Support the show. Tell them that Mitchell Renz from the Raiders Report sent you. And if you're wondering, Mitch, do you use Chubby shorts? Yes, I have for a very, very long time. I love the way that they feel. I wear shorts every single day. I know that you can never see my legs, but that's probably sometimes I think for a good thing. I love Chubbies. I've used them before, way before that they were ever a sponsor on this show, and I know that I've talked about Chubbies in the past. Also, if you ever go to Las Vegas and you want clothes that don't wrinkle, Chubbies is great with that as well. Throw them in your bag. I never take a suitcase. All right, the Raiders are almost on the clock here. I also said Avieon Thomas was from Penn State. I was thinking of a totally different player. He's a wide receiver from LSU. I'm just completely off.
I'm not gonna lie. I
was
thought
literally
it
thinking
was
of Zane Durant. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah,
here.
I thought that's who you were talking about. I heard the Z.
I'm like losing my mind. Seeing how this draft is going. Yep, we'll see.
We will see.
The Raiders are almost here on the clock. The 49ers pick is in.
Ooh, you know what that means.
The 49ers pick is in. Let me know down below. Who do you want the Raiders to draft at 91? I had no idea what we're doing today. When you think that you know where you're going, and then you realize real quick that you got no idea where you're going.
Hey, you did guess it, though.
Who?
3 picks.
Well, I heard what's so interesting about the information that I received was I was told they love defensive tackles. I wonder if that was a smokescreen to get teams to trade up. Wow! Kayden Black to the 49ers at pick 90.
Oh, good for him.
I mean, I got a lot of love and respect for Kayden Black. I got a good relationship with him and his team. I kind of am upset that he's a 49er, but shout out. I'm going to be able to get him for Chase on an interview. I know that. Kayden Black going to the 49ers.
That's upsetting.
To me, that's a little.
I kind of wanted him.
To me, that's a reach, though.
That is a little bit of a reach.
The Raiders are on the clock. The first player that did not get a combine invite to be drafted this year, Kayden Black, running back from Indiana.
Oh, good for him.
I mean, he was determined. I believe he had like 12 or 13 top 30 visits.
Huh.
There was a lot of teams trying to meet with him. Kayden Black off the board here. The Raiders are on the clock. The Raiders are on the clock. I see a lot of people typing Chris Bell. I would love for Chris Bell.
I have a quick word from Bourbon
Mafia! Bang! Match teach the Rook. Cousins teach Nando. Let's go Raiders! By the way, am I in the duck race? I will say this. If your name is Bourbon Mafia, I don't think that you're in the duck race. I haven't recognized the
I love
Bourbon
how it's like,
Mafia
am I in
name.
the duck race? And it's like their normal Venmo name.
Right, like I don't know.
It's like, we don't know who you are, Bourbon Mafia, unfortunately.
If your name is Bourbon Mafia, I will say this. There's probably some names that I still have to get in. Off the top of my dome, because I would have remembered this one, I don't see a Bourbon Mafia, if that's your name. Here we go. Where are we going, Raiders? Raiders are on the clock. Where are the Raiders going to go? I don't know. I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, getting a little antsy.
Always.
Always. When it's that your time to pick, I mean.
Where are we going? Come on, Raiders. Come on, Raiders. What's crazy is pick 90 went from Buffalo to Houston and now to the Raiders. I mean, there's a lot of moving around here with this pick. I mean, dude, there's been a lot of, I'll tell you what, the 49ers have taken a lot of third-round running backs. Isaac Orendo,
Yeah.
Ty Davis-Price, Trey Sermon, Joe Williams. Lots and lots of running backs in that area. I also wonder if the 49ers did that because I do know the Raiders were interested in Kayden Black. I didn't think that he was going to go as early as what he did. I didn't think he was going to go as early as he did. I mean, if the Raiders were to draft a running back, has Mike Washington been drafted yet from Arkansas?
Nope.
I don't believe so. I mean, again, if you're going to go any running back, I guess I would go that route.
Raiders pick is in, apparently.
The pick is in here for the silver and black. After Kayden Black just got drafted. I mean, the Raiders have kept it interesting today. You can't say that
Do you
they
not know
haven't.
it?
I don't know yet.
It's on the screen. It's in.
I thought you were saying that the pick was already in. Yeah, I mean, the Raiders, the pick is in. That's what the draft analysis are saying here. I don't know what the pick is yet, though. We'll see where they decide to go.
Who do you think it is?
I mean, if it was me, I'd pick Chris Bell. I think that we need an outside receiver. I think that pick would make some sense. Who are the best players on the board? Zakee Wheatley, Keontae Scott are players that I like.
Jennings Dunker.
I mean, I would like
Iowa.
Jennings Dunker. He's a really good offensive lineman. I don't know where the route is that we're going to be going here. I mean, the Raiders have not done anything today that I thought that they were going to do. I knew that they liked Treydan Stukes, but I didn't think that they were going to take him when they did. So, and then the pick of Crawford was totally out of left field. We'll see if it hits or not. But, I mean, I'll tell you this. The Raiders are doing what they want to do.
Is it no leaks?
I don't have anything. I don't have anything here, which sometimes makes me nervous. All right, so this is Matt Millen. This is a Raiders linebacker legend. I was going to say he's born in PA. Matt Millen. Second-round pick by the Raiders in 1980. He's the one announcing this pick. Matt Millen's like giving a story about what's happening, I guess, behind the scenes. Matt Millen's giving some hype here. I mean, you guys are going to see this one with me, so we're going to watch this in real time together, it looks like. Come on.
I have it.
You do?
Mm-hmm. Trey Zun the third.
Trey Zun the third, center from Texas A&M, so they're going to get an offensive lineman here.
It's not a bad pick.
Here's the thing, though. He's played a little bit of tackle. He's a very, very, very versatile offensive lineman. So he played a little bit of center at Texas A&M. I think what you're seeing here is somebody that is going to be an interesting depth piece on this offensive line. 2025 SEC Jacobs Blocking Award winner, first team All-SEC, 6'6", 312 pounds. If you wanted the Raiders to be able to get somebody that offers you tons and tons of versatility on the offensive line, Trey Zun does have a lot of versatility. There's scouts that think that he could play center, guard, and offensive tackle because he's kind of done it. I'm going to throw out a comp here. I don't know if it's exactly as accurate as what I'm thinking, but remember Jermaine Illuminor? Jermaine Illuminor offered you a lot of flexibility. Lot of flexibility on the entire offensive line, and they decided to go here center guard Trey Zun. Also the following pick, Cowboys go pass rusher Jayshon Barham, from the University of Michigan, but 72.7 PFF overall grade, 2 sacks allowed, 10 pressures in total. I mean, 4-year starter, very high football IQ, so he's got a lot of football experience. The Raiders last season, out of the 11 players that they drafted, 9 of which had that C on their chest, so the Raiders clearly care about the captain status. Tom says he might be a backup in the NFL, which I know some people probably aren't going to love, but he is a very versatile piece. Like, to me, this is a Caleb Rogers replacement. Caleb Rogers is an offensive lineman that I know it's been a little bit of a question mark to me personally. Tom's got Zun rated as a 99 overall spot. Lacks length, athleticism. More reps are needed inside. I look at this, though, and I think of what the Raiders are at right now for their offensive line, and I think every single player on the Raiders line, I think that they're already set in stone in terms of what they're going to be doing going forward with the 9 offensive linemen that they're going to keep. But clearly, there's going to be a lot of competition. Clearly, they want to try to bolster that interior, and now with Trey Zun being able to throw into the mix here, he would definitely be above Will Putnam.
Yeah.
But again,
I can move it.
I would say this. Like, I'm right now, Colt Miller, Jordan Meredith, Tyler Linderbaum, Jackson Powers Johnson, DJ Glaze, Caleb Rogers, Trey Zun, Spencer Burford. Those are Charles Grant. Those are the 9 offensive linemen that the Raiders are going to keep. And then you probably also keep Lockie Tossie into the middle there because, he's your international pathway program player. But for the Raiders fans out there that wanted this team to invest in the offensive line, you're getting a good professional offensive lineman that I do think, if given enough time and potential, maybe as a starter, but ultimately you're building extra depth there because, God forbid, if JPJ were to go down, and I know we have a lot of high hopes for JPJ, but we also got to be able to face the facts here that he has had some injuries throughout his career. So I think with Trey Zun is kind of somebody that if Linderbaum goes down, you get a center. If JPJ goes down, you have somebody also that could potentially fill in that role. Zun is an alert, athletic blocker who understands his strengths and reverts to what he does best to win reps. He offers interior flex and will have starter caliber upside in the right situation. So what I want you guys to do is grade the pick. Reed, if you could, give some shout-outs here.
Of course.
I am going to make a quick video, though my phone is telling me I can't make anything because my storage is full.
Oh, fantastic. Delete some stuff.
I'm literally about to delete a whole bunch of stuff here. Deleting.
Well, my computer had to refresh, so. You get some offensive line depth. I mean, I don't hate this. We got some Fs. We got Venthrak with a D. Big Raz with a C+, B-. Donald with a C. Honcho with a C. A lot more Ds, Fs, some As. Everyone's all over the place, honestly. Raider Dan with F. Score with an A. We got Uncle Ruckus with a C.
Oh my goodness. Do you know how to delete stuff off a phone?
Like
I
Your-
can't. I can't make anything right now
Here.
because my phone storage is completely full. I need a new phone. It's so old. A, B, C, D, or F. Again, to me, this is an investment in Ashton Genty. This is an investment in the Clint Kubiak system. I think that this is an investment in Fernando Mendoza. But I also think for Raider fans out there, this is another, I would say, a depth piece, which some people might not love to hear. But what the Raiders are making it very clear to me is that they don't want a situation. They don't want a situation. I gave it to him, yeah. Like we had last season where our offensive line was such a disaster. Like, our offensive line was such a flippin' disaster that, at the end of the day, we don't want to ever, I think, have to deal with that situation. And now, truthfully, we have probably one of the best depth offensive line units in the entire. I mean, our offensive line is definitely better.
That's the work phone.
It's the work one?
Yep.
Okay. I just need a new phone. It's too old. I just haven't had enough money
Here,
to
that's
get
your
one.
phone.
Yep. Thank you. All right. I'm going to record this real quick, and then we're going to get into a cut here. With the 91st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Texas A&M offensive lineman Trey Zun III. The reason why I think the Raiders honestly made this pick is because they don't ever want to have to deal with a bad offensive line ever again. This is an investment in Clint Kubiak. This is an investment in Ashton Genty. It's an investment in Fernando Mendoza because now the Raiders have a lot of really solid depth at that offensive line position. I think the other reason why you made it, and this is why I want you to hit that subscribe button and follow it. Y'all know how much I love Jackson Powers Johnson. JPJ is my guy, but also we have to be able to face the facts he's had some injuries throughout his career. So now the Raiders have Charles Grant, Trey Zun, Caleb Rogers, Jordan Meredith, JPJ. You got Tyler Linderbaum, Colton Miller, DJ Glaze. That's a really solid 9 rotation of offensive linemen now with Rick Dennison. If you've never want to see bad offensive line play again, I think the Trey Zun pick is a very versatile guard center that you should like. So again, the Raiders go with this offensive line pick. There also was just a trade here in the NFL Draft. Steelers trade 99 and 216. Patriots get 96. So that's the trade that the Raiders that's the pick that the Raiders just
Chris
made.
Bell
Funny
goes
Ren's
off the
trying to
board.
make this pick exciting. I don't really think that I'm making it exciting. I'm trying to just talk to y'all why I think that the Raiders did it, because offensive linemen, I don't think a lot of times are meant to be exciting. But I also know after the year that I just watched, there's nothing more frustrating than a really shitty freaking offensive line, especially when you're trying to run the football, you're trying to protect your young quarterback. I mean, to me, after going through the year that we did last season, I understand why they're, again, to me, I'm going to try to figure out why we're going in certain routes that we're going. And in my mind, you get somebody that can play center, you get somebody that can play guard. That screams, hey, JPJ, in case you go down this season, we need to be able to figure out a way to, find that replacement overall. No doubt about it. Also, the Dolphins, they just drafted Louisville wide receiver Chris Bell. Chris Bell just went off the board. Dang it. Also, tight end Eli Raridan was selected. I don't know where he played, but he just got drafted. I know that fans want this offensive line to be much better. We all want this offensive line to be better, but I also think having solid depth is important. I think the other part of the equation is because when you run the scheme that the Raiders are going to run here with this zone blocking, sometimes more injuries can happen because you need your offensive linemen to be athletic. They have to get up the field. They're going to have to run more. So when you watch the Shanahan teams, they've always had offensive linemen that have been pretty deep overall for depth. But, again, if you can go back to the offensive line depth chart for me, I'm sorry. But, even Spencer Burford, the Raiders, they signed Burford. I'm looking at this Raiders offensive line, again, depth chart, and with all honesty, Miller, Meredith, Grant, Linderbaum, Burford, that's 5. Zun is 6. JPJ is 7. Rogers is 8. DJ Glaze is 9. You're going to keep the International Pathway Program player in Laki Tassi. That's your Raiders offensive line for this upcoming season. And that's Grant's a 3rd-round pick. Rogers is a 3rd-round pick. Zun is a 3rd-round pick. Glaze is a 3rd-round pick. So all of those 3rd-round picks, you need those guys to compete. Spencer Burford played 820 snaps. He's the guy underneath Jordan Meredith. 820 snaps in 2023. When Kubiak was a part of that 49ers roster, they gave him $3 million. I understand the move in terms of depth, and I think it's an investment, again, in what this regime is trying to do. But if you want competition, if you want a lot of players that are going to help each other make each other better, that's, to me, why the Raiders decided to go this route. Sometimes offensive linemen aren't sexy picks, but I'll take unsexy picks to make sure that during the season we never have to deal with an offensive line shit show like we did. And truly, with Rick Dennison, with the players and talent that we have, I'm not sitting up here saying we're going to have a top 10 offensive line, but I do think with Rick Dennison, with Klint Kubiak, and truly the depth that the Raiders have been able to build on that offensive line, I don't think we're ever going to have a bad offensive line. You know, like I don't think we're ever going to be bad. I'm not saying we're going to be great. We're going to be a good offensive line, but we're never going to be bad. And I think when you're drafting a quarterback number 1 overall, when you have a running back in Genty that you invested in that number 6 overall, you can't afford to have a bad offensive line with a Klint Kubiak system. And having that extra depth, I think it's just insurance, right? You get car insurance, you get renter's insurance, you get probably, security cameras to just prevent you don't want that bad thing to happen. We don't want a bad offensive line because of what it's really going to do to, I think, a lot of players that are around us. So going out and getting Trey Zun, I think, is a depth move, and I think it's an investment in the Klint Kubiak offense, truly. So let me, I got to be able to put a title in there, I think, for these guys. All right. Raiders, hang on, Raiders draft. I don't know what the title I want to go with is, though. I don't even know if they're using my titles. Did they use my title on the last one? Sorry, yeah, you're probably not let me see here. Yeah, okay. Raiders draft, security. How about that? Is that the right word? I don't know. Okay, I think I got a title in there. We'll see. All right, I got it. Sorry, y'all. The team was asking for. Also, when that short is done, am I going to be able to post that? Is that possible? Or I know, but how am I going to get it? How am I going to post it on my social? I don't know. Okay, I got you. I did, but they're in my. Yeah, how do I get it? I don't know all that shit, man. I'm sorry. I'm kind of a boomer at times. I know YouTube. That's really about all I know. Y'all sleeping on Zune too? Jennings Dunker actually just went off the board. Jennings Dunker's a dog. Jennings Dunker is a dog. I do believe that. All right. You need my face. You need my face. All right, hang on. How do I do it? I'm looking. I don't see view album. Sorry, I got no storage left on my phone, so, but it's not. Use your face. View album. Oh, okay. How do I? There's not a select all though, is there? All right, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I am not technically savvy. I really, truly am not. I know YouTube. I know how it works. I know the Raiders. Outside of that, though, your boy's not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm not afraid to admit it. Well, it's not that. I think it's just like, I don't know. I feel like the older and older I get, I know what I know, and I don't know other things that I don't know. What I do know is that I do think that this is a investment on the offensive line type of pick here for the Raiders. All right, sweet. Oh, thank the frickin' Lord, man. Thank you, Reed. Thank you to everybody here for helping me out. Thank you. So I'm trying to open up this Celsius. Not able to get it. We're going to have to get one. Your boy is running out of here a little bit of juice. Running out of juice. Though I did just see he just put it in. All right, let me tweet this out real quick. If you guys don't mind, let me tweet. Thank you, Durham. Trey Zun is the pick. So here's what we have left to do tonight. We're going to go through this pick here. We'll recap round 2, round 3. And then we'll run our duck race coming up here in a little bit. We do have a raffle that we have to be able to get to as well. Though there's a lot of catching up we have to do. I'm not going to lie to all y'all. So we're going to be live here for just a little bit longer after the draft. The third round is almost over. There's 100 picks in total. Zun? Zun. Okay, thank you. Trey Zun. Trey Zun. I might have, but I also might have, like, effed it up the one time when I said it. Trey, I also, there's sometimes, like, I just don't read things the right way. I'm very dyslexic. It's sad. All right, we got that. We got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. Almost. As soon as this sends out, and then as soon as I get it posted on my IG, then we can run the cut. You can tell Brett, if any, I put a title in there at the bottom. Oh, it looks like they're getting it. Yep. Again, I think the reason why the Raiders went Trey Zun is it's a security pick. Like, it's I don't want to ever have to deal with the bullshit that I dealt with last season. I'm investing in Mendoza. I'm investing in Ashton Genty. I'm investing in Rick Dennison. I'm investing in the Clint Kubiak system. To me, that's ultimately why the Raiders decided to go that route. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. But that, to me, is why the Raiders decided to go that route. Trey Zun to the silver and black. I'm almost ready, y'all. If you want to shout out here on the program, how about this? If you've been with me all day today, from Fernando Mendoza presser to all day here today, day 2 of the NFL draft, type me down below. Reed's going to give you some shout outs.
Let's go, man.
Come on.
Oh, my God. Rustin Long. Amon, Paul, Joker, Jay, excuse me, Preston, Mike, Yes Minnie, Joshua, Ezekiel, Sean, Joe, Raider Bill, Silver, Jeff, Liam, Tiernan, off the board.
Who?
I forget his first name. Fonzie, BD, Santana, Suave, Dustin, Jerry Kester, what's up, Jerry? Autumn, the Fonz.
Come on.
Almond Bar.
Come on.
Daniel, Sonny, FF, VT. Oh, my God, this is going so fast. Playboy. It's like a page by page. GC, Germie, Mike, Sonny, Aristic Raider, GC, Adam, 34. That's all I saw. Daniel again. Good job, Daniel. Terry,
I see you, Daniel.
the fantasy football master.
Daniel.
Didn't know you were in the chat.
Maybe.
Adam, Joy, Ratchet Raider. I like that one.
Maybe.
Nice.
Maybe. All right, I see a lot of me's down below. I'm going to get some water in me. I can feel like I'm dehydrated. I feel like Mendoza right now. Mendoza had some dry mouth yesterday. He had some dry mouth this morning. So give me 1 sec.
A lot going on.
I'm sorry. I got cotton mouth.
We'll do this cut, and then we'll recap all the picks of day 2 because they're on 98 right now. So they got 2 left. We'll
also need a little Celsius action.
Get
down on it.
We'll do a nice little recap of the last couple picks before we get out of here.
Honestly, y'all, we're still going to be live, if I had to guess, 30 minutes to an hour after the draft concludes. Because we got a duck race. We're going to get through all the super chats, do a recap. I want to talk to y'all a little bit longer about the draft. So I would say as soon as the draft's over, which is almost now, Jacob Thomas, safety from Miami, goes off the board. There's 2 picks left here for tonight. 2 picks left tonight. So then we'll talk about the draft a little bit longer, and then that's when we'll do the duck race. If you want to get in right now, I think we're going to give away over $3,000 today.
Yep.
So if you want a shot to get in, it's at Mitchell Renz 365. Coming up here, I'm going to tell everybody why I think the Raiders decided to go with Trey Zun III, offensive lineman from Texas A&M, here on the Raiders Report. With the 91st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Zun III, Texas A&M offensive lineman. And today's show is presented by Prize Picks. Coming up here on the program, I'm going to tell you why I think that the Raiders decided to go with Zun, and I really think that this is an investment, and this is a security pick, and to make sure the Clint Kubiak offense runs at a high caliber. You got Fernando Mendoza, you got Ashton Jeanty. You know that the Raiders need solid offensive line play. But I also think that if you wanted this team to invest in a lineman, you have to be able to respect the fact that they know what their bread and butter is. I know that Fernando Mendoza needs a great offensive line. Hell, I know that Kirk Cousins needs a great offensive line. Ashton Jeanty needs a great offensive line. And when you see how bad the Raiders were last season on the trenches, in the interior, this to me is insurance. If you have car insurance, if you have renter's insurance, you don't ever want to have to deal with that worst-case scenario. So what do? You pay for insurance. Trey Zun III is insurance in this offensive line because what I look at now is I say Colton Miller, Jordan Meredith, Tyler Linderbaum, JPJ, Dylan Glaze, Charles Grant, Spencer Burford, Trey Zun, and Caleb Rogers. That's a good 9 rotation of offensive linemen that offer you a lot of versatility. On top of that, he's a captain. So when you add captains on the interior, Caleb Rogers was a captain. Think about the Raiders last season, drafted 11 players. 9 out of those 11 players, SpyTech, they had a C on their chest. They like guys that have a lot of experience. 4-year starter, high football IQ, really solid technique. Tom's got him ranked as his 99th overall prospect. And even though it says that he might be a backup in the NFL, that's okay. And I say that because he's going to compete with a Caleb Rogers. He's going to compete with a Spencer Burford. He's going to compete with some of these other interior offensive linemen that the Raiders have. But here's the other hard-hitting facts, and I hate to say it, but I do think it's the truth. And he's much better in pass protection than run blocking, which I do find to be very interesting. When you run a Clint Kubiak offense, and you're going to run a lot of these like run schemes that they do, offensive linemen do get hurt from time to time. And y'all know that I'm a JPJ believer. I love Jackson Powers Johnson. I love the tenacity that guy plays with every single snap that he plays with. But then also injuries do happen. The Raiders invested a boatload of money in Tyler Linderbaum, center. I think also JPJ, the way that he plays, there's injury concerns there. So imagine if you were to be able to draft a player like Trey Zun that offers you center and guard flexibility to compete against another third-round pick in Caleb Rogers, to compete up against another DJ Glaze third-round pick. Like, the Raiders are putting so much competition on that offensive line, and I think that they're doing it from an insurance standpoint of, I don't ever want to have to see an offensive line play the way that it did, like the 2025 Brennan Carroll Raiders. So if you believe in Clint Kubiak, if you believe in our brand-new offensive line coach, Rick Dennison, to me, that's why Trey Zun is the pick. Is this a sexy pick? No. But do you know what's really unsexy? Watching an offensive line not be able to block for a running back that you drafted 6 overall. An offensive line not be able to block for a quarterback that you drafted number 1 overall. I think with this pick in Trey Zun, I'm not saying that we're going to have a great offensive line, and I'm not saying that he's going to be great. But I think what this pick is it's insurance, it's security that we're never going to have an awful offensive line. Because if we have an awful offensive line, you're pissing away the development of Jeanty, and most importantly, you're pissing away the development of Fernando Mendoza, and you're ruining what the Clint Kubiak offense is. So is this a sexy pick? No, it is not. But also, I think this is a adulting type of pick of sometimes you got to do things that you just got to do to make sure that you are in an okay situation. And what the Raiders did here, to me, they are making sure that their offensive line is going to be deep and that it's going to be good for this Clint Kubiak offense and for Fernando Mendoza and Ashton Jeanty. Speaking of making sure that you guys got all the things that you need, here's something that I think that y'all need. Shout out to our sponsor here, Prize Picks. Get $50 when you play $5 lineup available in all 50 states. Somebody just said, watch Zun be a starter. If Trey Zun's a starter, that's an awesome thing that we have. That's even more talent and more depth on our offensive line. You can pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. It's safe and secure. You know what else is safe and secure? I honestly think that this offensive line is a lot more safe and secure than what a lot of other Raider fans and a lot of the national media thinks out there. And if you use code HMA, that's going to tell our sponsor that you are a proud watcher of the Raiders Report. And at the end of the day, I'm just trying to hook you guys up with things that I enjoy doing. And I do play Prize Picks often. I love being able to sit down and watch a basketball game, a baseball game. And the number one reason why I play Prize Picks is because even in games that I don't even really care about, like I keep talking about this game the other day. It was game 1 with the Thunder and the Suns. It was like a 40-point blowout. I was watching that game, and I was having a good time. Do you want to know why? Because I had the more on Devin Booker and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and I was watching a 40-point blowout, and I'm sitting there going, come on, man, go get a point. Now, they ended up benching Devin Booker. It is what it is. But, for my season-long lineup here for the Raiders, I like obviously talking about the Raiders. I watch the Raiders games all the time. But even for somebody that I'm not a hoop head. I played baseball, but I love Prize Picks because in today's day and age, it's really difficult, I think, to be able to sit down, entertain yourself, have a good time, and every time I put in a lineup, whether I win, whether I lose, it's the truth, but I do have a fun time being able to watch. And I am a homebody. I'm not afraid to sit at home with my dog Chuck, watch a game for 3 hours, put a $5 lineup in. Even if there's, only $12 that I win, I'm going to be rooting for it. Why? Because I want to be able to win, and I want y'all to know that, yeah, you are getting good advice. Sometimes I think a little bit too much with my head, or I think too much with my heart, not enough with my head, but that's probably the Raiders talking. But I do think Prize Picks is a lot of fun. So download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. So the Raiders, as it stands right now, here are our selections in the 2026 NFL Draft. You started with Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall quarterback from Indiana. Treydan Stukes goes off the board here at 38. Safety, cornerback, nickelback, hybrid player out of Arizona. Really, the more and more I talk to people, the more and more I'm starting to like this pick here because he's filling a lot of different needs. Kieran Crawford is the one where I got to wrap my mind around a little bit more. Like Trey Zun, I see it. Treydan Stukes, I see it. Fernando Mendoza, I see it. Kieran Crawford, I'm going to have to see that one come to fruition a little bit more. But what we're talking about right here is the Trey Zun pick. That's what I want to know. You selected him 91 overall. He was Tom Downey's 4th overall rated center, 99th ranked overall player here. And I want you to grade the pick. And maybe when you grade this pick, I think you need to think about it's not just Trey Zun. It's the bigger picture when you draft an offensive lineman, when you have a quarterback, a young running back, and everything that we had to deal with from last season. So give me an A, B, C, D, or F. My grade for this pick is this. It's going to be a B grade. And I say it's a B grade because offensive line is extremely important. And I do like Trey Zun as a player. I think that he's a fun's a stretch. He's a need in terms of you just need to be able to have depth on that offensive line. Is he going to be a starter? No, I don't really think that that's the case. But because to me this is an investment in Clint Kubiak, this is an investment in Ashton Jeanty, an investment in Fernando Mendoza, that's secure to me. That's insurance. That makes sense. Do I think him as a player, if I were to just grade him in a vacuum of what type of player he is, it'd probably be a C grade getting him at the value at 91. But because I don't ever want to have to see a Raiders offensive line play the way that it did last season, and you have that versatility, and again, it's the God-honest truth, JPJ does have injury concerns. We know that JPJ can play center. We know that he can play guard. But I think it's also important to be able to have other players that can step in if, God forbid, something were to happen. And, again, if, God forbid, something were to happen to Tyler Linderbaum, you need somebody that could step in. And I don't know if this Raiders organization does value JPJ as a center. But I know this. I never want to see Will Putnam ever play center again. So if Linderbaum goes down, you need to be able to bring somebody who's played 4 seasons at Texas A&M, and he's a captain. And, you're hoping that you're able to build extra competition. Because now you got Glaze, 3rd-round pick. You got Charles Grant, 3rd-round pick. Caleb Rogers, 3rd-round pick. Trey Zun, 3rd-round pick. Lots and lots of competition there with a lot of 3rd-rounders on that offensive line. If you want the Raiders to have a good offensive line, this is a good pick. If you want to make sure the Raiders never have a bad offensive line, this is a good pick. Because even if you lose 1 or 2 starters drop, the Raiders are going to have depth to be able to plug and play guys in certain situations, and then your offense is still going to be able to function. Because unfortunately, there are times where the Clint Kubiak offense, because you need players to get to that next level in a zone blocking scheme, injuries do happen. Because again, you're asking big guys get up the field, go down the field, and make blocks. It happens from time to time in a Shanahan system. So obviously, where the Raiders stand right now, here were the picks from today. And I know Treydan Stukes, Kieron Crawford, and now Trey Zun III were the 3 picks that they made. It's so interesting of how this draft went. I reported this morning that I had a source tell me that the Raiders really like defensive tackles. I think that I got smokescreened because clearly the Raiders had opportunities to go with Christen Miller, and they had an opportunity to go with Kayden McDonald. They decided to trade back, but I also was told that we're going to make 3 picks today. And we did end up making 3 picks today. Were they the 3 picks that I thought we were going to make? No, truly not. I knew the Raiders liked Treydan Stukes. I took Treydan Stukes in my mock draft that I released this morning. If you don't believe me, it's on the Raiders report. I did know that they like him. There are some scouts that think that he's a better cover safety than Caleb Downs. There are some scouts that think that he's a better free safety center fielder than a lot of other players here. But to me, I look at this Raiders draft, and I really see potential. I look at potential Taron Johnson replacement, potential Malcolm Kuntz replacement, potential offensive line replacement. I know we as fans want to win right away, and it's important to bring in good players into the locker room. You're bringing in some good players. Again, Crawford is still a little bit of a TBD. I want to see how he fits in overall, but this is a team that's building for the future, and the picks that they have made today, I think are all future picks. Not saying they're not going to have any impact right away. I think you're going to see impact from these players, but it's also we are building for the future. We want to win now. You can win now and get better. But I think to be a Super Bowl caliber team now is an unfair expectation as a Raider fan. It's how do we get to being a Super Bowl caliber team? Let's be good this year, playoff caliber team next year. Can we get to that Super Bowl window in 3 years with Clint Kubiak? That's my hopeful goal here for the silver and black. If anybody wants any of the Raiders merch that we have, you guys can get your hands on it at chatsports.com/RRshop. If anybody ever wants to see my guy Germie Chugs as a model, also, you can go to chatsports.com/RRshop. We got shirts. We got hooded sweatshirts. We got hats. I just launched a special edition Raider shirt yesterday. It was Fernando Mendoza carrying the torch. If any of y'all were hanging out with me today when Mendoza's presser happened, which it's crazy. That honestly feels like yesterday. Mendoza presser already feels like yesterday to me in my mind. But if you were with me, he literally said, it's time to carry the torch. And this is a limited edition shirt. I only have 100 of them. And if you want to get your hands on that bad boy, again, chatsports.com/RRshop. You can find it. Or if you can go right to that link, chatsports.com/torch. But I only have 100 of them. So if you want one, you better go get one because we don't have too many left. I'm just going to say that. We don't have too many left. So to wrap up this cut here, round 3, pick 91, Trey Zun III, center, offensive lineman, guard, hybrid, Texas A&M. Lots of playing experience to help bolster this interior offensive line to be an insurance pick for Clint Kubiak, Fernando Mendoza, Ashton Genty, and this Raiders offense. Wherever you're watching this video, if you want to give me a follow on social media, if you don't already know already, I'm at MitchellRens365, and I will be live tomorrow for day 3 of the NFL draft. We will get started an hour before it gets going, and I'll also get you guys a video either tonight or first thing tomorrow morning. Are you happy with the Raiders draft picks so far? If I had to grade the Raiders draft this year, I would probably give it a, again, I like the Stukes. I like Mendoza. I'm probably sitting in this B- range right now. I think that there were other players that you could have potentially gone with. Again, I'm looking at it from my standpoint. I'm sure the Raiders are probably sitting there in their war room going, it's an A+ for them. I'm at like a B-. I don't want to say C+. Because again, the Trey Zun pick, it's not a sexy pick. It's not, but I also understand why they made it. Like, I can understand why they're making the picks that they did. But today, I was hoping for a little bit of a better day, I'm not going to lie. But also at the same time, I don't think today was a swing and a miss. I love the Treydan Stukes. Love is a stretch. I like the Treydan Stukes pick. Yep. I would say just follow the title that I put in there. Yeah, I think those are better for tomorrow, personally. I'd rather save that one.
Let's run through some super chats.
Let's run through some supers. Actually, can we do a quick recap of the draft because it's over?
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
round 3 is over. Day 2 of the NFL draft is over. What we're going to be able to do here is we are going to run through
This is where
all
we
the
left
picks.
off, right?
So we got Oscar Delp. What? You're not happy? Chugs is shaking his head. Oscar Delp, Malachi Fields, Notre Dame, Caleb Douglas. I thought that was a reach. Drew Aller from Penn State. What?
Oh,
Rockets
no.
were up. I didn't know. Rockets up by 6 with 30 seconds left, and they lost. I'm sorry, buddy. Chugs was like shaking. I'm like, and KD was out, right? Oh, yeah, that's brutal. Damn, brutal. I just saw Chugs out. I didn't know. Honestly, I feel bad sometimes because I kind of forget that other games are going on. There's often times where I literally forget that games are going on, which actually reminds me I can look at my Prize Picks lineup.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Though I don't think that I won. Oh, I didn't win. How close was I? Oh. So I was going to do a 4-pick power play where I had Jason Tatum it was like 34.5. It was a Goblin pick. And I said, no, I'll go points, rebounds, and assists for Tatum at 40.5. I was close. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's a green screen. I got 3 out of the 4, so I should have done a flex play. I needed Jason Tatum to get me, wow, that's super frustrating. 3.5, either points, rebounds, or assists more, and I would have made 15, turn it into 56. Hey, you play. That's why you play, though.
All right.
That's why you play, though. Jacoby Lane going to Baltimore. Zachariah Branch, A.J. Halsey, Chris McClellan also going off the board there. And then I almost said Albert Pujols, first name that I saw. Albert Regis.
That'd be awesome.
Defensive line. Dude, Albert, that home run that he hit off Brad Lidge in that playoff series, I think that still might be going at Minute Maid. Domonique Orange, Chris Brazzell, Ted Hurst off the board. Daylene Everette, Georgia cornerback going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Austin Barber, Will Catamarak. I don't know. Kalen Black is shocking pick there. I'm actually happy for him.
I think it's Case Merrick.
I'm going to, yeah, I know I'm not even close. Avieon Thomas, Jay Sean Barham. I am going to text, though, Kalen.
I'll congratulate him.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, you meet people throughout the journey. You meet people throughout the journey. If you want him. Cool.
We got Avieon Thomas, Kalen Black, Trey Zun III goes to the Raiders. Jayshwan Barham from Michigan. Then we got Keegan Trost, Chris Bell, Eli Raridan, Jennings Dunker goes to the Steelers. Good pick for them. Double pick, Caleb Tiernan and Jacoby Thomas for the Minnesota Vikings. Julian Neal, cornerback out of Arkansas, to the Seattle Seahawks. And to round out day 2, Jalen Husky goes to the Fighting Cullens.
The Fighting Cullens. Julian Neals also. I had him in a recent mock draft. I like him, cornerback from Arkansas. Oh, man. So, apparently, again, Kalen's very happy to be a Niner. But one of the people that's a part of Kalen Black's team said there was a group of us that was hoping he'd become a Raider.
Oh.
Yeah. But we're gonna get him on. We're gonna get him on our Niners show.
Yeah.
So, again, Kalen was a good. He was a really cool kid to be able to talk to, get to know. His team, they've been really kind with me. That's why I got the scoop that he was a top 30 visit for the Raiders. Ken P. Raiders have so many needs that no pick is a bad pick. Look at Grayson, Halton, Oklahoma on the next pick. I would have loved that pick. But what's still crazy is there's still a lot of really good players on the board. Raiders have pick 102 and 134 tomorrow. So we'll see where they decide to go there. He is undersized, but yeah, I don't know what they're doing. But the game tape, the Senior Bowl, the more and more I watch Halton, the more and more that I like him. It's okay that Stukes is older. He's going to play safety. Safeties age better than corners. I mean, that's a true statement. He does run a 4.33. He also great broad jump, vertical. I mean, he's an outstanding athlete. Safety was a huge need, and we filled it with a top prospect. I agree with you. I think the more, and I want y'all to watch some tape on Treydan Stukes, because I don't know how as a fan that wanted free safeties, you get Stukes. I don't know how you don't like the pick. Again, it might not be who you wanted, but truthfully, the more and more I watch guys, and I remember when I told Tom the video that I did on my top safeties for the Raiders to draft, he goes, I can't believe you didn't have Treydan Stukes in there. And I go, well, Stukes is listed as a corner. And he goes, he's going to play a lot of safety. And I remember thinking to myself, I hope I don't regret it. And I've been putting Stukes in some mock drafts. I don't know if y'all have noticed. Andres, I like the Stukes pick. Stukes and Stokes could go hard. Scratching my head on Crawford, but Crosby seems happy about it. I mean, I'd be more concerned if any Raiders player would be upset about a draft pick. You got to support your teammates. That's kind of the way that it's got to go. I was really hoping for Lee Hunter in the second round. We really have a need for a starting caliber nose tackle. I don't disagree with that take at all. But then at the same time, if the Raiders are going, you know what? Between John Ulalu, Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, J.J. Pegues, and Tonka Hemingway, those five guys, can they be the defensive tackles that we need? And then what if they are planning on playing Maxx and Kwity Paye a lot more on the defensive line with their hand in the dirt than we think? And then, maybe that makes more sense than for Crawford. You think we go wide receiver with either Ted Hurst, Chris Bell? Obviously, this is before both of those guys now are gone. We're trying to catch up here on some Super Chats. So here's what's going to happen on the show. We're going to catch up on all the Super Chats here. Today was a fun day. I'm not going to lie to all y'all. I had a great time. I'm not trying to get out of here anytime. Not I shouldn't say anytime soon, but we got a really, really early day tomorrow. But I'll also say this: day 3 of the NFL draft is sometimes the most fun because we let our hair down.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
We're gonna be getting after it. There's gonna be some craziness that goes down.
There's gonna be a new producer tomorrow.
Very true. Reed will not be with us. We're going to have Lopez. We're going to have Chugs.
Lopez and Chugs to get a little
It's going to be a rotation.
Diversity.
Also, one of our guys is convinced that he can beat Chugs in a...
Yeah, that's going to happen tomorrow.
Yep. He's convinced that he can beat Chugs in a beer chug.
I have a deal for tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
So if you guys are here right now, that means you're real ones. I have a deal that you might like. You just got to come back tomorrow.
Irish says, blaze it, Mitch. You'll
have to come back tomorrow for my deal.
There might be one day, bro, where we can do shit like that, but it's not going to be today. It's not going to be today. No idea how Spy Track draft went last year. Pete didn't play most of them. We get 2 years of draft picks worth young talent to evaluate this year. And that's kind of how I look at it as well. Rockwell, think of Stukes like Kobe Bryant, put him at free safety. I think he's actually better than Kobe Bryant, but I think the way that Seattle uses him is kind of the way to look at it. Zabo, I like Chris Bell. Yeah, unfortunately not there, but Elijah Sarratt's still on the board.
Yeah.
Sarratt's going to fall. We said it earlier that we heard that he could fall to round 4. He's in round 4. Garth, Mitch, I believe this offseason free agent signings and draft will be the best in the last 20-plus years. Raider Nation for life. I hope so, dude. You know, like, and I think we have to evaluate a lot of this talent. I mean, it's really going to come down to probably Mendoza. Like, truthfully, we will remember the 2026 NFL draft probably based on whether or not Mendoza's good or not.
It's true.
If Mendoza's not good, people are going to hate this draft. If Mendoza's good and every other pick's bad, I don't think people are going to care.
This is a hilarious super chat.
My only concern is that we still haven't drafted an offensive lineman. Hopefully there's one worth taking next.
There you go.
We got one. Trey Zun III. Rodriguez, our coaches are cowards. They should have moved up for a wide receiver.
It's ARE, no? Our coaches, our cowards.
Our coaches. Yeah, maybe. Here's the other thing, though, John, and this is... I think
there are cowards. That's fine.
But they're our cowards.
Yeah.
I got you. I think the other part of the equation is, does John Spytek still believe in Dante Thornton Jr. and Jack Besh? Do they still believe in those guys? Because they probably don't feel like that they were properly able to evaluate them as talent because of how bad last year was. We should get Sarratt or Burks for Mendoza. I mean, Deion Burks is an electric athlete. Sarratt also a really good player, but if I would be shocked if the Raiders don't draft a receiver. In my latest mock draft that I did, I had the Raiders selecting a receiver in round 4. I did not have them selecting one in round 1 or on day 2. When I look at how I did my latest Raiders mock, I went very heavy on defense, and the Raiders went heavy on defense today with 2 picks, but then they also bolstered that interior offensive line. My latest mock, I draft Pat Coogan, center. They ended up going with Trey Zun. Justin McDonald, check out Las Vegas Raider. Baby, learn a bit, homie. Okay, I'll check him out. I don't know who it is. Feels like a Mayock draft. Where's Clemson at? I don't think that this feels like a Mayock draft at all. Also, we should be happy that Mayock was the one making the picks and not Gruden, because I don't know if you've done the research on the whole John Gruden thing behind closed doors, but there was a reason why our drafts were so bad. Actually happy that Mayock helped us. Sarratt or Lance, if we go wide receiver, I guess I would go Elijah Sarratt because I think Lance is also a big-time project player like Dante Thornton Jr. All right, I want to try to get some names here in this duck race.
We'll go back
quick.
to our other plan.
What's the other plan? You read them?
Yep.
All right, cool.
All right. We got Wheezy. Said, build dynasty, not one and done. Scouts no more. Trust the process. Bless you. Don't forget, we still might get some Christian Wilkins cap space relief. Cheers. I do not know anything behind that. I don't know if Mitch knows either. But
I've stopped.
I like the part about trust the process.
I like the part about trust the process as well, but I also don't think just because you're a scout you know more about the Raiders. And because, with all due respect, I followed this team for the last 8 years, and I don't think that there's been a front office that's done things better than what we have suggested. I'm hoping that that changes. Obviously, I'm hoping that that changes. Replacing Wilson because he's moving a 3 technique. I think Tyree, no matter what, was going to be moving a 3 technique. Like, I didn't even think about him playing really defensive end all that much. I think he's going to be playing lots and lots of 3 technique. But now, if in a 4-3, maybe it changes, right? Like, maybe they take Tyree completely off the field when they're going 4 down linemen. Maybe you bring in Crawford then. Quiddy pay. I trust Spytek. Only reason last season class mediocre was because of coaching. I don't know if it's the only reason, but, I mean, you can't tell me that's not a big reason of why there was a lot of issues there. All right, so what I'm trying to do, y'all, is I'm trying to find where I left off for this duck race, and I think I have finally just found where I am at. The last name was Matt Brady. All right, so Steve Briscoe, if you just want to read them to me.
Elias said, I trust Spytek. Only reason last year's class was mediocre was because of coaching. That is actually word for word what Mitch said. So shout out to Elias. If the Raiders get McCoy, is that considered a steal from Cousin? The fact that he's fallen this far, I don't think so. I think there's something serious going on that we don't know, which is why every team is passing on him consistently.
When you're a player that's a top 12 prospect, he's a round 1 prospect. It's about to go in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Like I truthfully,
he's gonna get drafted.
Yep.
But it might be like,
I think the reason why teams are passing on him is because of obviously the medicals, but there's also, like, it's the guaranteed money. Like, it's becoming less and less and less. But he's a talented player. There's no doubt about it. It's just,
Andre said, "We getting Elijah Sarratt for next pick. I'm calling it. Fortunately, it was Trey Zun. Well, not unfortunately, but unfortunately for you didn't guess it right. But I'm calling it. Great draft so far. Great potential. Can I get a Raiders?
Raiders.
I like the great potential part.
I'm hoping, man.
T-Bone, Chris Bell, Pregnon, Dunker, pick one. They all got picked, but if we had to pick at that point, I think probably Dunker over Trey Zun.
I would have picked Dunker probably over Trey Zun, but I also probably would have picked Chris Bell because we need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
So Pregnon would have been fun, man. Pregnon would have been a fun pick.
Jansen,
I'm kinda
short-sighted fans, it's about 27, 28, not 26. It's a good point. I think 26 is still important. Still got to grow in 2026.
Absolutely.
That is, you can't just throw this out the door already. You still have to win games. You still have to grow as a team. And really, I mean, basically, this is basically a whole revamp of the offense, the defense, everything. So this is the first year. There's going to be some speed bumps, obviously, but you still should be interested in trying to win games in 2026.
Yeah, and I think that's what Robert's saying here. I think I think the Raiders are clearly showing you that they are trying to build for the future and that they know that they're not going to be a team that wins the Super Bowl this year, right? But they're going to be a team that builds it the right way, and I think we just got to be patient. Like, I think truly because we have never been a patient fan base, and I have never been a patient person either, and I believe me, I know it. I want us to win, but I also have never had a coaching staff that I truly believe in the way that I do Kubiak. So I'm like, I'm going to buy into what they're selling me. I really like Stukes, but we need a receiver with upside. Boston would have been great. Ted Hurst as well. Let's get Chris Bell. I mean, I would say your top wide receiver here at 91. I'm trying to think off the top of my dome.
It's Malachi Fields, probably.
He's got drafted.
Did he?
Yeah, he went like I want to say like in the 60s or 70s.
Really?
I think he got picked like right around when the Raiders took Crawford.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure Malachi did. But they have done only in the draft inspires much the past 2 years, and it's fine, man. I mean, dude, Zakee Wheatley's still available on the board there. I mean, Keontae Scott. I mean, there is still some talent. Genesis Smith, you guys, I mean, Malik Muhammad I like a lot. Kyle Lewis is a hell of a football player. Sarratt, I mean, he's still a good wide receiver. Skylar Bell, though, he's a little bit more on the undersized.
Yeah.
A little bit more on the undersized. I mean, Treydan Stribling, he went at 33. I can't even believe that. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was wild.
That's unbelievable.
Excuse me. Steve.
You're excused.
Sorry, but besides first-round picks, nothing they have done in the draft inspires me much the past 2 years.
And I mean, like, that's fine.
It's fair.
I
mean, they haven't.
See, I like Charles Grant. I think Charles Grant's a good
Brock
player.
Bowers is like your home run, Ashton Genty home run. But, I mean, I guess the singles and doubles aren't really
See, the problem is, like, I expect the top players of the draft to succeed because I do think the players that the Raiders drafted at the top have been good football players. Yeah. But when you have some of these bottom-of-the-roster guys, it's also difficult for some of these bottom-of-the-roster guys because
Drew Aller got picked.
Four different head coaches, right? Like, think about all the different OCs, all the different regimes, all the different moving parts around. When you do that year after year after year, it's hard to gel as a team. It's also hard to, like, have these young players succeed because they're learning something new every single year. Like, that's tough. I mean, I don't know what all y'all do, but I know, like, me, I've done this job so often, I feel like I can do this, you know. I think there's a reason why I go live as often as I do. I've probably been live more than a lot of people have been live. I can make an argument. I bet you if you look at the numbers at the end of the year, I bet you I'm one of the top 5 people in the United States to go live on YouTube as often as I do. But that takes time and practice, right? If I had to do a brand new job, like deleting photos or videos off my phone, I'd be terrible at it. Got to learn it. Daniel Topchi. Hey, Mitch, go Raiders. Topchi. An OG in the building. I gotta tweet something out real quick if you don't mind.
All right. Moving on to Young Psycho. There are two wars up for trade and 2 DTs. Oh, wide receivers. Since we didn't draft one in 3 rounds, maybe the plan is to trade for them. George P., Keon Coleman, A.J. Brown. Keon Coleman, that's not a bad idea. I don't know what the Bills are doing because they got a bunch of draft picks, but Kayvon Thibodeau, maybe. Jalen Carter, I don't think is on the board anymore. Kayvon Thibodeau, definitely, though. There's been rumors today about him potentially being on the trade block, so
I mean,
that
bro,
could be
he posted.
interesting.
He posted on his Instagram today, goodbye.
That could be interesting. Mega Cooler, I honestly don't know about this pick, the Trey Zun pick. It's interesting. I think it's a good depth piece and versatility too on the offensive line, and you don't want what happened last year is you get into a situation where your unicorn in Ashton Genty can't be himself because
Ryan Stark, the Raiders assistant GM, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
According to Ryan McFadden, Stark said Trey Zun has been on the radar for a while. The staff went to see Zun during Texas A&M's matchup against Miami in the college football playoffs, and they were impressed by how he played at tackle and center during the game.
Oh.
That added versatility to his game, increased his value.
Yep.
So
That's
again,
huge.
You're seeing center,
That's all you
guard,
need.
and somebody that played tackle against, I mean, you're talking about Akeem Messidor and Ruben Bain.
Yeah.
2 first-round picks, and he was able to hold his own there. So I think, again, to me, I look at a player like Jermaine Illuminor, and when you find offensive linemen that can literally play any spot, I mean, that's extremely, extremely valuable for a team that knows that, and I know every team knows offensive line is important, but there are definitely certain systems that are more important for offensive line play, and the Kubiak system is definitely one of those. I just want a wide receiver from Slurricane. I hear you, big dog.
We'll get one.
I hear you, big dog. I'm still thinking about it. New Year, same inability to draft.
Almost done.
Venthrak, tonight is a C- overall. Draft so far is a B-.
I don't hate C-.
I don't love it. Because I don't see how tonight is a C-. I don't see that. Because that tells me that one of the picks then was a failure. So I guess I'm trying to figure out who your failure pick was.
It could be you don't believe in the project plan of
So the only way is C- is if you don't like Treydan Stukes. And if you don't like Treydan Stukes, then that makes sense at C-, why that grade, but I don't
the
think
Karen Crawford maybe.
Middle finger was reaction to KC pick for the Raiders. Okay. Jason, this year's draft is an A+. We got our quarterback. And that's kind of what's funny about when I think about this draft, and I said it earlier. Truthfully, if every other player is an absolute bust for the Raiders, but Fernando Mendoza is great, we're going to look back and go, this is the best draft the Raiders have had.
Yeah.
If every player is great for the Raiders and Mendoza stinks, we're going to like, this draft sucked. Truthfully, I mean, that's literally probably how we're going to look at it. Venthrak, Mitch, it's Trey Zun.
Misspoke.
I think, honestly, I got him. I think when I said it in the video, I think I swapped. But
Yeah, it's fine.
we got it.
Oh, well.
Receiver is weak. Where wide receiver 1 coming from? Brock Bowers? Probably.
Yeah.
I think we're going to run a lot of 12 personnel sets. I think also because we have Michael Mayer and they're so confident in him at tight end. Even if you're going to line up an outside wide receiver, you can line Brock Bowers up as a wide receiver 1. You can't tell me that you can't. James, shout out to you, dude.
I also think while we go to Dr. Raider, I think I think they have a plan because they had multiple options to
They
go
could
get
have
a wide receiver 1.
They had multiple chances to get a wide receiver 1. They had multiple chances to go get a defensive tackle. They did neither of those things.
So they obviously have a plan.
Again, they're sticking to something here. We'll see.
Sticking to something. We'll see what happens.
Mitch Jerome, trenches. I mean, Zun is a trench worker, and I know that Crawford is an edge rusher, but that also helps bolster the trenches in some sort of shape or form. He's going to help you get after the quarterback, and being able to get after the quarterback is, obviously, it's important.
Patrick said Jeremiah Smith next year.
No chance.
We don't want that high of a pick.
Well, you don't want that high of a pick, and I'll promise you this, he don't want to play with the Raiders. He's related to Geno. I've had multiple Geno family members tell me what they feel about us, and you know what? We probably feel the same way about that family. So, but he's an outstanding player, but truthfully, I don't think he wants any part of the Raiders. And I don't think we want to be drafted in the top 3. So, not driving a wide receiver. Are we believing in Besh and Thornton? I think that they are. I also think that they have high hopes for Jalen Naylor. Also, you heard Clint Kubiak literally at the combine or owners meetings. I'm kind of forgetting which one it was. I think it was the owners meetings. He was hyping up Trey Tucker a lot, and Trey Tucker is going to be a player that a lot of pre-snap motion. He can block. He can do some of the dirty work, and we're also got to be able to face. We haven't had a good quarterback. We haven't had a good quarterback that I think also properly evaluate some of our receivers that we have. But I think we also have a wild card, and his name's Brock Bowers, that nobody in the NFL has. And I think they're going to use him as a wide receiver and as a tight end. If we don't get Elijah Sarratt, I'll be sick. Well, we'll see. There's still time. He's still on the board, man.
Still time.
Still on the board. Love this O-line choice for more depth. It's better.
We got like 5 left.
Yeah, I see. I'm running out of gas here a little bit. I'm not going to lie to all y'all. I promise you this. We will get through every super chat here on the program.
We only got a couple left.
He may just be our new left guard, but we'll see. The O-line should be top 15 this season. Oh, I expect the Raiders' offensive line to be top 15. And quite frankly, if you spend the amount of money that the Raiders have spent on Linderbaum and the amount of draft capital you've spent there in that third round, I will be disappointed if it's not a top 15 offensive line. John Doe, for all us up in arms, the O-line pick got people. Bell or Sarratt guaranteed available for our pick. Hell, even Washington Jr. and Hemby still there. I mean, I think Roman Hemby would have been a massive reach. I mean, that's somebody that I think, honestly, you can get late day 3.
I think he's saying later.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's okay that we got O-lines because they're still going to be there.
Oh, okay. That's on me then, John Doe. I misread that. I agree with that logic.
Yeah.
Chicken Little, Zun is a great pick, and I'll sell it. Last year we had to watch Putnam get blown up. Now will JPJ, Lindy, Rogers, Meredith, Zun can both play center, then DJ, Miller, Grant as tackles. Chicken Little, we're right on the same page.
Chicken Little, if you were here, I think Mitch would try to kiss you.
I probably would have put this. I probably would have put this in the video because y'all remember how bad that Will Putnam center game was.
Oh my God, it was so bad.
I mean, it was. It's actually probably the worst game I've actually ever watched a center play live in the moment, where I watched every snap. Like watching the Raiders play, it was
so bad.
Halton and Sarratt in the fourth, maybe Washington. I mean, I like Mike Washington Jr. Arkansas running back, really solid. I think it would be a good fit.
Fast.
I do know that this team also likes Emmett Johnson. Got to be somebody to keep in mind. PG, NFL's. I mean, if I'm working at NFL Network, I'll tell you this, you guys might see Elijah Sarratt tomorrow in a video that I drop because you see the Mendoza connection. There's good value there, and there is still a need of at wide receiver. We got pick 102, so we are the second pick tomorrow.
Yep.
Second pick tomorrow. John, I hope that they draft the Arkansas quarterback, Taylon Green, outstanding athlete. Yeah. He's like kind of like modern day like Terrell Pryor, in all honesty. He's 6'6", runs a 4.37 40-yard dash, but where are you going to use him? Because I think Taylon Green's a lot closer to a wide receiver as well. You want to add him? Run some crazy gadget style plays?
Screw it.
Let's do it. So we are all caught up here.
Yep.
On the Raiders report.
Are you all caught up?
I honestly don't think that I am. If you guys want to get in our duck race, it's a $20 Venmo. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. Miggy Camacho, I got you in. So how do you want to do the raffle?
Me?
Well, every $10 super chat was a raffle ticket.
That's right.
So we have to go back and we got to look at them. Is there any chance that we can give you guys the winner? What if we give you all the winners? Because we did a raffle yesterday. I haven't picked the winner of that one yet either.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. It's tough, and I probably
we have them all.
We have them all saved.
Yeah.
It's going to take us some time to run through and get them all. If you want to,
I can do that tomorrow, maybe.
I say if you guys want to see it on a wheel, it's probably going to have to happen tomorrow, just because we have to get all the names. If you guys trust us to be able to run a wheel spin, we're still going to have to input everything.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have to, again, I don't have all the, we have to get them all. We got to get them all.
Joshua said Venmo, just to confirm, yes.
At Mitchell Renz 365 for the duck race to win some money.
I have all the $10 super chats, but to put them in a wheel, it would just take a while. I had too much going on behind the scenes to be able to keep track of that.
Yep.
We have all the $10 super chats, so what we could do is grab. I mean, we could grab a bunch of. Let me see. Yeah, we could. I could grab all of them tomorrow, and we throw them in a wheel, and we do them in the middle of the show.
Yeah, I think we just run the duck race. Let's do it.
Or we have someone random pick through the $10 super chats. Scroll through, because you can just scroll through all of them.
Yeah.
I can do that right now. It just wouldn't be a wheel spin. They can't see it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd rather be able to give it away. I'd rather be able to give away some. Yeah, so if you want to.
Okay. I mean, as long as everyone's okay with that, I can scroll through all the super chats right now.
I'll say this. I think if people are watching the show, again, I hope that you guys trust us.
Because I will pick somebody who sent in a $10 super chat because I can see all of them. As long as everyone's okay with it. Because we would have to do the wheel spin tomorrow. I'd rather just give it away tonight. As long as you trust me.
I mean, I hope that people would. You guys trust us? Y for yes, N for no. Is that all right? Again, it's going to be random. How many, Sweet Jazz? Dude, there's a ton.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. I can go look. I can go.
So again,
look
the way
right now.
that YouTube, like on our end, we can see all the supers, and the way that I identify them is the color, right? So they're all yellow, so we can see all the yellow ones. So
I can literally see all of the yellow ones right now that everyone has sent in. For me to put it in a wheel, it would just take forever because I have to manually put it in. And I was worried too much about the Raiders picks this year.
Too worried about the draft. So how about this? While we get that figured out, let's run the duck race here. Final chance for you to get in.
I can scroll in and pick somebody random if we want to do that.
Yeah, I think we'll probably have to end up doing.
Because it'll. I swear it'll be random.
Well, yeah.
You can't see it.
I got you. All right, let me get some names in here.
All right, let me get all this together, and I'll do. The random.
Yeah, just try to section them off. That's how it'll go.
I'm just gonna try and. So I have them all here. Oh my God, there's so many.
All right, so here's final chance to get in our duck race. You ready to list them out? $20 Venmo, shot to win $2,530. So the way that I'm going to do this today is first place, you're going to go home with the more amount of money. Second place, you're going to get $1,000. Is that fair?
Like that.
I mean, I could also do like 500, 600, and then first place gets the rest. How do you guys want to do it? Winner take all, 2,000. Second place, split 1 and 2, or top 3? How would you guys want to do it? Pop Toast. Sorry, Nation. I fell asleep. Honestly, Pop Toast, I'm trying to not fall asleep, and I hate to even admit that, but
I'm scrolling through all of them.
Seeing a lot of top
I did a random scroll up. You know how I do the shuffle on Duck Race?
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what I did.
Okay.
With my mouse.
Right,
I went all the way up to the top, all the way up to the bottom while we were just talking right there. And I have
using your finger
the name.
Giggity. All right, what do you got for me?
I have
the winner
name.
of our Fernando Mendoza shirt that we're going to be giving away.
It was $10, right?
$10 to get it. It's the Torch one, by the way.
I was going to say I picked the $10 one.
It's the 1 of 100 shirt.
Yes. Took forever. But we got Germie Valov.
Germie Valov.
He sent a $10 super chat. I can read you the super chat.
Germie Valov, are you here?
He said, they filled the greatest position of need at this point. In my opinion, it's a B grade. Raiders.
Jeremy
That was a super chat. So
Valov.
you can tell I'm not lying. That is, I didn't just pick a random name. That is his super chat that I came across when I shuffled.
Jeremy Valov, are you here?
Are you here?
To Jordan, I don't have Cash App, so I don't know who you sent it to, so I can't help you out there, bro.
Hopefully they didn't.
I'm sorry you sent it to somebody. With all due respect, there's nothing here that says Cash App. You know what I mean? Like,
It says Venmo about 3 times.
I can't.
But hey,
I can't. I don't have. Like,
it's
I
tough.
don't have my own personal Cash App. Like, I don't have one, so I don't know who you sent the money to. I'm sorry. That sucks. Like, it really does, but it's not me. Don't. The reason why I show you Venmo is because I have Venmo. I don't do Cash App. So if you want to get in, you got to get it in. All right, I'll let Jeremy, hopefully he sees this. I'll try to get in contact with him. I actually think that I have his Venmo, but I'll see. Yep. Okay, so final chance here. Let me see for y'all to get in. I'm looking, so I see Joshua Garcia. I got Rebel Montana in the building. What up, Reb? Elijah Johnson, Mark Gass, Joe Andrada in, Isaiah Stewart in, Giovanni Tejada in, Benjamin Rose, you in. 20 to win, 2,600. So let's do it. I saw a lot of people type in top 3. I don't know if LCA or Bayou's still here. They were our top MVPs, I would say, yet again here on the program. So that's how it's got to go. Sweet Jazz, it's not that I don't want to do Cash App. Every time I try to do it, Cash App just locks me out. So I do Venmo because Venmo's never locked me out before.
Yeah.
Some people are saying winner take all.
Ooh.
How do you guys want to do it? Winner take all, go home with $2,600, or I'm thinking, honestly, the way that I'm thinking about doing it would be like, what if it was like 400 for third place, 600 for second place, 1,600 for first place. Seeing a lot of top 3s. Rebel says top 3. He's one of our moderators. He's still up here slaying it, so we're going to go top 3. Okay.
All right.
Can I get, can we get like horses or like
You want horses?
greyhounds? I want something that's got a lot of movement.
A lot of movement.
Lots and lots of movement.
Gotcha.
Trying to think of some other races that have a lot of movement, because not every race has tons of movement in it. I think
Johnny Unitas. No.
Yeah, I think if you can get me horses.
Horses in the stable.
Horses would be good. Again, everybody has the exact same possibility to be able to. Everybody has the same probability to win, just so all y'all know.
Oh, yeah.
L.A.
Horses in the stable.
Jaime Portillo, yes. If you send in a 20, if you send in multiple, like Gilbert Marino sending a 60, that's 3 ducks. I hope that you guys realize there are a shit ton of ducks in here, but I think I've done a pretty good job this week. I'm not saying it's impossible that I missed anyone, but I have really tried to do a good job to make sure everybody is in. I've tried to do it. In my mind, I'm doing the best that I can, and I hope that you guys, you understand that. And I know that you guys have my back, but I also don't want you to think like I would ever try to like cheat anyone. I promise you, that's not me.
Lame.
How long have we been live today for? So this is what?
Take a guess.
We got to be getting close to what? 6 hours on this one.
5:58.
All right, so 6 hours on this one. We were live for about another. I think we were live close to an hour and a half earlier today on Mendoza.
Wait, hour.
An hour on Mendoza.
Hour exactly, actually.
So shit, man. We were about live 7 hours today. We were live about.
We were 7.
Seven.
Just at 7.
See,
we were 7 and change.
I was trying to get to 24. I don't think I'm going to get to 24 hours. We'll probably
unless
be right.
it's 10 tomorrow.
No way.
No.
Nah, I don't think day 3 typically. So the draft actually has been made quicker. So they cut down some of the time picks.
Yeah. I know it's 11 p.m. Central Time.
I know, it's kind of crazy.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
All right, if you, by the way, if you send in a duck,
260 names in there.
it's an even number, so that's the number that I'm going to run with. And if, you're in after.
Tomorrow.
If you're in after, let's add a few more.
All right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Ivis Sanchez, you in. Joe Alvarez, and I'm not upset that you guys are in. I'm upset that I'm making Reed do more work.
Oh, no,
Mark
I'm not upset
Gallagher, I got you. Casey Junn, I got you. And then Jeremy Valve has just claimed his prize. That's awesome, man. Jeremy Valve. I was going to say, I've definitely had some Jeremy Valves in the day. So I was like, I just wanted to make sure it was the same one. Mendoza shirt. So, Jeremy, what I need you to do, bro, is, actually, I'll talk to my bosses to see if I can get you a code. Or if you want to send me your size, and shipping address on Venmo, just comment to what you sent me. Just comment on that. And then, or if you can't comment, send in a $1 Venmo. I'll send you that money back. But if you want to send me your, first name, last name, shipping address, size, that would help me out. All right, y'all. Here we go. 20 to win, $2,650. So we're going to do top 3 winners here today. First, second, and third. You ready to rock? I hope the answer to that is yes, because we are getting it going. Hi, mate. I appreciate that, man. But I also know that there's a lot of people that are new to this show and don't always know, and I don't blame them. If nobody's ever seen me before, they just see some random guy on YouTube. I hope that you guys realize I've made a lot of videos. You go back and watch. I think I'm a trustworthy guy.
Shuffle
Shuffle it up.
Shuffle.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it poppin'.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get it popping.
Look at that.
Also, I hate to break this to you, Salvador Hernandez. You were late, bro. I said last call, you'll be in our duck race tomorrow. Rebel down there at the very bottom. Watch out for Greg Vack, LCA, Phillips, Richard Black. If you don't see your horse, I'm sorry. I try to pick the one that creates the most movement. I think that this one is always one that creates a lot of movement from top to bottom. Everyone has the exact same amount of odds. If you don't know, what's this thing called? It's literally called duck race, right? You go on Google, duck race. It's actually sometimes how my buddies and I do, who's picking for fantasy football stuff. Save a Warrior would be electric, dude. David Vergara, Jeff Kearns down there, Santiago Herrera, Trent Hamada. Who's going to make a move? TJ Parkinson's making a move. Come on, TJ. Let's go. Oh, we hit the brakes.
Oh, no.
Juan! Who's this?
Juan!
All right, so Juan's the big winner, clearly.
Wow.
I'm going to say Paul Brewer's right there.
Oh, no. TJ Park got 9th.
I thought TJ was about to bring that home.
Joe
Okay, so.
Paul.
All right, so let me go to Joe Guy. Hang on. So Joe got the win. Joe, this is what I'm going to do. I'll tell you this, though. Joe races a lot. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is Joe's first win.
Nice.
Joe, first win. I'm going to send you $400. Congratulations. Though it says congrars. Congrars, Joe. Okay, so, Joe, you're good. Now I got to go to Paul Brewer. Let me see here. Paul races a bunch. Paul, I'm going to send you $600. Congrats for second.
No way. That's so cool. Avieon Terrell hugging his brother AJ Terrell because they are on the same team.
That's a dream come true, dog. I mean, that's unbelievable. And then Juan, you won.
You want it?
Juan, you want a good.
Vango, you want it?
All right, Juan Navarrete. I definitely didn't spell it right. I'm sorry. Maybe I did. I'm close. I think Juan definitely knows he won. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 ducks in his time.
Wow.
His first duck race ever last year in 2025. All right, so based on that math, Juan, I am sending you. I just want to make sure that I get it right here. Juan, I'm sending you $1,650.
That's a lot of money.
Juan, $1,650. Sent. If you can confirm it, that would be much, much appreciated. If you could please confirm it, Juan. Sweet. Oh, man, what a day it has been. Long, long day here on the Raiders Report.
This is correct.
But you know what? I always have fun doing these draft shows.
It
Tomorrow's
is
going to be a lot of fun. I hope you all know that. Tomorrow we let our hair down. You know, like truthfully, it's day 3. We're obviously going to provide the best content that we possibly can. We're going to, give all of our analysis on everything. It is truly the last road. Rebel wants to know who came in last place. I don't know if you have the ability
I
to
can
show.
or I can tell. I can show if you want. Jay Burnell.
Jay
Burnell.
The big, Jay, you get the big prize, man. I'll send it to you after this show.
We got one more super chat.
We do have one more to go to. I can't even believe tomorrow we have 6 picks, by the way. 6 picks tomorrow, 102, 134 because we traded 117. So 102, 134, 175, 185, 208, and 219. I also expect the Raiders to get pretty creative with some of the things that they decide to do tomorrow. Truthfully, I think there's going to be some more trades. So, had a great time on Friday night with you guys from Jeff. Hell yeah, Jeff. I mean, I love being able to do this program, and the fact that there's still 1,000 people watching, it's super, super humbling to me. The fact that people will hang out with us all day, listen to us talk sports. It's truthfully like it's everything that I ever wanted to do with my life, and I hope that people know, like, when they see that it's everything that I ever wanted to do. And I hope that people know, like, our team, we bring it every day. We try to grind, but again, I say it's because you guys do it every single day. Just got off a shift and couldn't catch the breakdown of our picks. What are your thoughts of them? Any good? I think the picks today, Treydan Stukes can play safety, can play nickel, he can play outside corner. I think if people watch him, they're going to like him. I think he feels a major need. I think he's the best free safety that we have on our roster. I think he's really going to be a good fit for also the future because Taron Johnson, 1-year prove-it deal. Kieran Crawford is a little bit of the confusing one, but he's only been playing in the NFL for 5 seasons. If you leave Rob Leonard to develop off defensive lineman, but also Malcolm Kuntz, 1-year deal. And then you got Trey Zun, who's just helping, I think, secure that offensive line. He can play tackle, he can play guard, he can play center. We have 9, I would say, reliable offensive linemen now, and that's an investment in the Clint Kubiak offense. But I look at these picks, and I think that these guys are going to be able to help us in year 1. But 1-year deal with Taron Johnson, 1-year deal with Malcolm Kuntz, future starter, future solid, reliable depth piece for the next few years. So, again, I think that we always want to win right away, but I also think that it is smart when teams know where they're at. Like, I think that is like what smart teams do. Smart teams look themselves in the mirror and they go, are we a Super Bowl caliber team? No. Like the Arizona Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love at number 3. That's not them looking at the mirror and realizing who they are. I think we're looking in our mirror, and I think that we're making an honest assessment of where we are as a football team. And the Raiders clearly have a plan. And I trust the plan. Twitter raffle on draft pick post from Rue. Maybe we could do something like that tomorrow. I might be able to do some sort of giveaway for some social media stuff. We do a lot of social media stuff on day 3, so we're going to have some fun. Tomorrow I'm going to be calling all y'all. I want y'all to know that. If you don't follow me on Instagram at MitchellRens365, please do it tonight because there's going to be some beer chugging tomorrow. We chug a lot of beers on day 3. We have some fun. And
Loco Lopez will be here.
There's going to be some calling to the bullpen. I guarantee you that. There's going to be some times where I'm going to be calling to y'all the bullpen to get in here and chug some beer. So I am just about out of gas. The light has popped on. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. What time's the draft start tomorrow?
11, so 12 p.m. Eastern.
12 p.m. Eastern. I'll be here 11 a.m. Eastern time. Live on this show, which means Reed and I will be here really early tomorrow. So it's day 3 is a fun day. It's a little bit of delusion, but it's a really rewarding day. And then Sunday's UDFAs, man. It never slows down. From Reed, from the entire Chat Sports team, shout out to Lord Cameron Abbott for being the MVP today. Shout out to all y'all for always pulling up here on the Raiders Report, and I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early here on the show. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure those notifications are turned on, and as always, go Raiders.